Is this the end of the line for our hero? He lies there, bleeding out, totally wrecked by a cursed demonic spear. Only a legendary elixir can save him now. Suddenly, this absolute clown named Choi struts in, bragging that he could have soloed the boss monster. Yeah, right. In reality, our main character totally carried this ungrateful scrub and saved his life. The good news: Choi actually has an elixir in his pocket. The bad news: this greedy jerk refuses to hand it over, whining that it is way too precious to waste. Our hero just sighs and accepts his pathetic doom while system chat windows start roasting him. These pop-ups belong to the divine spirits, basically bored gods treating human suffering like their personal stream. They hand out quests and loot just to entertain themselves by watching mortals slaughter each other. During this touching farewell, a teller suddenly spawns. These little guys act as manager guides for the gods, delivering divine orders to the players. The teller announces the next deadly wave, and our dying hero tells Choi to take his squad and scram. The girls throw a tantrum, but Choi barks at them and they bail. Yep, they completely ditch him to become Monster Chow. And so our magnificent manhwa concludes. Thanks for watching. Just kidding. Bam isekai time. Our boy reincarnates as a squishy little rice ball dumpling thing. Apparently dying turns you into a mascot character. The teller smirks and announces that they are officially corporate slaves now. Welcome to the workforce. They are immediately thrown into deep space. The catch: they have exactly 1 hour to sign a contract, or their soul gets deleted forever. Floating in the cosmos, our protagonist looks down and gasps. Earth is completely fine. The apocalypse has not happened yet. Jackpot. He triggered a regression trope. He realizes the portal monsters have not invaded yet, meaning the future awakened hunters are still clueless civilians. With sheer willpower, he morphs right back into his human form. The teller's jaw hits the floor. Talk about an overpowered speedrun. That transformation usually takes rookies an entire month to grind out. Meanwhile, our main character is overflowing with confidence. 1 hour to find a partner, piece of cake. Who would not want a divine sponsor? But reality hits him like a truck upon landing. It is basically a terrible gacha game. Floating over everyone's heads are talent books colored in bronze, silver, and gold. He can literally read their stats and gauge their future potential. He goes hunting for an ultra-rare partner, but his luck is absolute trash. Nothing but bronze and silver normies everywhere. Panic sets in. There is only 1 minute left on the clock. The teller sighs, totally disappointed in his epic fail. With less than 60 seconds remaining, finding a legendary hero is mathematically impossible. His brain goes into overdrive. Wait, what about the miracle trio? The 3 most broken, overpowered absolute units from his past life. He quickly types in the name of the only one without a hidden alias, Flash. He abruptly teleports into a messy dorm room, catching Kang Herim in the middle of slurping instant cup noodles. She chokes, grabbing her phone to call the cops on this weird stalker, but our boy ignores her completely. His eyes are glued to the glorious, blindingly golden book hovering right above her head. Yoo Hyun, representing Celestial Body Incorporated, smoothly introduces himself. No time for small talk, he drops the bomb. He demands to sign an exclusive sponsor contract with her immediately. Herim is absolutely baffled. Is this a scam? Everyone always trashed her skills, calling her utterly useless. She had practically given up on her hunter dreams. Our main character smirks, realizing this future legend has zero clue about her insanely broken potential. He smoothly pitches that her hidden talent is exactly what he is looking for. Hooked by the sudden validation, she desperately asks where to sign. Yoo Hyun shoves the paper and pen at her face. The countdown is merciless. Only 15 seconds left. He practically screams at her to hurry up and scribble her name. The suspense is suffocating. The pen scratches the final letter, but the timer hits 0. Boom, he turns to dust. See you next season. Just kidding again. With a literal 2 seconds remaining, the golden system window chimes. Mission flawlessly complete. Yoo Hyun wipes his sweat, renewing his vow to conquer this second life without a single regret. He flashes a charismatic smile, telling his new partner he is totally pumped to carry her to the top. She shyly bows, asking him to take good care of her. Later, in secret, he finally opens that glowing golden stat book containing her hidden destiny. His jaw literally unhinges at the text. What kind of overpowered cheat code is this? She does not have just one, but 3 main character tier specializations, and only one is currently active. Her base stats are already defying the laws of physics. Even crazier, one of her innate talents is identical to the legendary historical beast Chol Jungyung. Armed with 3 top-tier traits, she is basically a walking nuclear warhead. If she fully awakens them, the world is doomed. Yoo Hyun interrogates her about this insane power. But Herim just blinks, genuinely believing her skills are complete garbage. She admits her academy instructors ordered her to keep quiet about her weird traits. Yoo Hyun grins like a supervillain. Hey, we are bound by contract now. Spill the tea. She nervously chuckles, admitting her class name is Goryeo-era Swordmaster. She thinks it sounds like an embarrassing joke. Yoo Hyun is absolutely flabbergasted. He frantically makes sure she never leaked this to another soul. She shrugs innocently. Nobody ever cared enough to ask. Panicking that he might void their contract, she aggressively declares no takebacks. He bursts out laughing, assuring her he has just struck pure gold. Right on cue, a system notification dings. Status updated to official Celestial employee. His first mandatory quest? Crash. The grand opening ceremony of the Hunters. He tells Herim he has to vanish for a bit to handle business. Before logging off, he asks about her main weapon. A shield, she replies with zero hesitation. The future Ultimate Swordmaster wields a shield because she thinks she sucks at fighting but punches hard. Hilarious. A walking meat shield. Her clueless teachers actually forced her to use a spear over a sword. Yoo Hyun was completely done with this nonsense. He gave it to her straight. Toss that useless shield, grab a sword and swing until your arms fall off. Was that really it? Yep, he smirked. Only then will your overpowered destiny unlock. He happily accepted the system mission, and with one last nagging reminder to practice, he poofed into thin air. Later, Herim stood awkwardly in a dirt lot, clutching a basic sword. She was totally clueless. Could she really level up just by swinging a shiny stick? She had zero sword experience. She gave it a few pathetic wobbly swings. But then, boom. Muscle memory from a past life kicked in. Her clunky chops turned into deadly flowing strikes. A freakish natural grace completely hijacked her body. It was downright magical. When Yoo Hyun finally warped back, he realized he was way late to the party. He popped in and his jaw instantly dropped to the floor. Her stance flawless. She was casually busting out insane high-level sword arts without a single tutorial. He grinned like a proud dad. No wonder she becomes the legendary Sword Empress. His creepy lurking completely spooked her. "How long have you been spying on me?" she shrieked. He smoothly lied, saying he just didn't want to ruin her zone. She scoffed, claiming she was barely even trying. Suddenly, the glowing system screen shoved a new quest in his face. It was the ultimate grind. Collect epic stories and build a cosmic library to finally get a promotion. Herim, completely blind to the invisible magic screen, asked what the heck he was staring at. "I am going to build a library," he announced. Mind blown yet. She blinked. Wait, isn't that the absolute most basic thing a teller does? He sweat dropped, admitting he was a total noob at this job. She looked at him like he was a scammer. He promised he had zero reasons to lie to a newbie. Ping. A shiny text box popped up, demanding he name his brand new library. He scrolled through the auto-generated suggestions. They were all total cringe. He mentally cursed the system trolls who programmed this trash. Yoo Hyun groaned. Did he seriously have to pick a clickbait name just to get the divine spirits to watch? One ridiculously bad name caught his eye, and he clicked to spectate. Inside that channel, a poor stream collector was getting absolutely obliterated by low-level mob monsters. The chat was just spamming toxic comments, telling him to quit life. That pathetic stream was definitely not entertaining the godly viewers. Yoo Hyun instantly realized the horror of signing a bad streamer. Nope, not happening. He decided to skip the naming headache for now, and launched his own channel anyway. He turned to Herim, ready to slice things up. She looked at him like he was crazy. Zap. The duo warped away, landing smack in front of a swirling, ominous portal. The girl panicked, asking what this creepy hole was. He casually explained it was the world of thoughts, the ultimate dungeon of myths, monsters, and insane legends. Staring into the abyss, the main character explained that a teller's whole job is to broadcast epic content to the bored gods in the premium seats, and this dungeon was their studio. He spun toward Herim with a deadly serious look. Did she understand the massive weight of the stream they were about to start? She guessed, "Is this going to be some main character's glorious journey?" "Close enough," he smirked. Stories come in all flavors and genres, but out of every possible trope, one genre brings all the gods to the yard. The epic, blood-pumping, heroic tales. Standing right before the portal, Yoo Hyun declared, "From this second on, you are the overpowered protagonist of this hero's tale." She sweated nervously, totally doubting him, but he promised to carry her. Flash. The scenery changed to a rugged, terrifying kobold mountain. The main character asked if she knew anything about these dog-faced freaks. "I know a little bit," she squeaked. With a flick of his wrist, the main character booted up his livestream library. Ding, ding, ding. The godly audience immediately started pouring into the chat. They were hungry for some fresh premium entertainment from this new channel. He put on his best streamer voice and introduced himself. But, wait. He quickly realized these were the exact same toxic trolls from the loser's channel. The chat was already spamming hate comments before the sword was even unsheathed. Wow, tough crowd. The main character realized these jerks just showed up with popcorn to watch them die. Taking a smooth step backward, he cheerfully explained that he was heading to the safe room to cast the stream, so she had to solo the boss. Herim nearly had a heart attack. Trying to stop her from fainting, he gave a thumbs up. You will be fine. Just swing your sword like you did in the dirt. Boom. The very next second, two massive hairy monster feet slammed down. Herim lost her absolute mind and screamed bloody murder. The main character cheered through the mic. You got this. She just needed the magic of self-belief. She cried back. Easy for you to say. From the safe room, you jerk. I am terrified. Suddenly, the hulking kobold flexed its muscles and prepared to crush her. She whimpered like a kicked puppy. The brutal beast wasted 0 seconds, launching a bone-crushing swing. Herim barely survived by gracefully face-planting straight into the dirt. The monster went totally berserk, raining down a furious combo, while the poor girl shrieked for her mommy. It was a total panic attack. She tripped over her own 2 feet and tumbled backward, which accidentally saved her life from a deadly swipe that would have turned her into 2 separate Herims. The premium chat immediately exploded with toxic laughter. Negative comments flooded the screen, spamming rest in peace straight to the coffin. Their cruel words froze her solid in pure panic. The awful voices from her past began echoing inside her head. Cue the tragic flashback of everyone calling her weak and mocking her garbage stats. Their cruel echoing laughter was "No teller will ever want you." Those harsh words echoed in her mind. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched her battered shield tightly, as if it could somehow block out her trauma. Back then, she was just a total shut-in, staring at her gear all day, completely stripped of her will to live. Herim genuinely questioned her own sanity. Was she really cut out for this, or would she just run away crying again? She remained frozen in fear, paralyzed by her past. Slash. The monster's blade grazed her arm, spilling fresh red blood. But wait. A spark ignited in her soul. Running away. That was for losers. If she quit now, she would be trash forever. Despite hitting rock bottom, she had to fight. Why? Because he chose her. The teller who randomly showed up, demanding a contract, fleeing meant losing face in front of the great Mr. Yuan. Her knuckles turned white on the hilt. Death before dishonor. She swore to the heavens. Her cowardly days were officially over. Watching his investment freeze up, our main character panicked. Dodge that kobold, you fool. He screamed, watching her stand there like a disconnected player, about to get beautifully sliced. But then, the classic manhwa moment. She looked up, and boom, the legendary glowing eye. Oh yeah, somebody is about to get wrecked. Raising her cheap blade high into the air, she parried the monster's strike, with absolutely monstrous strength. Her posture, absolutely flawless. Not a single flinch. Eyes bloodshot with pure, unadulterated rage, she unleashed a devastating counterattack. Wham! Instant one-shot kill. The chat went absolutely wild. The divine spirits dropped their jaws in pure shock. Even our main character had to rub his eyes. Did she really just do that? Panting on her knees? Herim swore to herself that fear was a thing of the past. Retreat was no longer in her vocabulary. Yuan smirked proudly. Now that is the real Kang Herim. Talk about an absolute boss move. Suddenly, a glowing golden orb floated out of the dead kobold's body. It drifted right into her rusty armor. Ding. System alert. You have earned 7 sweet points. Blinking in total confusion, the reality of her kill finally hit her. While she was doing a clumsy little victory dance, our hero popped up on her screen, dropping a well-deserved congratulations. But hold the applause. The tutorial was not over yet. An entire squad of angry mobs spawned out of nowhere, hungry for revenge. As the chaos resumed, Yuan dropped some profound wisdom. This world is your all-you-can-eat buffet. Do not settle for crumbs. He hyped her up, urging her to embrace her inner greed and aim for the absolute top. Cue the money rain. Donations started flooding her screen. Can I really be a badass? She wondered. Heck yes you can. Her confidence skyrocketed to maximum level. Honestly, even the narrator is grabbing popcorn for this. The furious kobolds rushed her like a mindless swarm. But she just smirked. Blade drawn, she was ready to farm some serious experience. Smug as ever, our protagonist checked his streaming analytics. Her channel was popping off, over 15 whole viewers in less than an hour. Wait, plot twist. The VIP lurker in the chat was actually a rival teller, Astonished by Yuan's ridiculous success, Teller Tan was sweating bullets. No way. This is physically impossible, he gasped. Even with premium support, those stats were absolutely broken. Convinced Yuan was using some filthy cheat codes, Tan immediately started snooping around to expose the fraud. He hacked into her stream, and his jaw literally hit the floor. He was utterly paralyzed. Who the heck is this newbie? He stammered. 0 armor, a practically naked loadout, and a literal starter weapon. Tan had watched thousands of players, but he had never seen a troll build like this actually working. Her level-ups were downright terrifying. The poor kobolds, realizing they were just walking loot bags, started weeping and running for their miserable lives. Our boy Yuan nodded. Her growth rate was beautifully overpowered. Flexing hard, he taunted the divine spirits in the chat. Are you not entertained? But wait. This was not even her final form. She was just getting warmed up. The super chats went absolutely crazy. Thousands of points rained down like a digital jackpot. So what is next? He asked smoothly. She tilted her head, staring at an ominous glowing red barrier. What is that? End of the safe zone, kiddo. He grinned. That is the invisible wall. The lazy veterans built. To farm points without actually trying. She nodded slowly, but her knuckles tightened around her hilt. She was itching for a real fight. The rival teller watched in absolute horror. She reached the zone border. On her first day, it was an absolute glitch. Yuan raised an eyebrow. You look bored. Disappointed. She sighed heavily. Yeah. Is the fun over already? I am kind of annoyed. Our protagonist just laughed. Over. We have not even finished the prologue. Since we are already here, let's smash the speedrun record. Time to cross the red line and obliterate this entire dungeon. Once cleansed, this mental domain would be wiped from existence. And you know what that means. A brand new deadlier stage awaits. Get ready. Lack the guts to clear these mind domains. Total skill issue. That is exactly why those cowards built the barricade and totally dodged doing the dirty work. Hiram nervously asked if this was a good idea. He smirked. She could blame him if it all went sideways. Plus, her eyes were practically begging to smash some monsters. Blushing hard, she gasped. Is it that obvious? He just nodded. Up above, the divine spirits were eating this up, absolutely loving the drama. Fired up, she vowed to speedrun the whole domain just like he planned. Meanwhile, the main character hyped up the chat for Hiram, the lizard-faced teller. His jaw was literally on the floor. Hiram charged up her ultimate strike. The lizard scoffed, betting she lacked the firepower to break the barrier. But hey, a true protagonist never backs down. With one explosive leap, Hiram launched herself like a human missile. System donations flooded the screen. Now that is protagonist energy. The lizard teller was practically pulling his scales out. This script was completely off the rails. 20 viewers had already tuned in. In the past life, the so-called heroes took the easy way out. They played it safe and completely bored the divine spirits to tears. Their punishment? A literal apocalypse just to spice up the plot. Yu Hyun knew that tragic ending all too well. This time he was rewriting the entire script to forge a future far better than his past life. No overpowered god saving the day, just pure unfiltered human grit. Welcome to the Chronicles of the Sword Empress. The view count smashed past 25. Appearing out of thin air, our hero clapped for her insane progress. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy seeing him again. Let us be real, that heavy blush, totally love-struck. But our dense hero, he only noticed her fear was gone, telling her the boss room was close. He ordered a quick timeout. She instantly plopped down, sighing that she was running on fumes. Yu Hyun sighed. Her stats were great, but her stamina was absolute trash. She desperately needed to level up her endurance. He casually asked how sword fighting felt. Her eyes lit up. It was the coolest thing ever, totally her new meta. Glancing at her status book, Yu Hyun noticed it glowing like crazy. Her stunts today definitely triggered a hidden awakening. He skipped checking the stats for now, warning her that a massive mob of kobolds was camping the final boss room. With their freaky coordination, they definitely had a field boss calling the shots. She did not even flinch. Smirking, he asked what her game plan was. They could always rage quit right here. She giggled, thinking he was trolling. But nope, he was dead serious. Jumping up, she declared she would clear it all. That was her ninja way. He could not exactly back out after hyping her up. Nodding, he promised to carry his weight as her sponsor, asking if she was ready to roll. She gave a confident thumbs up. Yu Hyun hid a proud smile. The timid girl was gone, replaced by a fearless warrior. No more babysitting required, but the system warning flashed red. This was about to get ridiculously hard. She needed razor-sharp focus. He quizzed her on domain mechanics, and she proudly recited the rulebook. This dungeon was basic. A classic boss raid. The strategy, wipe out the mobs, but absolutely rush the head honcho first. Sure, there are puzzle domains out there, but here, just smash the big ugly boss. That pure action vibe had her hyped. She skipped toward the boss room, literally humming a battle theme. But he grabbed her shoulder. Weapon check. She blinked, confused, until she looked down at her starter sword. Durability was literally at 0%. One tap and it was dust. She instantly bawled her eyes out, completely panicked. He awkwardly patted her head, saying the noob weapon did its best. Popping open the system shop window, he pointed at her massive pile of donation points. It was time to gotcha the top-tier loot. She shrieked at the absurd prices. The system was robbing her blind, but with zero choice, she dramatically blew her entire life savings on a single blade. Flash. An epic katana rapier hybrid materialized in her hands. The sleek curve was pure aesthetic. Yoo-hyun whistled in awe, but she was still weeping over her empty wallet. He laughed. Just farm more points right now. It was showtime. The kobolds were aggressively holding the final room, the boss glaring at the entrance. Herim kicked the doors open, screaming that it was all their fault. She was totally broke. Cold sweat dripped down the kobolds' scaly faces. This enraged, penniless swordswoman was an absolute nightmare. Charging like a furious demon, she roared about her empty bank account. She slammed her new blade into the earth. Boom. A massive shockwave blasted the monsters into orbit. Realizing the raid party was completely doomed, she started ruthlessly dismantling the monsters, screaming about her wasted points. Pure murderous rage burned in her eyes as she launched herself at the boss. It is honestly terrifying what losing money does to a person's sanity. The Cobalt boss shrieked in absolute despair, but its fate was already sealed. With one clean strike, she separated its head from its shoulders, clearing the domain instantly. The scene then cuts to a cafe, where our fierce warrior is practically crying over a slice of incredibly delicious cake. The main character casually sips his coffee, asking if it is really that magical. She vigorously nods, declaring it the absolute best thing she had ever tasted. Yoo-hyun thinks she is being super dramatic, but given that she survived on cheap, instant ramen for years, it makes sense. He smirks, telling her she can eat cake every single day, as long as she keeps grinding those sweet points. Just do not get chubby. Swallowing a huge bite, she asks what he meant earlier about her mysterious Goryeo-era talent. Yoo-hyun leans in and asks if she knows the historical legend Chuk Jung-kyung. She blinks, completely clueless. History lesson time. Jung-kyung started out as a totally average soldier, just a lowly grunt. But one epic day, he scaled the castle walls held by the terrifying enemy tribe and absolutely wiped the floor with them. He did not just survive being totally surrounded. He mercilessly slaughtered tens of thousands of them solo. Rumors exploded that he had broken past human limits, earning him the legendary title of Swordmaster of the Goryeo era. She is super impressed by the flex, but wonders why this total badass was forgotten. Our guy awkwardly coughs, saying his actual name was heavily censored. Her curiosity piques. What was it? But Yoo-hyun flat out refuses to say it. Is he like Voldemort? She aggressively demands the truth. Yoo-hyun gets super flustered, begging her to drop it before he files a workplace harassment complaint. He sighs, telling her if she is really that desperate, she can just search it up. Scoffing, she whips out her phone, doubting a name could be that scandalous. But the second she reads the screen, her face turns completely tomato red. Turns out his name translates to something like King Size D. Absolutely furious and totally embarrassed, she yeets her phone right at his head, calling him a huge pervert. She yells that she will be the one calling human resources. Ducking, he argues that even if historians buried the guy for his spicy name, his legendary strength was the real deal. Eyes sparkling again, she asks if her inherited ability is super overpowered. Seeing her childish hype, Yoo-hyun secretly wonders when she will finally mature into the legendary Sword Empress from his past life. Grabbing her arm, he cuts the chatter, declaring they are out of time for jokes. It was time to execute their master plan. She blindly follows, asking what is next, and he casually drops that it is time for an extreme makeover. She whines about leaving her precious cake behind. Dressed up, she nervously asks if this look is really okay. He gives a thumbs up, saying it is absolute perfection. He reviews the golden rules. Do not laugh like an idiot and act super cool in front of the divine spirits. She gulps and nods. Showtime. The celestial beings start flooding the chat, and the viewer count is way higher than their first stream. Instantly, the chat goes totally crazy. The constellations are absolutely stunned. Their wild reactions amuse our guy, but he totally gets the hype. They had never seen Kang Herim cleaned up before, and she looked drop dead. Gorgeous Yoo-hyun smirks, thinking, if you poll viewers on the most vital trait for a main character, most claim it is raw power. But honestly, the true secret weapon to going viral is top-tier visuals. He knew giving her a massive glow-up would farm insane attention, and he was dead right. But before jumping into the next brutal dungeon, she had one more lesson. He hands over a glowing item, revealing it is a narrative story he bought from the system. He asks if she has ever used one before. She shakes her head. Even with her crazy talent, she desperately needed to learn the meta of dungeon prepping. She happily thanks him and starts absorbing the story fragments. Yoo Hyun watches closely, asking for a status update. She flexes, feeling totally refreshed. He nods in approval. Normal players usually puke from absorbing too much data. She tilts her head, wondering how many ridiculous points he blew to buy this cheat item, but he cuts her off. No time for math, it is time to put on a legendary show. Stepping through the portal, she squints at the creepy environment. It looked like an endless maze. Before she can break character, Yoo Hyun gives the signal. Catching his drift, she switches to her cool and edgy persona, dramatically calling the area desolate. He then reveals they are standing in the infamous labyrinth of Kree. Countless top-tier guilds had completely failed to clear it, but today, it was her prey. Dropping the act slightly, she whispers why it was so hard. He just grins, saying they never figure out how to clear this god-forsaken place. Pushing deeper into the dark corridors, she stumbled upon a grim sight, the rotting remains of previous challengers who lost their minds in the maze. She sighed in absolute frustration, but our main character quickly shushed her. Those tragic victims were fresh drops. Meanwhile, over 100 viewers were glued to her livestream. Even rival storytellers were lurking in the chat. The view count was absolutely exploding. Our main character knew those sneaky tellers wanted to poach his overpowered newbie, but he just smirked. Let them watch. He was building a hardcore fan base for their dynamic duo. Yoo Hyun tossed a massive spool of thread, straight to Herim. She blinked, totally confused. Why string? Because labyrinths are nasty, and this one was pure evil. Just like the ancient myth of Theseus, she needed a lifeline to stop her brain from melting in the maze. Wishing her good luck, he instantly vanished into thin air, teleporting back to the safe spectator zone. The system interface popped up, telling her to just walk straight and never look back. Seriously, as if it was a walk in the park. Challenge accepted. She started unwinding the magic thread, while the chat went totally wild. Massive donations were flooding the screen, all from some mysterious whale named Triple X. Herim marched down the gloomy halls, stepping over the crispy corpses. She dropped her string trail like breadcrumbs, to dodge a tragic end. Yoo Hyun realized her mental stats were completely off the charts. Zero panic, zero sweat, just absolute icy focus in a nightmare scenario. Drifting around the dark corner, her sharp eyes scanned the shadows, cool as a cucumber. And there it was. She finally hit the dead center of the labyrinth. Wait was the boss of this dungeon. Actually, the legendary Minotaur straight out of ancient myth. An eerie light pulsed from the portal, and Yoo Hyun screamed at her to hold up. Too late. A massive 5-meter-tall beast of muscle materialized right in front of her. It snorted violently, itching for bloodshed. The monster unleashed an earth-shattering roar. A fist the size of a boulder smashed down, ready to turn Herim into a bloody pancake. Yet she didn't even flinch. Watching from his VIP screen, the main character saw the beast obliterate the solid stone floor. Boom. Did our girl just get squashed? A massive cloud of debris completely blinded the entire camera feed. But as the dumb cow squinted at the smoke, he realized his fatal mistake. Her blade had already ripped through his thick chest. She appeared right behind him like a ghost, blade poised. With zero hesitation, she started dicing the giant monster, yelling that beef bone soup was on tonight's menu. Absolutely humiliating for the proud boss. The divine constellation spirits in chat spammed "What the heck is beef bone soup?" The main character just facepalmed at her cringe one-liner. Yoo Hyun screamed through the mic that a minotaur is no basic goblin. Its hide is literal armor. Trying to one-shot this beefy tank was pure madness. He begged her to use hit-and-run tactics. Sweating bullets, the main character yelled himself hoarse, but she completely ignored him. Retreat. That word wasn't even in her absolute badass dictionary. She danced around the lethal blows with god-tier agility, while the beast bled out like a leaky faucet. Finally, the giant collapsed to its knees, and Herim landed flawlessly right under its snout. Yoo Hyun stared at his monitor, jaw dropped in pure shock. The rookie's blade erupted with a blinding emerald green light. No way. Kang Herim had awakened the Aura Blade, the Chi Sword, a legendary Grandmaster technique, reserved strictly for the absolute top-tier rankers, pouring raw life force into steel to unleash apocalyptic damage. Normal players grind for years and still fail to learn this. They usually have to buy it from expensive system shops. But this absolute monster of a rookie unlocked it on her own. Our boy had hit the absolute jackpot with her. Herim wound up her glowing swing, and both beasts roared like maniacs. She exploded forward to chop the beefy boss right in half. The ultimate vertical strike sliced cleanly through the center of the monster's skull. The horned one, obviously, not our badass girl in a dress. Boom! A shockwave shattered the arena. Her combat talent was downright illegal, split perfectly down the middle. the giant boss crashed into a massive crater, carved out by her devastating aura slash. Standing tall, she admired her handiwork, blade resting easily in one hand. Brushing the dust off her shoulder, the system interface practically broke with crazy donations from that XXX whale. What a massive fanboy. Yu Hyun was absolutely flabbergasted. He literally did nothing but eat popcorn and watch the total massacre. Subscriber count doubled and going to the moon. Suddenly, Herim tapped the mic, muttering that the vibe was totally off. He blinked, asking what was wrong. The boss was sliced and diced, but the dungeon system didn't flash a clear message. Even the godly chat room was spamming question marks. Flash. Teleporting right next to her. Our guy casually dropped the bomb. The raid was far from over. She flinched, eyes wide with shock. Smirking at the camera and his rookie, he revealed the dark secret of this cursed maze, beating the boss. That was just the warm-up. This labyrinth doesn't spit you out just for turning the Minotaur into steak. His past life memories clicked perfectly. Countless rankers killed the beast back then, but still, absolutely zero. No one had ever cracked this twisted maze before. The rules were a total mystery. That is until one crazy digger finally beat it. Thanks to that guy's walkthrough, the main character knew the secret hack. The goal, just get out. Hiram confidently suggested using the thread to backtrack, but bro, that leads to the entrance. The main character facepalms. She asks, then where is the exit? Pointing up, he drops the bomb. Up there. Staring at the solid ceiling, Hiram is utterly confused. He smirks and asks, ever heard the legend of Daedalus? She nods. He was the genius architect who built this very nightmare, yet someone somehow escaped his inescapable trap. Are you talking about Theseus? She asks. Bingo, he replies, since Daedalus literally gave away the thread cheat code. King Minos was so furious he locked Daedalus and his son inside, yet the legendary inventor still pulled off the ultimate jailbreak with Icarus. Pulling out a random feather, he winks, giving her the greatest hint ever. Her brain finally clicks, and she squeals with joy like a kid in a candy store. She starts zooming around, grabbing every glowing feather in sight. She runs back with a massive handful, getting him hyped up too. Throwing them down, she proudly declares, this stash should do the trick. Instantly, the feathers burst into blinding light. Boom! A majestic pair of wings erupts from her back. She literally scored the legendary wings of Icarus. This ultra-rare cheat item lets her fly once a day. She is totally frozen in absolute shock, but our guy quickly snaps her out of it. Hey, flap those wings and let us blow this popsicle stand. Soaring out of the maze, Hiram cheers about her insane luck. System alerts spam her with massive donations for pulling off a solo clear. Back home, her ego is completely out of control. She smirks, demanding praise. He gives a polite nod, but she wants full worship. She dances around, begging him to admit she is drop-dead gorgeous. He bluntly tells her to cut the nonsense. But she doubles down, teasing that his poker face is totally fake. Come on, even the gods are drooling over me, she brags. Her relentless teasing actually starts making him sweat. Losing his patience, he barks, knock it off or I will actually smack you. Instantly, crocodile tears stream down her face. Ignoring her Oscar-worthy crying, he sighs. Have you hit up the association yet? She blinks. Nope, why? Time to rank up newbie. Higher classes mean fatter paychecks. The magic word money instantly cures her fake tears. Hyped out of her mind, she tries to literally fly out the window. He frantically pulls her back, yelling, do not waste your daily flight on an errand, you absolute goof. He tags along just to babysit her at the association. Walking in, the vibe totally shifts. Nobody recognizes her as that clumsy rookie collector anymore. They are completely paralyzed by her overwhelming aura. She strolls in like an absolute queen descending from the heavens. Beside him, she is turning heads everywhere. Yu Hyun nervously whispers, do not you dare pop those wings in here. Sweating bullets, she guiltily stammers. What? I totally was not planning to show off. Yeah, right, liar. At the front desk, the poor clerk starts stuttering, completely crushed under her terrifyingly majestic presence. Yu Hyun casually drops the bomb. We are here for the mental domain clear rewards. Meanwhile, Hiram is literally zoning out, daydreaming about pork belly for dinner. The entire lobby completely freezes. Jaws hit the floor. Someone actually beat the impossible mental domain. The whole crowd starts buzzing like crazy. Haters who blame them for the domain shutdowns start glaring, praying for their downfall out of sheer bitter jealousy. Little do these fools know who they are messing with. Sweating, the clerk stammers, was there a team with you? Nope, Yu Hyun replies smoothly. She soloed the whole thing. The lobby erupts into absolute chaos. Liars, they scream. Trying to keep the peace, the clerk asks for her rank. Class 9, Yu Hyun answers. The poor guy nearly faints. Trembling, he begs them to wait while he summons the boss. They stroll into the waiting room, ignoring the massive uproar. The gossip goes wild. A pathetic Class 9, clearing a nightmare domain. Impossible. Yu Hyun glances over, worried she is stressed, but she is literally still deciding between fried chicken or pizza. Suddenly, a colossal meathead over 2 meters tall and 200 pounds of pure rage stomps over. He barks that they are pathetic scammers. Leaning down, he sneers at her face, trying to flex his massive muscles and bully her into confessing the truth. Hiram just stares at him with dead, bored eyes. She looks like she is watching a completely harmless bug. Being ignored by a lowly Class 9 makes the muscle-brained giant lose his absolute mind. He roars, trying to trigger her. Zero reaction. She just keeps blinking slowly, making him look like a total clown. His bullying attempt completely crashes. The loudmouth erupted, screaming for her attention, but our main character coolly stated she wasn't interested. Feeling disrespected, the brute turned his glare to our guy, demanding to know who this lowly manager thought he was. Yoo-hyun just smirked smoothly, correcting that he preferred the title of colleague. Now absolutely fuming, the meathead focused all his rage on our boy, barking at him to scram unless he wanted a one-way ticket to the hospital. But our hero didn't even flinch. Flashing a totally sarcastic grin, he casually asked, "And if I stay?" "That tore it," the giant snapped, winding up a massive haymaker aimed right at his smug face. But our guy just yawned, warning him to watch out for Hiram. The fool ignored the red flags and charged head-on. In a flash, his tree trunk of an arm was caught perfectly by a slender, unyielding grip. Glaring down at Hiram, the bozo growled, "What's your problem?" He threatened dire consequences if she didn't let go immediately. Little did this clown know the only consequence here would be for himself. The crowd's jaws dropped as Hiram completely body-slammed him. Bam! The impact shattered the floor. The giant was seemingly out cold while our girl just stood there unbothered. If you watched closely, it was exactly how she folded that minotaur. Yoo-hyun casually crossed his legs, sighing that he did warn the idiot. He literally told the guy to be careful, and now Hiram's patience gauge had completely hit zero. It is hilarious seeing her switch from sweet to absolute savage. But wait, I stand corrected, folks. Trash Talker wasn't knocked out yet. Still, he looked like a squashed bug, trying to stand completely, failing to process reality. He stared at her, his fragile ego utterly shattered that he had just been treated like a ragdoll by a woman. What a sexist loser. Go ahead, Hiram, end his whole career. The fool scrambled up and lunged again, but she didn't even break a sweat, coldly calculating his pathetic move. Blink and you missed it. The crowd collectively gasped as she flipped him into the dirt again, locking him in a brutal armbar. Everyone was losing their minds. A Class 7 collector utterly humiliated by a Class 9 rookie. But the cockroach was stubborn. Still awake and fueled by pure, unfiltered embarrassment, he was begging for round 3. Seething with rage, he glared at the main character, finally putting the pieces together. He realized this damn manager had played him like a fiddle all along. Forcing himself up, a suffocating aura exploded from his body, flooding the room as he screamed pure profanities at our boy. But this time, Hiram's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yoo-hyun instantly realized the brute was using aerial martial arts and grew alarmed. This guy wasn't as weak as they thought. The sheer pressure started making the association's floor cave and sending normal bystanders into a total panic, screaming and begging for them to cut it out. Deaf to their cries, the musclehead roared even louder, threatening to permanently cancel our hero's subscription to life. Hiram's response, a merciless stomp right to his spine. She pinned him flawlessly to the tiles, leaving the meathead kissing the floor completely mind-boggled. Yoo-hyun's eyes widened. She had instinctively mastered the heavy body technique on her own. His chosen rookie was growing ridiculously fast. But then out of nowhere, her cheeks turned bright red for some unknown reason. Even our mastermind main character was utterly confused. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery was absolutely fangirling over her god-tier strength, effortlessly mopping the floor with a Class 7 elite. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall, demanding to know what in the world was going on. 2 men in sharp suits finally marched in to break up the circus. Our sharp-eyed hero noticed their delayed entrance immediately. They were definitely ordered to sit back and watch the show. Right on cue, another official stepped up, asking if the association looked like a joke to them, bringing this much chaos. This guy was clearly the big boss pulling the strings. Yoo-hyun casually confirmed his status. When the boss demanded his identity, our boy smoothly replied he was simply Hiram's colleague. He spun the narrative like an absolute pro. Sure, they were involved, but they were totally the innocent victims here. It was just a minor disagreement until that raging bull attacked first. Our poor defenseless girl had no choice but to lovingly introduce his face to the floor. Total self-defense. The boss looked skeptical, but our smooth talker pointed out that she didn't even have a speck of dust on her. She only acted to protect the innocent bystanders. Yoo-hyun brilliantly added that he should actually be thanking her for taking out the trash so efficiently. The sheer logic made the big boss nod in defeat. Even the crowd chimed in, pointing all fingers at the unconscious idiot. Seeing the tide turn, the official forced a corporate smile, apologizing for the messy mix-up. Time for business. Dropping the act, our hero demanded the only thing that actually mattered, When the guy handling the fat stacks of domain-clearing rewards would arrive, the VIP they needed was an old manager who started sweating, making excuses about payment delays, and nervously asked to chat in private. Signaling for Hiram, they marched straight into the old man's lair. While the peanut gallery was still hyping up her insane victory, Yoo-hyun smiled to himself. This dramatic debut was absolute perfection for her rising reputation. But the true game was just starting behind closed doors. Our devious main character had one single goal: to squeeze every last drop of profit out of this corrupt association. Skimming the old man's records, he grinned, knowing his massive potential. His aura wasn't as monstrous as Hiram's, but this guy was no pushover. During the clash, he tried throwing his weight around, but the second he realized he was outmatched, he instantly switched up his whole vibe. Swinging his office door wide open, he played the gracious host. But our main character already knew this old fox was dangerously experienced. One slip-up could be fatal. The boomer introduces himself as Cho Jungmo, claiming that despite his low rank, he runs this whole branch. After introducing himself and Hiram, Cho mentions hearing they teamed up to clear the twin mine domains. Correction. Our boy smirks. Hiram solo cleared it. The old man's jaw hits the floor. Yoo-hyun just shrugs. Yeah, nobody believes it. But she literally flexed her godly stats right in front of everyone. What more proof do you need? Cho nods, but cuts to the chase. So what exactly do you want from my association? Dropping the friendly act, Yoo-hyun locks eyes with him. We just want the fat loot we rightfully earned for clearing the domain. Or wait, is the association planning to scam us out of our rewards? Instantly, the old manager's fake smile completely freezes. Forcing a chuckle, he claims he holds absolute power over payouts. But Yoo-hyun isn't buying it. He knows this sly fox dragged them here for a totally different reason. Let's be real. Yoo-hyun sighs. I already knew your corrupt association would try to ghost us on the payment. Cho just narrows his eyes, asking how he figured it out. Yoo-hyun snaps back, telling him to stop dodging the damn question. Are you seriously going to refuse our hard-earned completion rewards? This brutally direct attack leaves the old man completely flustered. Yoo-hyun aggressively corners him, demanding a straight-up answer without the corporate nonsense. The ugly truth. The government actually wants to keep these deadly domains wide open to stop new ones from spawning randomly across the city. It was a twisted secret agreement. Smirking, Cho finally admits, our duo had struck a massive nerve. Why? Because neither the lazy government nor the cowardly collectors wanted to do extra work. To put it bluntly, Cho basically said, you kids ruined our comfortable little scam. He glared, asking if they even realized the massive mess they just made. Yoo-hyun wasn't fazed. Domains only exist to entertain the divine spirits, he countered. But you humans are actively breaking the universe's rules. The boomer aggressively disagreed. To him, humanity's cowardly tactic made total sense. New domains drain massive funds and require countless scouts to analyze. It's a massive economic gamble, and a total meat grinder for human lives inside those gates. So, they were just trying to play it safe. Yoo-hyun slow clapped. Wow, that excuse almost sounded heroic. Almost. Cho slammed his hands on the desk, screaming that they were saving innocent lives. Are you two going to take responsibility for the mountains of corpses? But our main character stayed ice cold. We are collectors. We don't babysit. We aren't here to hold hands. If someone dies in a dungeon, that's a skill issue and a terrible fate. Absolutely boiling with rage, the old man warned him to watch his damn mouth. Unbothered, the main character doubled down, refusing to take the blame. Cho Jungmo shrieked that human lives were on the line. How could he be such a reckless punk? But Yoo-hyun just remembered his past life and the apocalyptic disaster this exact association policy caused on Earth. Their safe method literally massacred millions. The main character scoffed. Sure, dying in a new gate sucks, but keeping these ticking time bombs open won't fix a single thing. You modern collectors are totally rotten, hiding like terrified rats, just to save your own skin, while dodging the actual boss fights. The old man sneered. Oh, and you think you're any better? Damn right I am. Yoo-hyun smirked. We don't hide. We don't hold anyone back. We're built different. That's exactly why we smashed that domain to pieces. Cho Jungmo practically growled. And you think you deserve a shiny medal for that? Meanwhile, Hiram was just standing there, completely silent like a total boss. Cho scoffed. It doesn't matter what a brat like you thinks. This is how the system works. Society isn't going to change for you. Got it. Flashing a devilish grin, the main character tilted his head. Aren't you terrified of the consequences for choosing this corrupt path? Cho just laughed. You're just two kids. Yoo-hyun waved his finger. Sure, to a washed-up boomer like you, we look alone. But what if my audience decides to step in? What audience? Cho scoffed. But instantly, the old man's face drained of all color. Right before his eyes, massive system windows from the higher spirits flooded the room. Oh boy. The divine constellations were absolutely furious at this corruption. While the boomer was having a literal heart attack from the floating chat logs, the main character dramatically bowed to the camera. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Kang Herim, a storyteller from Celestial Body Incorporated. Boom. He was live streaming everything, and the gods were munching popcorn while watching this old man dig his own grave. Cho thought he was just bullying some random rookie manager. Yet, this guy was playing 4D chess. The way he protected his collector, and totally baited this boomer into confessing on a live broadcast. It was light years ahead of those trash storytellers who treat humans like dirt. Cho Jungmo fell into absolute despair, sweating bullets trying to figure out when this kid set this trap. But spoiler alert, he was playing right into Yu Hyun's hands from the start. The old man was sweating bullets. The monster sitting across from him had played him like a cheap fiddle from step one. Checkmate was a complete understatement here. If the association's pristine reputation went down in flames today, they were absolutely doomed. His brain worked in overdrive, desperately hunting for a legendary loophole. Surely this could not be the tragic end of the line. Desperate to protect his own skin, he needed a miracle. But looking at the main character's relaxed, punchable smile, the harsh truth finally hit the old-timer like a truck. There was no secret escape route. He was completely boxed in. He was nothing but a tiny pawn on this boy's massive chessboard. Trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, he tried to stand. But his noodle legs immediately betrayed him, forcing him straight back down into the cushions. Yu Hyun just beamed a sickeningly cheerful smile, while Herim stood by silently, like a stone-cold boss. The main character chuckled, praising the old-timer for his sharp survival instincts. Total victory was secured. Honestly, our guy was secretly hoping the geezer would throw a massive tantrum, handing him a golden excuse to squeeze the association completely dry. Sadly, the geezer was way too smart to fall on his own sword. Aging at least 30% in just 5 minutes of talking, the exhausted man finally threw in the towel. Surrendering his pride, he asked what they wanted. Yu Hyun simply demanded his rightful, juicy domain-clear rewards. The old man practically scrambled to agree, sealing the deal and making our capitalist hero very happy. Cha-ching. Turning to his stream window, he asked his viewers to rate his flawless negotiation skills. The chat went absolutely wild. Sure, a few bloodthirsty fans wanted him to nuke the association entirely, but they were just a minority craving mindless violence. Our main character knew better. Making maximum profit without alienating his fanbase was the ultimate big brain play here. Golden donation alerts flooded his vision like sweet rain. Being a ruthless capitalist paid way better than playing the hero. Standing up with Herim, he casually reminded the broken old man to wire the cash by sunset. Jungmo furiously nodded, but nearly had a heart attack when Yu Hyun stopped and said there was one last thing. Smirking, the main character told him to relax. He just needed the association to track down a missing person. He needed a collector named Choi Down. The old man scratched his head. He had never heard that name before. Our hero shrugged. The guy should be around 18 or 19 years old right now. He dumped the physical description on the old man's lap, ordering him to use his vast intelligence network. Desperate for a better clue, the old man asked for any other defining personality traits. The main character deadpanned. Quote, he is an arrogant little punk. Unquote. Very helpful. Stepping out into the bright sunlight, Herim instantly deflated, gasping for air like a fish out of water. She thought her heart was going to explode from the tension. The main character clapped her on the back, praising her Oscar-worthy acting. She whined, begging to go back to her simple life of stuffing her face with cake. But our hero shut that down instantly. Her majestic performance today had basically gone viral. The viewers were completely obsessed with the mysterious, ice-cold beauty she played inside the meeting. She was officially a rising star. Hearing that people admired her flawless beauty, her cheeks burned beet red. He hyped her up even more, promising that today's legendary performance would soon bring them mountains of fame and endless luxury. Hearing the word money, her attitude instantly flipped. Excitedly, she offered to treat him to a victory dinner. But before he could accept, a sudden system alert crashed the party. He grabbed her shoulder. His expression turned deadly serious. A mandatory emergency had just popped up and he had to bounce. Leaving a very confused Herim on the sidewalk, he swiped the air, activating the Genesis system teleport. He promised to return right back. In a flash of light, he vanished, reappearing on a dizzying skyscraper rooftop. A shadowy presence loomed behind him. Yu Hyun demanded his identity, but the arrogant stranger just scoffed, calling him a completely uncultured brat. Classic villain introduction. Looking down his nose, the guy offered our hero the massive honor of joining their elite pentagram division as a rookie recruit. Unimpressed by the dramatic entrance, Yoo-hyun just yawned, asking who this Jinpong guy was again, and why he was acting so high and mighty. Wants with him. This seriously ticks Jinpong off, snapping that he's way too cocky for a mere rookie, but our main character just smirks, dropping a bomb. He has a name and it is Kang Yoo-hyun. The guy's jaw practically hits the floor. What do you mean he already has a name? It took this clown 3 whole weeks to get his. Yet this fresh-faced newbie snagged one right out the gate. Trying to save face, he sputters that our hero's name does not matter anyway. He demands Yoo-hyun join his division, but gets instantly rejected. Totally fuming, Jinpong barks. What did you just say? Yoo-hyun casually repeats himself. Hard pass on the association. Is this guy hard of hearing or something? Jinpong tries throwing his weight around, but Yoo-hyun does not flinch. He flat out tells him to stop pulling rank, leaving the guy utterly clueless. Yoo-hyun chuckles, asking if this fool thought he already belonged to a division. Spoiler alert, he is a totally free agent. Jinpong seethes at the absolute disrespect, but our hero shuts him up instantly. He roasts the guy alive for being an absolute nobody. To act like a senior, you actually need some skills, and Jinpong's track record is pure trash. The guy panics, wondering how he knew that. But Yoo-hyun just keeps roasting. He calls out Jinpong's pathetic attempt to intimidate him, which backfired spectacularly. Quite the epic fail. Wrapping up this verbal beatdown, he tells the loser to scurry home and deliver a crystal clear message. He will never join them. Tell his teller too. If they seriously want a prodigy, they should send someone with actual brain cells. Or better yet, beg him personally. Jinpong literally shakes in his boots at the absolute savage audacity, stuttering out excuses before Yoo-hyun just tells him to get lost. The loser teleports away, tossing out a weak little threat on his way out. Returning to Herim, our hero just sighs that this place is crawling with weirdos. She notices he is back in a flash, asking about his sudden errand. But he totally brushes it off smoothly, pivoting to a brand new subject. It is time to hunt down a real manager. Soon they are standing before a building called Daik Management. But nope, this is not the jackpot Yoo-hyun is hunting for. According to his past life memories, the real prize is tucked away nearby. Glancing sideways jackpot, he finally spots the target. Herim just stares, totally bewildered. This dump looks completely abandoned. Is he seriously sure about this sketchy spot? He confidently nods. Giving the door a firm knock, he calls out. A muffled voice yells at them to hold on a second. A heartbeat later, the door swings open, revealing a leg clad in tight stockings. A woman peeks out suspiciously, asking what they want, but her face instantly freezes our hero in his tracks. Words fail him. The heavy weight of his past regressions hits him. He knows he can never fix the tragic fate they once shared. Uncontrollable memories from his previous life flood his mind like a broken dam, sprinting toward a shattered wasteland. The absolute terror in his eyes as an ominous voice echoed, warning him to stay away from a monster like her. A woman who had completely lost her humanity. In that vision, she was choking, suspended by her neck. Dried blood, painting her chin as the sinister voice offered him a twisted deal. The nightmare spins out of control until a loud, annoyed hello shatters the illusion. Yoo-hyun violently snaps back to reality. Shaking it off, he apologizes secretly, noticing her hair is styled totally differently. But beneath it all, she is undeniably his past life comrade. The eccentric lady introduces herself as Baek Soo-hyun, the boss of Baek Management. With a goofy, eager grin, she asks if they are here to join her glorious agency. Yoo-hyun nods but clarifies, only Herim is signing up. Soo-hyun's eyes sparkle as she checks out the girl, thinking she looks incredibly cool and totally gorgeous. She is absolutely hyped to score such a premium collector, but our hero abruptly sighs, telling her to drop the fake cool girl act. Instantly, Herim slumps, whining that it is such a relief. Soo-hyun's jaw drops. It feels like a brick just slammed into her face. The epic stoic collector she was dreaming of is actually just a total goofball. Pivoting to our hero, she squints. Herim is obviously a collector, but what is his deal? With a sly smirk, he challenges her to take a wild guess. Rubbing her chin, she deduces that a collector would not need to chaperone another one, and he totally lacks that stiff clan energy. Eyes going wide, she gasps. Are you a teller? Yoo-hyun actually looks impressed. Not even the sneaky old man nailed it on the first try. Catching his surprised face, she smugly brags that tellers just leak a distinctly weird aura, completely different from normal humans. Right now, this quirky girl is just a tiny, struggling CEO of a rundown management agency. But when the apocalypse kicks off, that changes. In the bloody nightmare of his past life, she became an absolute boss, leading countless survivors with flawless tactical genius. She nervously apologizes if she guessed wrong, but he grins, declaring she is spot on. She practically vibrates with joy. A collector and a teller under her roof. Jackpot. The two girls immediately start chatting it up. Soo-hyun eagerly asks how this crazy duo teamed up. As Herim babbles about their wild first encounter, our hero just watches her with a warm, almost nostalgic smile. Stepping in to crash the gossip session, he claps his hands. Let us see that contract. She practically vibrates with excitement. The main character grins. Time to talk business. Hiram happily congratulates Suyun, but he smoothly interrupts. This contract is strictly between them. Pen meets paper, and boom, deal closed. Hiram asks the new manager what her actual job is. The main character smirks watching these two instantly vibe like long-lost sisters. Suyun proudly explains her role. Total collector support. She handles the boring stuff like organizing schedules and endless paperwork so they can just fight. Hiram blinks in surprise. That sounds like a massive headache. She asks if Suyun has an army of minions, but nope, Suyun is a one-woman show. Pouting in hilarious frustration, she admits she should be their elite chauffeur too, but her wallet is completely empty after renting the office. Hey, at least she has a license, right? Suyun proudly adds she is also fully licensed to drive a giant backhoe and knows professional welding. Hiram looks utterly baffled. Why? Suyun dramatically reveals it was her ultimate survival plan B, but she promises to work super hard. The main character just laughs and nods. Standing up, he tells Hiram she does not need a manager quite yet. First, she needs to become famous. Still, Suyun desperately asks if she can do literally anything to help. He confidently smiles. They will need her crazy skills very soon. For now, she should enjoy her peaceful vacation because the chaos is coming. As they head for the door, he promises to call when the real action begins. She happily nods along, wishing them epic luck. Before stepping out, the main character pauses. He randomly asks what her ultimate dream is. This deeply confuses the poor girl. In his past life, he asked her what she would do after the apocalypse ended. Back then, she casually said her life was garbage anyway. But after scratching her head, she gives the most brutally honest answer ever. She just wants to be filthy rich. The main character chuckles. Yep, that is the exact same money-hungry Suyun he knew from the ruined future. Her hilariously greedy answer makes perfect sense. No wonder she and Hiram became instant besties. These two girls literally share the exact same brain cell. Hiram giggles and mentions how wildly crazy it is. It feels like they have been friends for decades. They both laugh at the bizarre chemistry. Yuhune smiles to himself. In his past life, they actually were close comrades, so it is not strange at all. Meanwhile, in a desperately messy office, completely buried under scattered papers, a furious guy is throwing a massive temper tantrum. It is that incredibly salty senior who still holds a ridiculous grudge. He furiously vows to crush that arrogant main character. Glaring intensely at his glowing system window, he grinds his teeth. Yuhune has absolute protection from the Genesis system, but there has to be a sneaky loophole. His villainous brain churns. Bingo, a brilliantly wicked idea strikes him. One quick week later, we see a massive crowd buzzing with juicy gossip. Welcome back to the bustling Collector Association. Hiram and the main character swagger into the room. Jaws drop as players whisper in awe. She already cleared 4 entire domains. Now they are gearing up for the next brutal challenge. A massive raid group is forming. Hiram nervously asks if this place is truly that insanely dangerous. Oh, it absolutely is. This special domain is a total nightmare. You can only enter once every 3 months. Fail and you are banned forever, she gulps. Why on earth pick such a suicidal mission? The main character raises an eyebrow. Did she not join this crazy job to hit the jackpot? She fiercely nods. He smirks. Then they share the exact same crazy ambition. Their paths might differ, but he is aiming for the absolute top 2. Whatever drives them, their greedy reasons are totally valid. That is all that matters. Why settle for some boring, mediocre life when they can conquer the world? If she really wants that cash, she must risk shattered bones and spilling blood. Does she have the guts for that? Before Hiram can even squeak a reply, some guy violently screams. The portal is opening. It pulses with blinding, explosive light. The main character chuckles. Keep the answer for later, but one day she must be ready to prove it. For both of their sakes, they step through the rift. Suddenly, the collectors are standing on a giant fortress wall. Below them, a massive army on armored horses charges like a furious tidal wave. This domain is a literal, full-scale historical war. Hiram casually wonders if they have to fight. Honestly, she thinks this absolute chaos looks incredibly fun. The main character sweat drops checking her wild stats. Suddenly, a general violently roars to defend the walls with their lives. The invading soldiers scream for blood. Welcome to the Ottoman War. The hilarious part, which one? That crazy empire fought at least 5 different wars against everyone. The desperate defenders scream they absolutely cannot lose or the city falls today. Thousands of soldiers wildly clash in brutal combat. A complete massacre is about to unfold. Suddenly, the main character is hit by a devastating mental flashback. He sees the doomed victims of his past fleeing in absolute terror, hunted down like totally helpless prey. Back then, he was just a pathetic, shivering spectator, completely useless to save anyone. He violently shakes his head, snapping his eyes shut. No, he cannot let the trauma consume him now. Snapping back to epic focus, his aura flares up. He will never be that pathetic loser again. That is an absolute promise. Now let us rewind one. Fast forward a week. Welcome to the grand headquarters of Celestial Body Incorporated. The deer-headed recruiter was rambling about how the whole initiation gig worked for the newbies. Most of these rookies were just clueless, floating marshmallows. totally baffled, because they were supposed to share this party with actual divine spirits. Meanwhile, our main character tuned into Mr. Deerhead's boring lecture. Plot twist, we wouldn't even see the VIP spirits. Instead, the rookies were already dumped into a massive banquet hall. While the little orb newbies stuffed their non-existent faces with food, Yoo-hun just loitered in the corner. He stood completely frozen, observing the chaos with a single glass of wine. Honestly, he was still scratching his head over how he scammed his way into this absurd company. This place was literally a top 3 galactic corporation. Just standing here felt like a hilarious glitch in the Matrix. Outside the window, a ridiculous mega-metropolis island just casually floating in outer space. Suddenly, a squeaky voice interrupted our main character's deep thoughts. Yoo-hun glanced down to see an angry little orb with horns demanding to know why he wasn't partying like the rest of the noobs. Our guy, totally distracted by the cute little horns, just bluntly said he wasn't interested. Naturally, this instantly triggered the spicy little orb. He accused our guy of acting like an arrogant main character. Yoo-hun waved his hands trying to explain he really wasn't, but the salty orb threw a classic rival tantrum, swore to crush him one day, and dramatically bounced. Hilarious. But before he could laugh, the double doors burst open and a whole squad of intimidating higher-ups crashed the party. These veterans from rival departments of Celestial Body Incorporated marched in under the excuse of greeting the fresh meat. Keep partying, kids, they claimed. Yeah, right. Hiding in the shadows, our smart hero instantly saw through their little corporate scheme. They were totally scouting their first mission stats. The mission was aggressively simple. Snatch up the shiny new prodigies and drag them straight into corporate slavery. In seconds, this peaceful buffet mutated into a vicious headhunting battlefield. Not wanting any part of this exhausting office drama, our guy plotted his ninja escape. But of course, with his rotten luck, a senior instantly locked eyes with him. Hey, it's the freak who instantly transformed upon reincarnation. Immediately, a swarm of thirsty recruiters ambushed him like zombies screaming their department pitches. The sheer extrovert energy was absolutely terrifying. Smiling awkwardly, he thanked them for the love, while internally screaming for an emergency exit. Then, out of the corner of his panicking eye, he spotted a lone wolf, someone who literally gave zero cares about him. Ding. A delightfully sneaky idea struck. Dodging the corporate zombies, he latched onto this mysterious green and black dude, loudly complaining, "Bro, you should have told me you were here." The stranger blinked in pure confusion. Our desperate hero just doubled down on his Oscar-winning acting, praying the guy would wing it. Miraculously, the stranger caught on to the scam and played along. Yoo-hun practically wept tears of joy. Grabbing his new best friend, he dragged him toward the exit, shouting about a private catch-up. The disappointed recruiters totally bought the fake out and gave up. Nobody even recognized his accomplice, but who cares? Once they hit the hallway, our hero let out a massive sigh and thanked his savior. Yet this gloomy dude just stood there like a brick wall. No smile, no words. Was he going to do the edgy, silent protagonist routine forever? Super awkward. Deciding to cut his losses, our guy awkwardly waved goodbye, saying he had places to be, and surely the stranger was busy too. Just as he was about to bolt, a voice finally echoed. Well, that was incredibly entertaining. Yoo-hun froze dead in his tracks. The mysterious man chuckled, stating he had perfectly erased his presence. So, how exactly did a total rookie spot his flawless stealth? Sweating bullets, our guy turned around and played dumb. But holy crap, the stranger's suppressed aura had exploded. A monstrous, terrifying, spectral green snake loomed right behind him. Oh no. No, no, no. Our hero's survival instinct screamed. He had just used a hidden boss monster as a meat shield. Swallowing his terror, he asked what the guy wanted. The snake dude just smirked. He was just curious, no murdering planned. For now, anyway. He leaned in, demanding his answer. Seriously, how did he crack the stealth? Our sweating hero confessed he didn't actually see the man. He just saw a super suspicious book floating in midair. By staring hard at that creepy, levitating dark book, the illusion broke, and the edgy owner simply popped into existence. It's just a little eye trick, he nervously explained, trying to ignore the suffocating black death smoke casually brushing against his neck. The boss monster's eyes sparkled with dangerous interest. Our boy babbled that his unique cheat skill was just having really overpowered eyesight. Even he doubted it at first, but when he noticed the entire room acting completely blind to the terrifying edgelord in the corner, he knew his crazy eyes weren't lying. I swear that is the truth, Yoo-hun insisted. He simply wasn't built like these other basic rookies. The terrifying stranger threw his head back and laughed, totally agreeing that he was a weirdo. Desperate to escape, our guy quickly apologized for the impromptu kidnapping. But the man clapped his hands with a bone-chillingly creepy smile. Is that all? He purred. Meeting me was absolute destiny. Then he dropped a massive bombshell. He wanted to make a bet. Sweating buckets, our guy asked the stakes. Super simple, the boss grinned. Just guess my true identity. Guess correctly, you win a grand prize. Gulping hard, our unlucky hero had to ask. And if I guess wrong, you ruined my fun. Now, pay the price. Snatching the grimoire right out of thin air, our main character takes the deadly bet. Sure, the guy looked smug, but whatever. He pulls on the cover, but wait. It will not budge, cue the internal panic. Sweating bullets, he realizes this stranger's aura is so overwhelmingly massive. He cannot even crack open page 1. Time for some big brain energy. The system guide mentioned VIPs were in the house, the absolute top-tier divine spirits. Since they were not chilling with the regular crowd, this absolute unit had to be one of the top 5 big bosses. Eden, Asgard, Hermopolis, or the Olympian Pantheon. And then there was the Bad Boy Club, Pandemonium, home to the absolute nastiest, most overpowered myths. Looking at that creepy crimson aura, the totally edgy book design, and literally a 3-headed snake on the cover. Come on, it was painfully obvious. He points a shaking finger. You are the corrupting serpent, the blazing red dragon, the absolute legend who fell from the ultimate light straight into the deepest abyss. Yep, the dude standing there was none other than the CEO of Pandemonium himself. Satan. The devil blinks. Then a dry chuckle escapes him. Bingo, he cheers, genuinely hyped. He totally thought our guy would fail, and actually starts giving him a standing ovation. So, I get to live right, our hero squeaks. Satan waves a hand. Oh, that death threat. Mostly a prank, bro. Honestly, I should punch myself for doubting you. Yeah, right. Our guy is not buying that nonsense for one single second. If he had guessed wrong, that smiling monster would have turned him into human confetti. But hey, a bet is a bet. Satan crosses his arms. I lost so you get a prize. His demonic eyes suddenly sparkle with a brilliantly terrible idea. You are opening a library soon, right? The main character nods cautiously. Boom, I will be your official ultimate sponsor. A full Pandemonium sponsorship, how about it? Our guy starts sweating again. Backing from the literal devil. Talk about an infinite money glitch. It is the ultimate shortcut to extreme power. Satan extends a very menacing, very tempting hand. This is a one-time deal. But wait. If he shakes on it, his soul is basically signed away. No takebacks, his heart pounds like crazy. He reaches out trembling slightly, ready to make his final choice. Is selling out to the dark side really the play here? Suddenly, he slaps on a fake smile. Sorry, big guy. I'm going to have to pass on that. The devil's smile instantly drops to absolute zero. And why exactly is that? Our hero gulps. Look, your money is great, but my freedom is better. Plus, if I team up with you, the holy guys in Eden will literally smite me. Satan rolls his eyes. Fair point. But come on, kid. With my absolute backing, you would be untouchable. Taking a deep breath, our guy says, it is still a bad deal. Now the devil is truly intrigued. Excuse me, we are the top tier of the underworld. I am literally a prime executive. True, making a deal with him sounds super awesome. But here is the catch. The second they sign a contract, the library becomes Hell's exclusive property. He would only be allowed to host Pandemonium content. Satan would hold the ultimate banhammer over his entire domain. Our boy wants infinite content. He wants to farm views from every single myth out there, not just the dark ones. Selling out to one faction ruins the whole master plan. He has to stay an independent creator to reach the top. So yeah, hope no hard feelings, he stammers. But before he can even finish, Satan dramatically facepalms with a heavy sigh. Then the underworld boss bursts into absolute manic laughter. This puny human actually thought his own personal goals were bigger than the entirety of hell. The kid starts frantically waving his hands. Wait, I didn't mean to flex. Relax, kid, Satan wipes a tear of mirth. I am actually impressed. Because you hit the nail right on the head. Taking that dirty money would totally cap his infinite potential. The fact that a newbie turned down a guaranteed cheat code was incredibly stupid. But honestly, it was exactly the kind of chaotic stupid that Satan absolutely loved. Alright, I will back off, the devil hums. I am not the type to force a bad business deal. Blinking in shock, our guy asks, wait, really? You are just letting it go? A massive, terrifying grin spreads across Satan's face. Maybe, but honestly, playing hard to get just makes me want to buy you out even more. Cold sweat instantly returns. He felt like a mouse trapped in a billionaire cat's penthouse. Still, he holds his ground. I want that sweet donation money just without the soul-binding contract. Satan chuckles at the sheer audacity. Arrogant little punk. But I will let it slide. Turning away, his dark aura flares. Still, a win is a win. It would totally ruin my street cred if I left you with nothing. Check your mail soon for a legendary unboxing, he winks. Genuinely entertained by this absolutely reckless newbie. Fading into shadows, he drops one last terrifying promise. I will definitely be dropping by your place soon. And just like that, still totally mind-blown by that whole fiasco, our guy checked his system window, sweating over how much time he'd wasted. Dodging those crazy tellers was top priority. So he bolted and stumbled into a company library. An absolute shocker to find in this madhouse. It was dead silent. Zero stalkers in sight, making it the perfect spot to kill time pretending to read. Suddenly, a voice joked about getting a rare visitor in this ghost town. Our hero whipped around. Boom. A blinding aura practically flashbanged him, leaving our poor guy blinking away the spots and utterly confused by this glowing grandpa. Squinting, he spotted a massive, ridiculously shiny golden book floating above the old-timer's head. It was a seriously chunky tome, screaming, "I cost more than your life." The elder raised an eyebrow, asking who he was, since normal folks avoided this dusty place. Yuan awkwardly introduced himself as the new intern, leaving the grandpa visibly shook. The old man chuckled, apologizing for the disrespect. Yuan's vibe was so boss-level, he completely missed the newbie energy, eventually recognizing our runaway rookie. Yuan fired back, asking what a VIP like him was doing in a closet. The elder claimed he managed this dump. Yuan blinked, asking if he was on the payroll, but Grandpa laughed. Nope, the place was abandoned, so he just played unpaid janitor for fun. Mind blown. Yuan wondered why a guy with such a flex-worthy book was retired. This dude definitely had some crazy anime backstory, Grandpa then teased, asking if ditching the super important initiation ceremony was a smart career move. Yuan deadpanned that he was dodging workplace bullying. The old man busted out laughing, admitting he'd pulled the exact same stunt back in his glory days, guessing Yuan was totally jobless right now. Our boy proudly nodded, confirming he was a free agent and loving it. The elder smirked, asking if playing on ultra-hard mode didn't terrify him. Yuan shrugged, admitting he was basically sweating bullets. But a man's gotta have a dream. This totally hooked the old-timer, who noted Yuan actually had that main character yearning. Yuan tilted his head like a confused puppy, so Grandpa dropped some lore. Tellers aren't naturally born. They just pop out of the oven with pre-installed skills. But emotionally, total NPCs. Absolute blank slates. Most just blindly follow the system's GPS like corporate drones. A tragically boring way to live, honestly, because it turns them into total sheep. Sadly, finding a teller with actual passion is like finding a unicorn. A guy who ignores peer pressure, like our boy Yuan, is a shiny rare drop. Hyped up. Grandpa decides to show off his secret stash, dragging Yuan along. Yuan's jaw basically hit the floor. They stepped into a majestic hallway, hoarding every legendary story that had ever shaken the mixed world. Welcome to the VIP Lounge, the literal Hall of Fame of Celestial Body Incorporated. Inside these floating pages rested the epic karma of billions. It was visually stunning. Our protagonist was fangirling harder than a kid in a candy store. Buzzkill moment, though. The shiny hallway was awkwardly short. Grandpa abruptly announced they'd hit the dead end, leaving Yuan totally confused. The elder sighed, dropping the depressing trivia that 30 years ago, the server basically shut down. He only brought Yuan here to be a witness to this dusty museum. It was an absolute tragedy that such S-tier epics were rotting in a basement. If Grandpa ever logged out for good, he'd be crying in the afterlife, knowing his precious story vault was forgotten by all. That's exactly why he dragged our hero along. Yuan was literally the only weirdo willing to visit this crumbling relic, even if it smelled like ancient mothballs. Yuan soaked in the retro glory. While the other corporate tryhards were busy grinding for points and recycling garbage tropes, these classics hit differently. Grandpa swore that one day, the universe would absolutely beg for this kind of captivating storytelling to return and save them all. Yuan just daydreamed that if Dune hadn't bitten the dust mid-quest, he'd probably have his own shiny plaque here too. The boy desperately wanted to reach that legendary status. Bowing respectfully, our hero thanked the cool grandpa for the backstage tour of a lifetime. But wait, the tutorial timer was hitting its final 10 seconds. Before getting yeeted across dimensions, he quickly shouted, asking for the old man's name. The elder paused dramatically, flashing a cryptic grin. Survive and visit again, kid, and maybe I'll drop my gamer tag. Smiling, Yuan threw a thumbs up as the teleport beam beamed him down to Earth. Catch you later, Grandpa. Boom. Initiation over. Suddenly, a desperate yell snapped Herim back to reality. Standing in a literal war zone, the girl was visibly sweating bullets. Yuan calmly asked if her mic was on. She squeaked a yes, and he ordered her to snap out of it. Herim panicked, asking if this hellish battlefield was real. Oh, it was real, all right. The ultimate historical meat grinder that crushed the medieval era and birthed the modern age. The absolute end of the Roman Empire. Welcome to the legendary Siege of Constantinople. History class told us the Ottomans utterly wrecked the Romans here. So, yeah, the situation was basically a dumpster fire. Trembling, Herim asked if they were stuck on the doomed defending team, the Romans. Yuan casually dropped a, "Yep." He totally knew this specific trauma fest was what awakened Hiram's hidden hacks, morphing her into the legendary Empress of the Sword. This nightmare was her mandatory tutorial. Gulping. She asks if the main character watched her closely. He could hear the faint tremble in her voice. When she nervously asked if victory was possible, he gave a blunt nod. But honestly, not even 500 elite collectors could pull this off. We are talking about a pathetic defense of 7,000 soldiers, up against a monstrous swarm of 150,000. And the worst part, that was just the front line. Add the backup squads and the enemy horde easily crossed 300,000. Hiram blinked, utterly baffled. Why on earth would any collector willingly join this suicide mission? Yu Hyun cracked a knowing smile. Because of the ultimate cheat code clout, over 2,000 divine spirits had their celestial eyes glued to this bloodbath. It was the ultimate stage, a golden ticket for desperate newbies to flex their flashy moves, score some rich spirit sponsors, and rack up a massive fan base. Plus, rival libraries were absolutely snooping on the stream. Hearing this, Hiram's anxiety instantly morphed into hype. It was basically an interdimensional talent show. But there was a catch. If you put on a garbage performance, your precious viewers would smash the unsubscribe button. Sure, it looked like our duo was just here for the streaming views, but Yu Hyun had a bigger prize in mind. He actually wanted to clear this impossible hellhole. In his past life, even the legendary Sword Empress got stomped here. It was a certified death trap. Still, he shrugged and said they would give it a shot. His real goal? A deadly stress test. Since the current Hiram was already wildly stronger than her past life self, that maybe she could rewrite history. If there was even a 1% chance betting their lives on it, sounded completely reasonable, right? Suddenly, a random duo strutted up to Hiram, acting like they owned the place. The guy looked like a knockoff anime archer, while the girl was a walking cliché from a magical girl show. They smugly offered to carry Hiram in a party. She didn't even blink, completely ghosting them as she stared blankly at the wall. The discount archer scoffed at the cold shoulder. His partner sneered, claiming Hiram had a massive ego just because she cleared a few newbie dungeons. But Hiram was no fool. She could smell the freeloaders from a mile away. They totally just wanted to leech off her hard work. Hard pass. Solo leveling was the only way to go. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the chaotic plaza, welcoming the pathetic meat shields. I mean honorable mercenaries. Everyone spun around to see a rugged old man dripping in solid gold armor. The ultimate boss of the defense line had arrived. He proudly introduced himself as Constantine, the Roman emperor, offering a deeply dramatic thank you. As the guy monologued about honor and glory, Hiram totally zoned out. She wasn't listening to a single word of the lore. She was just staring at his face, thinking about how crazy realistic these system non-player characters were getting. Finally wrapping up his endless speech, Constantine roared that the siege of Constantinople was officially starting, right on cue. The heartless system chimed in with the rules. 1 life, 1 chance. Defend the castle from the impossible swarm or die trying. Let the glorious slaughter commence. The enemy army roared, thirsty for blood. Immediately, the arrogant duo from earlier sprinted to the absolute front line, shouting about how insanely easy this would be. They dove straight into the meat grinder. The knockoff archer blasted a flashy spell, exploding the earth and sending dozens of enemy troops flying like ragdolls. Laughing like a total maniac, he taunted the army for being weak. At first glance, the mobs looked like absolute trash tier, which only pumped up the duo's bloated egos to astronomical levels. But Yu Hyun narrowed his eyes. Something screamed trap. Domains were never this simple. Meanwhile, the clueless idiot kept burning through his ultimate moves on mere grunts, while his partner mindlessly spammed physical combos. Fast forward exactly 3 minutes, and reality slapped them in the face. The boy was completely out of breath, sweating buckets. He looked up and felt his soul leave his body. The sea of enemies hadn't thinned out at all. It was an infinite respawn glitch from hell. Looking around, the rest of the show-off collectors had completely drained their mana bars too. Above them, the divine spirits started spamming the yawning emojis. The hype was dead, and pure panic set in. Yu Hyun just shook his head at the absolute amateur hour, who blows their entire mana pool in Phase 1. Meanwhile, Hiram was putting on a masterclass. She danced through the bloodbath with terrifying efficiency, slicing down enemies without breaking a sweat. Her stamina management was chef's kiss perfect. Smirking, Yu Hyun decided to snoop on the rival management streams. Opening the teller network, he stepped into a glorious festival of salty tears. Tellers were crying, pulling their hair out over their brain-dead collectors who had completely ignored the golden rule of pacing. The chat was toxic. Divine spirits were leaving 0-star reviews and demanding refunds. The rival tellers were having absolute meltdowns. But then the board gods noticed a certain Sword Empress who was actually playing the game right. Instantly, a massive migration of viewers flooded into Yoo Hyun's channel. The subscriber count exploded, hitting a beautifully absurd 512 concurrent gods. One of the rival managers caught Yoo Hyun casually raking in the views. Seething with absolute jealousy, he glared at Yoo Hyun's smug success. How dare this guy win the algorithmic lottery? In a fit of petty rage, the rival teller started screaming at his completely gassed-out collector, demanding he get back out there and dance for the views. A hilarious mid-battle argument completely broke out between them. But jokes aside, Yoo Hyun realized the meat grinder was taking its toll. The defensive line was cracking. Even the mighty Herim was finally dropping her insane combo speed. If she burned out now, this would quickly turn into a game over. What crazy move would she pull next? Just as she gets completely cornered, boom, a massive blast rocks the battlefield behind her. Yoo Hyun screams out that the castle walls are totally wiped out. She spins around, absolutely stunned. Turns out the enemy whipped out an Orban cannon. Talk about overkill. That legendary Ottoman siege weapon was no joke. The enemy forces swarm in like angry ants. The collectors, they absolutely lose their minds. Panic sets in as survival instincts kick in. Emperor Constantine desperately turns to his hired swords, begging for backup. Without them, it was game over. Herim nods in agreement. They absolutely had to shield the Roman civilians trapped inside. She spins around, ready to bark out some epic battle orders. Big yikes. Before she even opens her mouth, her so-called comrades are already busy chickening out. They scramble to escape, this nightmare raid. She desperately tries to guilt-trip them into staying, but spoiler alert, it completely fails. They were dropping the mission faster than a bad habit. One sweaty guy snaps at Herim, screaming that this domain was famously unbeatable for a reason. The only valid strategy here, survive for 5 minutes and run for your life. Herim shoots that cowardly logic down. They couldn't just leave these soldiers to die. The guy absolutely loses it, roaring that these NPCs were nothing but system illusions. Fake pixels? He couldn't care less about them, since they didn't exist back on Earth. He snarls that if she wants to play the dead hero, she can do it solo. She blinks, completely blindsided. Were elite collectors really this pathetic? Folding at the first sign of danger, weren't these guys in the business of chasing glory and legendary achievements? What a joke. Left in the dust, Herim can only stand there as her party cowardly jumps into the exit portal. The thunderous clash of armies rages behind her while she freezes, totally torn on her next move. Let's rewind a bit. From the moment they entered this doomed domain, Constantine practically begged the hunters to save them. But facing an infinite cheat code army of Ottoman soldiers, everyone just noped out immediately, fleeing like rats from a sinking ship. Watching them run, Constantine just sighs. He saw this betrayal coming from a mile away. The legendary emperor stares at the bloody wasteland, fully aware he's trapped in this miserable system time loop for the millionth time. But giving up, not in his vocabulary. Gripping his weapon, he bravely charges straight into the meat grinder. This domain's bad ending was hard-coded. But even as a system echo, how could he watch his empire burn and do nothing? If Destiny said they die today, he was ready to punch Destiny right in the face. He would break this loop. Suddenly, an enemy grunt spots the Emperor's shiny armor, yelling for the squad to claim his head for the Sultan. Talk about drawing aggro. Constantine braces himself. Game over again. 2 massive brutes leap at him, swords raised for the killing blow. But right before the strike connects, whoosh, a deadly projectile grazes his cheek. Kaboom! The enemies are blasted into pixel dust. The Emperor blinks in shock. It was Herim, dropping in like an absolute boss. She stands tall before him, glancing over her shoulder, with this fiercely intense glare, not saying a single word. The surviving enemies panic, recognizing the crazy mercenary from earlier. Was she the legendary Joan of Arc? Constantine is dumbfounded. Why didn't she take the easy way out? This raid was doomed. Stepping closer, she smirks. She wasn't done playing, and she definitely refused to watch him die again. The old ruler is flabbergasted. Every other player had instantly logged out to save their skins. Herim tilts her head, asking if he remembered their cowardly faces. The Emperor gives a sad smile. He was just a digital ghost here, right? The real him died centuries ago. He was basically an NPC. But Herim shuts that depressing talk down. Fake. Not to her. She saw a real human soul in him. That's exactly why she stayed behind to carry this raid. Constantine's jaw drops. Did this crazy girl actually mean that? She winks. Did he prefer being treated like code? His ghostly heart suddenly throbs with overwhelming warmth. He's literally speechless. No more endless despair or rage. A bright smile breaks across his face. Yes, he was feeling pure joy. It was an absolute honor to be treated like a living, breathing warrior worth saving. But there's no time for hugs. The Ottoman army charges back in, screaming about a broken defense line. Constantine flashes a warrior's grin. Could she solo the vanguard for just a minute? Just until his troops get back into formation. Hiram cracks her knuckles. Say less. The Roman emperor roars for his legions to hold the line. Absolute goosebumps. Charging straight into hell with a massive grin. Our girl becomes the ultimate savior. The epic clash resumes. But wait. Yu Hyun spots something insane. From the sidelines, her skill book is glowing bright silver. She's shattering her past limits. He screams his lungs out, cheering for her to break through. The stream viewer count explodes to 800. Even the divine spirits are completely stunned, kept shattering her limits. An Ottoman warrior loomed over the girl, screaming for her head. As his heavy blade crashed down, she casually sidestepped. The steel barely kissed her neck. Before she countered with a devastating strike, she blasted the soldier back, instantly deleting him from the battlefield. An absolute bloodbath began. And honestly, the epic background music playing in my head made it cinematic. I was practically wiping away tears. Meanwhile, a rival teller sneered, asking our main character why he hadn't pulled his collector out yet. They mocked her fading stamina, dripping with passive-aggressive venom. But our guy finally reached his breaking point. He snapped, telling the whole peanut gallery to shut their traps. The tiger-headed teller gasped, absolutely clutching his pearls at the disrespect. He demanded to know what he just heard. The main character just smirked. Are you deaf, or do I need to spell it out? These cowards had already tucked their tails and fled the scene earlier. Were they plotting to loot his library, or just praying for his downfall? Rolling his eyes, Yu Hyun labeled them all as absolute garbage. He wasn't some greedy manager, treating his collector like a cheap vending machine. He glared at the haters. How dare you cowards look down on someone actually fighting? The tiger guy started sweating bullets. Unable to form a comeback, he just growled at Yu Hyun to know his place. Sure, our guy talked a big game, but his palms were definitely sweating. Back on the battlefield, Herim was a relentless tornado of steel holding the line until the absolute last barrier shattered. The Roman soldiers wailed in total despair. Their shields were broken. They were basically sitting ducks. Suddenly, she flashed to the front lines like a lightning bolt, transforming into an unbreakable human shield. The infantry gazed at her like she was a literal goddess. Her eyes burned with pure determination. She had to stall this entire army, even if it cost her everything. But a tiny voice echoed in her head. Why push this hard? Why not just smash the surrender button? If death was knocking, shouldn't she just sprint the other way? Her brain was drawing a massive blank, but logic didn't matter right now. Her soul screamed that turning her back meant losing something far more precious than her life. Suddenly, a rogue arrow violently pierced her chest. Crimson painted the air, blending into the enemy blood already soaking her armor. Seeing their holy saint drop to her knees, the Roman troops absolutely lost their minds. They roared in berserk fury, charging the Ottoman lines like madmen. How dare they hurt their savior? This sheer chaotic rage gave the collapsing defense a massive second wind, but the enemy answered with a brutal united surge. A Roman soldier collapsed right at her feet, his lifeless eyes staring into the void. Panic finally clawed at Hiram's throat. Had she seriously deluded herself into thinking this was a winnable game? She had felt so smug about staying behind while the cowards ran. Now, reality was hitting her like a freight train. Hot tears blurred her vision. What was the next play? Sadly, this moment of weakness triggered the stream chat hard. The divine spirits started aggressively backseating. Some typed out massive respect for her grit, while toxic trolls flamed her for crying. Sure, the haters were just a vocal minority right now, but it was giving our streamer massive anxiety. He hovered over the ban button, itching to silence the toxic chat, but hesitated. Pissing off the gods meant his channel's metrics would completely tank. As the live stream morphed into a toxic dump, he started chewing his nails. Then, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The spamming completely froze. Every single divine spirit went dead silent. Blinking in confusion, he checked the viewer list to see what silenced the trolls. Then he saw it. His jaw hit the floor. A terrifying smiling avatar from the absolute abyss had just logged in. The big boss himself, Satan. The king of demons casually typed, "Why so serious in here?" Sweating but smiling, Yu Hyun replied, "Your grand entrance kind of killed the vibe." The chat gasped at his sheer, unadulterated audacity. But our guy doubled down, teasing Satan for being fashionably late. Flashing a confident smirk, he promised the VIP viewer that the real show was just getting started. Amused, Satan casually dropped a 1,000-point donation. "Entertain me," he challenged. Flash. The main character warped straight into the active battlefield. He spawned right beside his battered collector who was barely clinging to her weapon. "Game over," he said softly. She weakly tilted her head, meeting her manager's eyes. He offered her an out. "You can tap out now, or it's permanent game over." He praised her insanely epic carry, admitting some boss fights were just fundamentally broken. Her voice was a fragile whisper. She knew the level gap was too wide. "So, are you hitting the eject button?" he asked. "Hell no," she suddenly screamed. Gritting her bloody teeth, she admitted her own foolish pride. She knew her stats were trash right now. Sobbing uncontrollably, she demanded to know why he was tempting her with the easy way out. She refused to quit. The entire world had labeled her a dead-end scrub, telling her to delete her account. She almost believed the haters. But her manager was different. He looked at her zero-tier stats and called her a legendary hidden gem. He made her feel invincible, and that tiny spark of hope was exactly what leveled her up. Why she was even there. Bam epiphany hits. Herim finally realizes her true calling. Stumbling to her feet, completely drenched in tears, our stubborn heroine declares she is done with the running game. Quitting is officially off the menu. Yuhan casually points out she is literally about to kick the bucket. Her response, "Yeah, no kidding, Sherlock, but she would rather go down swinging." She tearfully apologizes for being a massive idiot with zero survival instincts right now. The main character just nods, saying he totally gets it. "And let us be honest, you already know what our boy is about to pull, right?" Enter one angry Ottoman soldier screaming witch and swinging his rusty sword right behind our hero. Hiram is shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. She knows she should probably dodge, but her stamina bar is at 0.0. Is it game over for her tragic storyline? She starts mumbling her final apologies. But Yuhan just smirks, claiming this is perfect timing, which totally confuses the poor girl. He steps right into the danger zone. "Wait, can a spectator actually fight? Isn't that a massive ban-worthy offense?" "What do you think?" The glowing system window pops up, threatening to permanently disable his Genesis system. Without missing a single beat, he clicks yes. Talk about a one-way ticket. The Genesis system instantly shuts down, and just as the enemy soldier is mid-air, ready to chop our hero like an onion. Splat. A massive fountain of pixelated crimson paints the battlefield. With a flick of his wrist, our overpowered hero pulls a magic blade from absolute nowhere and deletes the bad guy effortlessly. Hiram's jaw drops to the floor. Meanwhile, Satan literally bursts into maniacal laughter from his cozy little VIP streaming room. Who knows what that crazy demon is plotting? Yuhan admits he secretly always wanted main character energy. All those youthful regrets and his dear mother's endless pep talks, yeah, they were a messy emotional soup inside his brain. Thanks to that jerk Do-yoon, he lived with a mountain of inferiority complexes. His past self actually bought into that toxic garbage, feeling utterly useless ditching his dreams just to become a corporate slave for Cho Do-yoon. But this crazy girl, totally different breed. She looked death in the face and absolutely refused to blink. She held her ground looking epic and unbothered. Our guy is incredibly smug about choosing her. Suddenly, the angry mob charges again. He peeks over his shoulder, realizing that acting like a cowardly spectator would just ruin the mood. Yuhan aggressively flexes his sword completely, ready to babysit his favorite collector. She screams that he has officially lost his marbles and will definitely die, but he smoothly replies that this is exactly what a true gigachad does. Sprinting at the army, he boasts that his stubbornness matches hers, and immediately starts slicing bad guys like hot butter. The system casually chimes in, announcing they broke the 1 out of 200 viewer milestone. He celebrates the glorious view count. She bursts into laughter when he jokes that this chaotic bloodbath is an excellent debut for an extra who barely even got a character name. Extremely grateful for her overpowered meat shield, Hiram happily delegates the entire massacre over to him. Casually swatting away a lethal spear, he says, "No problem," then shamelessly opens the premium cash shop mid-battle. Usually most storytellers literally just eat popcorn and watch the suffering. That is the boring, unwritten rule for gods and mortals alike. But why stay a useless keyboard warrior when you can actually throw hands? Technically, no system ban hammer existed for this. Contrary to the haters' beliefs, Yuhan jumped straight into the meat grinder for that exact loophole. He was absolutely determined to write the most chaotic, unhinged script ever and dominate the stage. The bad guys are still screaming to roast the witch. Sure, winning would secure their victory, but oops, a mysterious silver flash just relocated their heads. Our protagonist's blade was way too ridiculously fast. He loudly refuses to let them ruin his stream. The enemy mob is completely flabbergasted by this random boss encounter as he shouts that his defense is absolutely impenetrable. Hiram is watching the whole flex. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she channels a magical incantation, claiming his reckless stunt gave her the ultimate courage buff to stop being a crybaby. Meanwhile, the terrified soldiers are getting absolutely clapped by his overwhelming stats. Literally no non-player character could step forward without getting a free trip to the afterlife. Our hero flashes a cocky grin, bragging about his insane power levels, even if he is currently soloing the lobby. Glowing magical runes suddenly wrap around our heroine as she continues fangirling over how insanely brave he was to permanently delete his VIP system privileges just for her sake. It is payback time. Suddenly, a heavy blade aggressively stabs into the bloody dirt. Yuhan is officially panting like a dog. His stamina bar is flashing bright red. How much longer is her casting animation? Seeing him desperately gasping for air, the foolish enemies rush in like greedy loot goblins, thinking it is an easy kill. But right before they can even touch his fabulous hair, an enemy points at the sky, screaming in absolute horror. Yuhan slowly turns around and holy smokes, a blindingly epic light is exploding out of Herim, making even him drop his jaw. The system happily dings, announcing she just unlocked the absurdly overpowered body and sword unison achievement. Her cute face goes totally deadpan, and a ridiculously suffocating aura explodes outward. She has officially hacked her way into the path of the celestial sword. Utterly terrified by this ridiculous boss transformation, the bad guys smash the retreat button. But guess what? Two slow bozos. She swings her legendary blade with absolutely zero chill. A terrifying shockwave of pure destruction perfectly misses Yuhan, but carves an absolutely catastrophic trench. Absolute destruction before them. Glancing sideways, our guy is sweating bullets. Who knew she'd level up into such an overpowered monster so fast? Honestly, he's just glad she's on his team. Suddenly, Constantine pops up like a stealth ninja, thanking them. This breather might actually let them push back the Ottoman horde. But Yu Hyun drops the reality check. Don't celebrate yet. They will respawn, and we will get crushed. Constantine sighs like a gamer out of mana, admitting their health is basically at zero. He's totally given up, but our main character smirks. We've still got one cheat code left. This isn't a guaranteed game over. Raising his blade, our hero drops the ultimate boss raid strategy. We just need to snipe their leader. The old emperor blinks, asking if that's even physically possible. Yu Hyun grins, crazy yes. Impossible nah, especially since we've got our secret weapon Herim. Right then, the enemy forces were pulling back. The real headache here was their absolute swarm of mobs. Surviving this VIP assassination? Yeah, highly unlikely. Yu Hyun casually asks for 300 human shields, brave soldiers, and waits for the emperor to process the crazy request. Turning his head, the old man's jaw drops. A whole squad of battered guys had already stepped up to the plate, ready to throw hands. Even running on 1% battery, they still saw this boomer as their true emperor. Blinking back tears, he tells them they're absolute legends for tossing their lives on the line for the survival of the server, nation. He owes them big time. He admits he hyped them up, saying the gods would carry them, but, spoiler alert, the admins are offline. It's pure manual mode now. Wrapping up his epic speech, he begs his bros to defend the base. Anyone joining this crazy raid party can lock in. No pressure, no force. If anyone wanted to rage quit and go home, he wouldn't even be mad. Who wants to join this glorious suicide squad? He literally bows eyes, squeezed shut, dropping his royal ego. A bunch of soldiers step up, without skipping a beat, hitting Constantine right in the feels. He sobs a quick thank you to the absolute chads present. Not a single coward in the lobby, Yu Hyun cracks his knuckles. Alright, let's roll. And thus, the ultimate death march begins. Way out in the distance, a massive army is eating popcorn watching the ruins of Constantinople. Mehmed, II, the big boss himself, chuckles that his rival is too stubborn to rage quit. But wait, he squints. Something smells fishy. The defenders' reinforcements should have despawned by now. Why are there still red dots on the map? Suddenly, a scout screams that the Romans are rushing mid. Constantine Herim and Yu Hyun are speeding on horseback, while the poor infantry hustle on foot. Mehmed is like, what kind of noob strat is this? As his guards start sweating, Constantine roars for the attack, and the chaos drops. The enemy archers spam their arrows like an absolute bullet hell straight at the tiny squad of 300 men. It's raining pointy death, and the old man screams for a shield wall. Mobs and horses are dropping left and right. The damage count is catastrophic. It's a total feed looking straight out of that 300 Spartans movie. Herim shrieks in horror as her teammates get wiped, but our guy screams, "Don't look at the kill feed." She tries to argue, but he hits her with the harsh truth. They knew the risks. If you want to honor their sacrifice, save their families, don't stand around crying. If she actually feels bad about this wipeout, she needs to carry this raid to the very end. A random soldier manages to tank a hit, carving a perfect path for Herim to rush through the front line. But then a spear totally snipes a guy right behind her, instantly deleting his health bar. She glances back, absolutely horrified. The trauma was really starting to mess with her mind. She desperately wanted to play healer, but a bro shouts out, calling her their literal saint. He tells her they'll handle the trash mobs here, so she better keep her eyes on the prize. This lag-free battle is glorious, right? Constantine randomly screams, warning that the mini-bosses, the elite Ottoman cavalry, have just spawned and are charging right at them. Bail Yu-hyun jumps off his ride and yells for Herim to ditch hers too. They stick the superhero landing completely unfazed and ready to spam their skills. The others act as meat shields to hold the line. Our main character screams for Herim to sprint forward and ignore the explosions behind her. With pure rage in her eyes, the duo totally ignores the cavalry and makes a mad dash straight for the final boss. One of the mini-bosses notices and starts sweating bullets. A bunch of low-level grunts try to block the way, but she literally slices through them like warm butter. Screaming her lungs out, she turns into an absolute lawnmower, shredding anyone dumb enough to stand between her and the objective. Speed and power maxed out, the duo blitzes past an ocean of enemies. It's an extreme survival game now, and pausing wasn't an option. Their co-op combo meter is off the charts. They're here to save the server. Yu-hyun hollers that the boss is right in striking distance, and they fire up a tag team ultimate. In our guy's head, the math is simple. The boss has no guards left to block for Mehmed II. Seeing a random shield on the dirt, a totally unhinged idea sparks. He screams at Herim that he's gonna grab that trash loot and literally catapult her right into the boss's face. She's like, wait, what? But he's already scooped it up, and she locked it in place as the perfect springboard. The climax had arrived. With a powerful leap, she hits the shield, and our main character launches her skyward. She blasts to an altitude no ordinary soldier or archer could ever dream of reaching. The battlefield froze. Everyone could only stare up in absolute awe, jaws dropping to the dirt. Yu-hyun screams for Herim to take flight. And boom, she spreads her radiant wings, transforming into a literal battle angel of destruction. Honestly, bring out the tissues, folks. Panic erupts below as an enemy commander screams for the archers to shoot her down. A torrential rain of arrows darkens the sky, moving at breakneck speed. But nope, she casually evades the deadly barrage locked onto the Sultan to end this messy war once and for all. Staring at the descending doom, all Mehmed II could mutter was absolute praise. Dragis's was his mortal enemy, sure, but even he had to respect this epic boss phase. A massive shockwave obliterates the Sultan's command post. When the dust settles, Herim is kneeling dramatically, having sliced Mehmed II diagonally like a giant pizza. Rest in pieces, buddy. Yu-hyun just watched with his jaw unhinged. Seeing an overpowered strike like that live in high definition was absurdly cool. Meanwhile, the Phantom Army begins to pixelate and fade. Herim stands up, locking in her signature serious face. Hoisting her glowing blade to the heavens, she declares their absolute victory. The Romans absolutely lose their minds cheering, while Constantine watches in stunned silence. Looking just as flabbergasted as the late Sultan, the old emperor starts bawling his eyes out. The impossible quest was finally cleared. This exact glorious moment was what he had waited lifetimes to see, his people celebrating in pure joy. Herim and our main character are sharing a proud look when the weeping grandpa shuffles over to shower them with gratitude. Yanking off his royal helmet, he bows deeply, swearing to remember their epic carry job forever, even if they were just temporary ghosts of this dungeon. Our main character quickly corrects him. The emperor was shedding very real, salty tears of joy, wasn't he? The old monarch blinks in confusion, but the main character smiles, insisting they are totally real. He tells the emperor to stop downplaying his existence. A basic thanks was plenty. This heartwarming reality check hits Constantine right in the feels. Wiping his face, the emperor announces he must hand over some sweet loot, but boring gold coins will not cut it. Instead, he offers to dub them official knights. Yu-hyun practically chokes on air, and Herim tilts her head, totally clueless. The main character mentally screams that in ancient Rome, a knight title was incredibly overpowered, and in their chaotic modern system, it was the ultimate VIP pass. This knighthood would massively boost his storytelling authority. It was a legendary hidden reward that not even a billion system points could purchase. Channeling his inner majestic narrator, Constantine Dragis's Paleologos proudly bestows upon them the shiny title of Distinguished Knights. Talk about an insane stat buff. As his pixelated form dissolves into light, the old man drops his epic final line. May nothing but absolute glory pave your future path. The spectral soldiers give a tearful salute to their battle saint, swearing to remember her awesome sword skills forever before vanishing into thin air. Against all the crazy odds, they had actually beaten the ultimate boss stage, Herim whispers. Yu-hyun nods, equally exhausted. The stoic girl was actually getting teary-eyed. She had totally prepared to die today, yet here they were, breathing and victorious. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing a server-first achievement. For clearing the impossible, they are instantly showered with 10,000 shiny points. Sobbing happy tears, Herim realizes their gamer tags are about to be permanently engraved in the world's Hall of Fame, and she bursts into giggles. The notification bell goes crazy with bonus loot, crazy viewer donations, and hidden achievements. The main character was just thrilled to have survived with her. He confidently promises they will always party up and crush dungeons together. Blushing with a massive smile, she admits that was all the reward she ever needed. From being total nobodies, their names were about to break the global internet. Society had labeled them as garbage tier hunters for ages. And sure, maybe they sucked before, but look who is laughing now. A mystical book suddenly spawns before our main character. It was his very first manifested story. The epic tale of the storyteller and his beloved sword empress. The exact foundational myth that would soon flip the entire hunter ranking system upside down. Cut to the real world inside Baekwa management. The exhausted CEO is juggling phone calls, politely asking how she can assist the yelling reporter. The entire media world wants an exclusive interview, but her schedule is already booked until the next century, so they are getting a hard pass. Watching from the sofa, the main character notes that despite looking like a stressed-out zombie, their boss is a total administrative beast. She slams the phone down and glares at Yoo Hyun, demanding to know if he is seriously dropping his overpowered Genesis blessing. Out of nowhere, Herim dive bombs straight into the main character's lap like a clingy cat, declaring he dropped the buff just to cuddle her. But our guy is not having this romantic nonsense. He barks at her to peel off, but she is sticking like superglue. CEO, Soo-yoon asks if turning off the blessing is risky. He bluntly admits it is, but hey, he has a ridiculously strong bodyguard glued to his leg now. Plus, with their new party setup, he practically qualifies as a rare hero collector. Herim is clearly having the time of her life, being a massive nuisance. She loudly brags to the boss about their intense, intimate bond right before our main character absolutely bonks her on the head. He literally just told her to unhand him. Ignoring the whimpering swordswoman, Yoo Hyun asks Soo-yoon if she needs a nap, and she sighs that she is dying inside, but the massive pile of new money is keeping her awake. Honestly, she is still utterly flabbergasted that these two dorks actually solo cleared an impossible death trap domain. She genuinely thought they were going to end up as dungeon fertilizer. The main character begs her to please stop accepting every single thirsty scout request, and she nods. She has already blocked 100 desperate top-tier guilds, but dodging the rabid journalists was a nightmare. They were even getting offers to shoot energy drink commercials, but our guy instantly shoots that down. No cringy advertisements, please. Unless they are absolute bangers. Ding. The system blows up with spam. Thirsty divine spirits wanted to slide into his inbox, with massive donations after that epic boss fight. But our boy hits the block button, sure, having crazy subscriber counts is every streamer's dream. But they needed ground rules before chat got completely toxic. While the vibe seemed chill for now, the main character flexes hard, popping a literal apple into his hand. Herim blinks in confusion, while Soo-yoon absolutely loses it, screaming like a fangirl. Is that the fruit of life? He smirks. Good eye. Duh, it is my literal job, she shoots back. Yoo-yoon casually drops the lore, saying it was his loot from the Constantinople raid. The chat goes wild. Spirits are absolutely shook. The sugar daddy behind this gift. Satan himself, basically marking his territory, just to scare off other jealous gods. Yam just squints at the shiny apple, completely unimpressed. But Soo-yoon hypes it up, explaining it is a legendary teardrop, one of the top 2 rarest items in existence. The main character nods. Tiny, sure, but literally priceless. You could not buy this, even with 10 million gold coins. But here is the hilarious catch. If he dared to take a bite right now, his low-level body would explode like a cheap firework, gifting a legendary item you literally cannot eat. Ultimate troll move Satan. Suddenly, a VIP notification bypasses his strict block list. Wait, what? The one who resembles shimmering lights is demanding a private one-on-one. Yoo Hyun jumps to his feet. Duty calls ladies got a VIP whale to meet. He announces he has to bounce immediately. The girls are left blinking like confused non-player characters. Before they can even grab his shirt, he smashes the accept button. And poof, teleported into the unknown. Now he is casually floating in an endless skybox. Talk about high-budget server rendering. This dimension was definitely not in his previous playthrough. A mysterious voice drops a greeting. He spins around to face his secret admirer, and instantly realizes he is dealing with a big shot. But hold that thought. Scene cut. Remember that salty teller who tried to bully our boy? Yeah, he is currently losing his absolute mind. Jaw on the floor. He cannot fathom how a total noob cleared the Constantinople raid, a stage even he would fail. And without a godly blessing no less, sweating buckets, the hater starts pacing, plotting his villain arc to crush this kid. If management finds out, he is so fired. But wait, a toxic idea sparks. The main character tossed away his Genesis blessing. That means 0 guild protection. It is open season for trolling, even if he cannot beat the overpowered sword girl. He can just cancel them online. Oh, this script is about to get spicy. Laughing like a cartoon villain, he boots up his keyboard warrior mode, spamming hate comments, trash-talking the Empress, and demanding our hero get permanently banned from the server. Blinded by pure saltiness, his entire personality is now just ruining the guy who dared to reject his trash-tier blessing. Anyway, back to the skybox. The secret VIP who summoned Yoo-hyun, none other than Archangel Michael. The big boss of Eden says thanks for dropping by. Yoo-hyun shrugs. Did not expect a heavenly summons, but hey, why not? Michael casually spawns a luxury table and chairs out of thin air. Take a seat. Okay, even our hero respects that magic flex. Not blown away, Michael smirks. Oh, I am properly starstruck. The main character deadpans. You are basically a celebrity up here. You are oddly chill for a mortal, the Archangel notes. But let us skip the small talk. Michael hits him with the real agenda. He is here to fact-check some juicy server gossip. With a serious face, he asks if a certain rumor rings any bells. Yoo-hyun does not even blink. He knows exactly what the heavenly paparazzi are whispering about. Ah, you mean my little care package? From your sworn nemesis Satan. Heaven and hell beefed constantly. And he was not stepping into that drama. Relax, bird boy, he clarifies, I am totally ungilded. No Pandemonium Premium subscription here. Michael literally breathes a sigh of relief. Awesome. Yoo-hyun keeps pushing. Honestly surprised, Eden watches my little channel. But Michael shakes his head. Only noobs believe everything they read on the forums. I did my admin checks. You are officially demon-free. But the Archangel leans in. There was one tiny nagging detail left. Are you and the Dark Lord, tight? Is this an interrogation or is Michael just jealous? Yoo-hyun decides to spill the tea about his demonic encounter. He drops the lore about the rookie initiation ceremony and how the big bad demon lord basically sponsored him out of nowhere. Michael's jaw drops. He gave you the legendary fruit of life just for showing up. He was oddly obsessed, our hero sighs. I even rejected his friend request. Now Michael is truly baffled. Wait, you rejected Satan. Is not a Dark Lord's backing like a massive stat boost? Yoo-hyun just shrugs. Sure, the buffs are cool. But honestly, I have standards. My personal quests matter way more than selling out for quick levels, and hilariously enough, playing hard to get just made Satan obsess over him even harder. Typical toxic fan behavior. Michael nods, finally satisfied with the lore dump. Good to know. Since you are clearly not on Team Demon, I can finally cut to the chase. A blinding holy aura erupts, and the Archangel drops the ultimate bombshell. How about Eden becomes your official sponsor instead? Yoo-hyun just smiles. He literally predicted this dialogue tree. When the top Archangel wants to chat, it is always a recruitment pitch. Michael himself. Not just some feathered extra. Eden was a top-tier celestial powerhouse, an absolute jackpot of a sponsorship. But our main character, he boldly rejects the Archangel flat out. Shocked, Michael demands a reason. The answer, his ambition towers way above some flashy guild contract. He refuses to let his channel become a pawn. Michael narrows his eyes. Would his tales seriously dare to broadcast both absolute good and pure evil? Yoo-hyun smirks. It wasn't about picking sides. He craved ultimate freedom. A legendary saga untouched by godly politics. Call him arrogant. But if the Archangel had trust issues, he could just grab some popcorn and watch. Honestly, wasn't His Holiness dying to see the grand finale of the crazy storyteller who rejected Eden? Bullseye. Those words struck a chord in Michael's celestial heart. The angel was an absolute sucker for epic content. He asks if the main character seriously plans to juggle both Eden and Pandemonium at once. Cue the mysterious protagonist smile. Total silence. Standing tall, Michael admits defeat. Eden would back off, but he was officially hitting that subscribe button. Still, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. Our guy blinks in confusion. Wait, a parting gift. Michael pulls the exact same excuse Satan used earlier. Eden couldn't afford to look cheap, right? He suddenly whips out a mysterious egg, a divine token of appreciation, practically forcing it into his hands. Yoo-hyun sweats bullets. He clearly recognizes this shiny loot, and he does not look thrilled about it. Cut back to Earth. He flexes the egg to the girls. Did some VIP client tip him with groceries? They are dying to know. Yuan goes full fantasy nerd, predicting a legendary dragon summon. Nice try, but totally wrong. Our hero already knew the truth. In celestial lore, dragons equaled pure evil. Suddenly, crack, panic ensues as someone yells that it is hatching. The trio freezes, staring intensely at the shaking shell. Pop. out comes a tiny, fluffy owl. Looking straight out of a mascot anime, it is undeniably an owl, and the girls instantly melt into puddles. Must pet the fluff. But zoom. The bird claims the protagonist's head as its throne. Herim pouts, totally feeling rejected. But wait. Lore check. Satan's symbol is a snake, and owls eat snakes for breakfast. Michael's petty message was loud and clear. Even crazier, this baby bird calling him mommy literally came with a readable skill menu. Herim suggests the worst name ever. The others instantly veto it. So cringe. Suryun passes the naming rights to our guy. Brain gears turning, he makes a choice. Baekyo, literally just white owl. Creative, right. The fluffball loves it anyway, melting their hearts all over again. Scene change. A dungeon portal is swarming with rival hunters. A blonde woman steps up, checking on her team's loot. A hooded guy grumbles, complaining about a less than stellar run. But suddenly, a chill runs down their spines. The dynamic duo has arrived at the dungeon gate. Gasps echo everywhere. Their monstrous reputation precedes them. But here's the hilarious part. These grinders absolutely despise Herim. Why? Because she actually beats the boss instead of just farming it. The farm destroyer has logged in, panic mode activated. They stampede inside to steal whatever loot is left. Watching them scramble, she grins like an absolute menace. Challenge accepted. The main character just sighs. Seeing she actually loves the villainous title, he hands her the baby owl. Hold my bird. It is streaming time. She nods. The second the broadcast goes live, the Constellation chat room explodes. Viewers flood in. 2,500 concurrents. MSS. 1,200 paying subs. The growth rate is totally ridiculous. Hitting the mic, he welcomes the divine audience to their official combat channel. The spirits go completely wild in the chat. But it has only been 5 seconds, and it is already a madhouse. Spam everywhere, coins raining down. Honestly, he actually misses Satan playing chat moderator right now. He yells at the gods to chill out. Time for some serious channel management. Running a stream while dodging monsters is tough. So, new chat rules are officially dropping. The crowd listens. Rule 1. No forming weird cults. Rule 2. Stop bringing up rival streamers. Rule 3. Divided by toxicity equals the ban hammer divided by. The gods throw a tantrum. One petty spirit donates just to rage quit. Thanks for the money. Blocked. He snipes the troll instantly. The rest of the constellations, absolutely terrified and impressed. Strategy check. He was just putting them in their place. Suddenly, a big shot named the White King of the Sunset Sea drops a spicy 1,000 points. He promises more cash if our boy loosens the leash. Sure, it was a fat stack of cash, but Yu Hyun doesn't play that game. Rules are rules, no VIP passes here. Before he can even blink, bam, 10,000 points hit the screen. The spirit smirks, thinking cash changes everything. Instantly, all the other gods are totally speechless at this massive flex. But our protagonist, he's just annoyed. This arrogant jerk thought he could buy the library's absolute authority with pocket change. The main character just stares silent. He begins to analyze that flashy username, a legendary being with that title casually throwing around a fortune. There was only one candidate, the celestial heavyweight himself, the White Dragon of the West. Our boy knew top-tier gods would discover his channel eventually. He just didn't expect a VIP whale to crash the party so soon. Yu Hyun coolly mentions his surprise at having a mythical sea dragon in his chat. Cue the dragon tilting his scaly snout in pure arrogance. Another 10,000 points drop, followed by a demand to stop being strict. Did he really think gods formed little cliques just to play nice? Trying the diplomatic route, the main character chuckles and repeats the word moderately, with a heavy dose of sarcasm. Then snapping back to his streamer persona, he flat out rejects him. The entire chat room of literal gods falls dead silent. The Sunset King angrily types asking what the heck that was supposed to mean. The main character just deadpans no means no. Do I need to spell it out? Boom. A third 10,000 point bomb drops. The king demands a price tag for our boy to kneel. Oh, someone's fragile ego is shattered, but Yu Hyun doesn't even flinch. Toss all the points you want, lizard breath. The creator's rules are absolute and unbreakable. He cannot be bought with cheap coins or flashy godhood. Intimidation means nothing here, and his verdict is final. The divine VIP absolutely loses his cosmic mind in pure rage, but our savage host just shrugs. Take it or leave the stream, buddy. Back in reality, Hayam spots an ominous red glow hovering over the pets and totally panics. Glancing at the blood-red sky, the main character realizes this overgrown lizard is so mad his rage is crossing realms. Suddenly, the Genesis system wakes up. A massive apocalyptic red lightning bolt violently strikes down on the fabric of reality. But spoiler alert, as long as the almighty system is online, no god can throw a tantrum unchecked. Clink. Another 10,000 points. The Sea King orders the host to literally crawl for his amusement. In his mind, cash is God. Spamming 10,000-point donations like a toxic whale, he demands submission. But the main character has absolute zero chills. Calmly opening the admin panel, he drops a savage thanks for the cash. Then, citing toxic chat behavior against the host, he hits him with the ultimate ban hammer. The system proudly announces, the mighty Sea King has been permanently kicked from the lobby. The other gods are sweating bullets while our host flashes a troll smile. Rules are rules, folks. Behave and we'll get along fine. But wait, the cursed red light flashes again. Spawning right behind our host, a blood-red chat bubble screams absolute profanities at him. Lightning explodes everywhere. The angry god bypassed the ban. Our boy is genuinely shook. How do you hack an absolute system ban? This level of cosmic brute force was insane, and honestly, a little terrifying. Yu Hyun casually tells him to touch grass because he just crossed the ultimate line. This pushes the white dragon past the boiling point, spewing godly insults. Getting blocked after paying premium whale money was a massive slap to his divine ego, and he promises fatal consequences. Unbothered, the main character points out he respects the 36 heavens, including the West Dragon. He just took out the trash for breaking chat rules. The furious spirit roars at him, demanding respect. But then ping, a holy notification pops up. The Archangel Michael just logged into the server. He drops a humble 100 points and casually asks what the drama is. Both our host and the raging dragon freeze, totally bewildered by Michael's sudden entry. Instantly, the Genesis system fires up in defense mode. Sirens blare as it detects a massive anomaly, locking onto the white dragon for illegal power level flexing. According to the anti-cheat protocol, absolute justice is about to be served. Boom! A massive system, lightning strike, nukes the dragon's chat window, making him squeal in agony. This blows the main character's mind. The system just casually one-shotted a top-tier legendary god like a total boss. Finally, the Great Sea King is violently booted from the library for good, and the system window fades out. After that hilarious cosmic meltdown, the main character dusts off his hands. See, follow the rules, avoid the smite. Any other complaints? He asks. Cue the crickets. Nobody dares to defy the admin now, while half the chat is just nervously side-eyeing Michael. The angel's holy presence was an absolute mood killer. Getting back to business, he claps his hands. Since the haters are gone, business as usual. He announces their next target. But clearing another hellscape like Constantinople, hard pass. Today's menu features a much easier raid. The spirits immediately start booing in disappointment. He scolds his ghostly audience. Hey, they aren't diving into a mental domain just for kicks. Hearing his fierce tone, the chat cheers up. Geared up, they warp straight into the Theodylent wetlands. Instantly, the murky vibe screams that this is totally different from their usual playgrounds. The spirits vigorously nod in agreement. Step 1. Locate the zone's boundary line. Our main character pulls Herim aside for a quick strategy briefing. But before the boss could even explain, a random voice rudely interrupts. They spin around, locking eyes with a squad of 4 shady collectors. Their so-called leader flashes a plastic smile, pitching a team-up. He casually probes, is it really just the two of you out here? Our fearless protagonist nods. The smarmy guy spins a sob story about losing 2 party members, leaving their 4-man squad struggling. Herim instantly narrows her eyes. Suspicious much. It was like these noobs had zero clue who they were dealing with. Had her terrifying nickname not reached them, teaming up with casual farmers was a massive downgrade. She opens her mouth to completely roast their offer. But shockingly, the main character steps up. Perfect timing. We actually need a party. Hiram's jaw basically hits the floor. Why on earth was her overpowered boss teaming up with these losers? Squinting at the squad, her radar suddenly locks onto an insanely gorgeous blonde. A total bombshell with killer curves. Alarm bells violently ring inside Hiram's head. Through gritted teeth, she admits the enemy is smoking hot. Wait, he always acted like a total stone wall around her. Full panic mode engaged. Is this curvy blonde his ultimate weakness? It is absolutely hilarious how obvious her massive crush is. With the sketchy alliance officially formed, he casually summons his flustered partner back to reality. Snapping back to boss mode, Herim glares with pure murder in her eyes. A pleasure to meet you, she hisses. The scammer leader nervously sweats at her demonic aura. They hastily excuse themselves to grab gear, while our hero coolly agrees to wait. Smirking, he turns to his permanently pouting companion. I get it, she grumbles. Everyone has their specific types. Poking her own cheeks, fake tears stream down as she whines about needing a diet. Our dense protagonist just sighs, totally missing the jealous vibe. Cut it out. Then he suddenly closes the distance, heart pounding. Her face turns tomato red. Boss, are we really doing this right here, out in the open? Not that she is complaining, but the spirits are literally watching. Rolling his eyes at her spicy imagination, he whispers to Focus. Listen to me right now. That squad, they are filthy corpse looters. The romantic tension instantly shatters. Her brain completely short-circuits. Flashback. The truth is, those scumbags were actively stripping a dead player of his gear. Was that poor soul, their missing teammate? The rat-faced leader was practically drooling over the stolen loot. These absolute cowards fed off the hard work of true players, stealing epic stories and rare texts like parasites. Hiram's eyes widen in disgust. So, they approached us just to stab us in the back and rob us blind. Worse than that, he darkly chuckles. These aren't just petty thieves. We are dealing with cold-blooded murderers. Psychopaths who hunt players purely for the thrill. She totally buys it. Their aura was complete trash. But one massive question remained. How did he instantly clock them as vultures? The entire spiritual chat leaned in to listen. Simple logic, he smirks. The leader cried about hunting being so tough. Yet check out their gear. Absolutely spotless. We are literally in a muddy swamp, knee-deep in gross water. One basic fight should have covered them in sludge. There is zero chance real hunters stay that pristine. Plus, their entire friendly neighbor act was super suspicious, pretending not to recognize the server's top rankers. Nonsense. Even if they were genuinely clueless, begging random strangers for a team-up in a death zone is a massive red flag. Then why accept their invite, she hisses. He flashes a devilish grin. Because destroying them is way more fun. He hypes up his ghostly audience. These fools actually think we are easy prey. Chat. If trash-tier villains walk right into our trap, do we just walk away? Hell no. The chat absolutely erupts with Miguel leading the charge. Time to completely obliterate these arrogant rats. The ultimate trap was set. Play the naive rookies, string these pathetic player killers along, and wipe them off the map when they drop their guard. Now that is prime entertainment. Still, Hiram worries. Will these veterans really fall for our act? His eyes glow with predatory confidence. Who is the easiest target to con? Simple. Idiots who think they hold all the cards, trusting their own greedy eyes right into the abyss. The whole entire world. You know the type. The arrogant jerks who think they know absolutely everything. Well, those guys were Yu Hyun's absolute favorite snacks. A weird monster pops up and gets instantly deleted. The bandit leader desperately kisses up to Hiram for one-shotting the poor thing. The blonde minion joins the sweaty praise parade. Meanwhile, their boss is sweating bullets, wondering how the Empress of the Sword is so ridiculously overpowered. Seriously, these two just never get tired of farming monsters. Yu Hyun started walking away. The leader frantically asked where he was going. The main character just shrugged, saying he had to take care of some quick business. Pretending to care, the boss insisted it was too dangerous alone. He shoved a trembling kid named Young-woon to go with him, totally assuming Yu Hyun just needed a bathroom break. The silver-haired kid looked like he was marching to his grave, but squeaked that he would tag along. Yu Hyun just stared blankly. Not a single complaint. But through telepathy, he casually tells Hiram that the trash will probably make their move now. He tells her to stay sharp and sweep up the garbage if they try anything. The two guys wandered off into the shadows. Young-woon looked like he was about to faint from panic. Catching on to his intense sweating, Yu Hyun asks if he is okay. Huge mistake, the kid panics harder. Yu Hyun casually adds that if anything is wrong, just spill it. Honestly, Yu Hyun already knew the whole plot anyway. He had read his cheat sheet books, and knew the other three with Hiram were absolute garbage. But this kid, he was just a normal, terrified extra. With a voice shaking like a leaf, the boy asks if he is really Yu Hyun. Then he actually whispers for him to run away as fast as his legs can carry him. Even the divine spirits are totally shocked. Sweating a literal river, the kid confesses that the other three are dirty assassins. He was just a hostage dragged into this mess. They even planned to casually wipe out 2 extra targets. He tried to say no, but Baek-woon would have totally ended his free trial of life. So now he was stuck playing the bad guy. Desperate to save Yu Hyun, he begs him to escape. He promises to lie and say he did the deed himself, hoping to somehow save Hiram later. But Yu Hyun was just amused. He wanted the juicy gossip. Why did these losers want them dead? The boy reveals a famous guild requested the hit. Oh, now Yu Hyun is actually entertained. The divine spirits are crying ghostly tears because this pure-hearted kid was risking his neck for a total stranger. Yu Hyun actually respects the hustle. Instead of running away, he decides to just stand there like a statue. The kid completely loses his mind in fear. Yu Hyun finally sighs and admits he already knew the whole evil scheme. The boy nearly has a heart attack, but Yu Hyun pats him down. No need to panic, kid. You passed the good guy vibe check. Young-woon stammers asking if the sword lady will survive alone. But before he finishes, they suddenly hear a brutal scream echo through the swamp. Yu Hyun smirks. Yep, the trash has been taken out. They stroll back to where the other 4 were. The 3 big bad assassins are folded on the floor like crumpled fast food bags. Young-woon's jaw hits the dirt. How did one lady absolutely wreck 3 pros without breaking a sweat? Yu Hyun casually notes they do not even need zip ties. Glancing at his partner, he sighs. He thought she would at least pretend to struggle for dramatic effect. Nope, she just went straight to the beatdown. The 3 bruised losers groan awake. Yu Hyun claps his hands, telling them to rise and shine. It is not like they were chopped in half. Baek-woon shakes his spinning head. His brain finally reboots. He looks around, processes the total failure, and spots that Young-woon is totally unharmed. He starts screeching like a banshee, calling the poor kid a dirty little rat. But nobody cares. Yu Hyun calmly blocks the view of the screaming boss. Then he aggressively stomps right on the leader's arm. A glorious scream of pain fills the air. Yu Hyun cheerfully offers to explain their current doom. You are Baek-woon, a Class 7 scrub with over 10 murders and a bunch of petty crimes on your rap sheet. Yu Hyun smirks. So your genius plan was to assassinate a nobody and the literal Empress of the Sword. Smooth move, buddy. Now for the million-dollar question. Who signed your paycheck? Coughing up dirt, the thug tries to play the tough guy. I ain't saying nothing. Yu Hyun just chuckles. Not scared of the police. The guy laughs, shouting the worst they can do is free rent in a jail cell. The divine spirits eagerly chant for Yu Hyun to just slice his head off already. Yu Hyun stays completely silent. Thinking he won the argument, the thug starts barking louder. His obnoxious yelling echoes until Yu Hyun swiftly pulls his blade. In a single flash, he stabs the bandit right next to the loudmouth without a single ounce of hesitation. Baek-woon slowly turns his head in utter confusion. Yu Hyun just flashes a terrifyingly bright smile. That was getting annoying. Horrified, the surviving two stare at their buddy, who is now taking a permanent nap in the swamp water. Pure, unadulterated panic sets in. They start shrieking like sirens, crying and begging for mercy. But Yu Hyun just keeps smiling that creepy silent smile. The blonde girl completely loses it. She throws her boss under the bus, crying that she was forced to be evil. But Yu Hyun simply raises his dripping sword again. Suddenly, Herim grabs his arm. He blinks at her, wondering if she is playing the moral police. Is she going to give a speech about how murder is bad? Was his badass moment over? But then she unsheathes her blade. One clean strike and boom. The girl sprays red ketchup everywhere, dropping right next to Woo Hyun, totally lifeless. Yu Hyun watches completely dumbfounded. He has no clue. She just sliced her up out of pure petty jealousy. I am dying laughing here. Smirking, our hero admits he totally underestimated her crazy side. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun stares at the corpse absolutely horrified. Kim declares she will handle the trash. Splendid, do you not agree? Stalking toward Woo Hyun, she casually mentions a little lesson from the historic Battle of Constantinople. To get what you want in this ruthless world, you must be ready to cross absolutely any line. The guy shrieks in pure panic, begging for his miserable life. Realizing his survival odds are dropping to zero, he desperately tries talking his way out. All bandits read the same script. Woo Hyun yells, "They will regret this." But our hero laughs, reminding the thug he literally has zero bargaining power right now. Clinging to his last shred of hope, the bandit claims that if he dies, they will never discover which teller hired him. Oh, plot twist. Yu Hyun ruins it by revealing it was Jinpong from the Pentagram Division of Celestial Body. Hearing that shatters his final delusion. Sweating bullets, the guy gasps, asking how he knew. The hero sneers, asking if he seriously thought their backroom deal was actually a secret. Turning away, Yu Hyun leaves the execution to Herim, and she is about to get soaked in tomato sauce all over again. The bandit shrieks louder, sobbing and begging her to stay away, crying out for any kind of miracle. He violently screams for Young-woon to save him. But the poor kid is completely paralyzed, shocked by the brutal horror movie unfolding. Stone-cold Herim looms over the clown, who dared to threaten her future man. Yes, I am totally shipping these two lunatics. Ugly tears stream down Woo Hyun's face. He knows how this ends, and there is no reset button here. His final pathetic view is the back of our hero. And glancing over, the hero sports a twisted, psychopathic, villainous smile. Flash. With one effortless swing of the sword, his head completely detaches from his neck. Yu Hyun feels incredibly satisfied. Watching arrogant fools who acted like they owned the world suddenly lose their heads. Pure, unadulterated joy. Sure, this edgy, twisted justice makes him sound like a total psycho, but it is just his nature now. A permanent mental scar from surviving that miserable first world. It might be unhinged behavior, but honestly, he could not care less. This is who he is, and he is having a blast. Glancing up, our hero casually hopes that Jinpong puts on a better comedy show than those three losers. Excited, the divine spirits call the bloodbath a 5-star spectacle, though some demand more violence. Young-woon just watches, totally glitching out, falling backward, since he cannot process the massive brain lag. Woo Hyun's decapitated head rolls right next to him, and the graphic sight disgusts him so much that he instantly throws up his lunch in sheer panic. Our duo just stares at the puking kid, who loudly questions why he even tried playing. The hero. He tries to help for once, and boom, a massacre. To realize his burst of brave main character energy was completely useless since he was scammed by these two from Chapter 1. Having a mental breakdown, he screams at our duo, demanding to know why they deleted his companions. But our hero shrugs. If they had not struck first, they would not be dead. Basic math, Young-woon hysterically yells that running away could have saved everyone. But the naive speech feels like a bad joke to Yoo-hyun. Tellers do not care about humans. The kid cries that our hero is clueless, that he never suffered or fought for anything, making it easy to be ruthless. Yoo-hyun sighs, dropping some harsh wisdom. Everyone has a specific role. Those bandits got greedy, rejected their NPC status, and bet their lives for premium loot. To a rookie like Young-woon, it might seem like they were special chosen ones, but honestly, they were just as pathetic as him. Shaking and bawling, the boy whines, asking why his life is such a disaster. Yoo-hyun bluntly replies that he embraced his harsh reality, while those fools chased a fantasy they thought they could create. Throwing a tantrum, the boy screams, asking, what is the point if all efforts fail, no matter how much he grinds? Yoo-hyun watches the kid's breakdown dryly, stating the human world is tiny. The kid gets confused, thinking his little bubble is the entire universe, and the second some random person slaps a loser label on him, he accepts it as the ultimate server rules. He genuinely thinks his depression is the absolute truth, purely because his focus is zoomed in on his own misery. The kid stares blankly, failing the intelligence check. Our hero explains that the real world does not care about his tragic backstory. It does not blame him. It does not even know he spawned into the map. If he wants to change, he must flip his mindset, step out of his pity party, and actually show his true stats. Sure, grinding for self-improvement is brutal, but it beats rage quitting without even throwing a single punch. Having delivered his mandatory edgy protagonist speech, he decides to walk away. Herim asks if leaving the traumatized kid is a good idea. The hero just waves it off. The boy will survive. Now back to sweeping through the dungeon, our girl absolutely steamrolls everything in sight. They quickly reach the final boss. The overgrown weed known as leprosy. Ham leaps straight into the air, dodging its nasty vines, and delivers a brutal slash. Boom. One shot. Honestly, that was embarrassingly easy. Sweet loot drops rain down for clearing the zone, including the weed puller story and some rare boss resin. As the dungeon collapses, something weird catches her eye. All the dungeon grime on her clothes suddenly vanishes. She points out this magical dry cleaning effect, noting that only the battle scars and epic loot stay behind. It is a pretty handy perk of slaying massive boss monsters. Our main character nods, confirming the system's strict cleanup rules. But after his brief lore drop, she pivots, calling him out for zoning out completely. Honestly, his mind is still reeling from what he saw earlier. He always thought human trash never changed. But watching that kid's destiny book literally rewrite itself, mind blown. Maybe fate was not locked behind a paywall after all. Shaking it off, he plays dumb and signals their exit. Back in the real world, a whole squad of rival hunters is literally sobbing outside the gate. Snooze you lose, losers. The watching gods absolutely eat up this pathetic display, laughing at their ridiculous demands for a refund. Zero cares given. Our boy secured the bag and signals Herim to bounce. Fast forward to Miss Yoon's headquarters. Herim instantly slumps into potato mode, whining about fatigue while Yoon asks for the daily report. Just another day of carrying the team. But hey, the boss drops were juicy. Suddenly intense, the main character demands to see her system profile. She totally obliges. But as he scans her stats, his face drops into an ugly frown. Spotting his grumpy look, she panics a little. He sighs. The system data is suspiciously lacking in detail. Her insane growth rate is being masked by overly basic, dumbed-down stats. Even she admits it feels a bit weird. Weird, try completely suspicious. It is a massive handicap, blinding them to her actual legendary potential. Back in his past life, the system gave you every single decimal point. He looks her dead in the eye and asks, if you grinded your soul out and saw these trash metrics, how would you feel? Her answer, totally crushed. Bingo. That is the trap. Someone is intentionally hiding the real numbers to destroy player motivation. The system is rigged. He used to blame this timeline's doom on lazy hunters. But what if there is an invisible hand manipulating the board? The rabbit hole goes way deeper. If some hidden game master is really pulling these catastrophic strings, man crushing them is going to be so much fun. He lets out a super creepy villain chuckle, totally freaking out Herim. He waves off her concern with a fake smile. Internally, he is hyped for the shadow puppet masters to target him. Bringing down arrogant gods is his favorite hobby after all. Just then, Yoon returns to the office with some spicy news. When asked where she vanished to, she casually drops a bomb. She was just locking down some magazine deals. Guess who is getting a primetime interview? Herim absolutely panics. Yoon calmly explains that hiding is no longer an option. Top-tier hunters are basically pop idols now. The main character chimes in, reminding her that public relations is just part of the grind. To build hype, an interview is perfect. But Herim is completely allergic to the spotlight. She aggressively refuses. Until our boy casually mentions the avalanche of sponsorship cash heading her way. Instant attitude, 180. Eyes gleaming with greed, she asks for the number. Yun teases that a few $100,000 is just the tip. Sold, she will say whatever the camera wants. Shaking her head, Yun asks what our crazy protagonist is tinkering with now. A weapon upgrade. Herim scoffs. He is literally polishing a dirt-cheap starter sword from the cash shop. He just smirks. Watch and learn, rookie. He tells her to appraise it, and the system notification makes her jaw drop. The ancient sword of Salio. Wait, is that supposed to be a big deal? He explains that back in the Mixed Realms, that empire was the absolute pinnacle of magic tech. That rusty piece of junk is actually a legendary lost relic, a true masterpiece of the Salio Empire. This current timeline is too clueless to recognize its value yet. It is a secret item you literally cannot farm. Turning back to business, he tells Herim it is time to upgrade her primary attack arsenal. She tilts her head like a confused puppy. He points out that her insane leveling speed is pushing her into mid-tier territory fast. She accidentally skipped the years of blood sweat and tears that most hunters endure leveling up way too fast. Now, her raw stats completely outclass her basic attack skills. She needs a high-tier story skill immediately. Panicking about the price tag, she asks if it will bankrupt them. Our boy flashes a devilish grin. Why buy it when you can abuse a system loophole for free? Open the shop, rookie. First up, Thundersteps, a total bargain at 100 points. Then came the mid-tier internal art Thunder Berserker, and rounding it out was the low-tier Storm Fury. Herim was supposed to buy this exact trio, but Suryun immediately flags them as total garbage. Nobody could actually survive the insane speed of Thundersteps, while Thunder Berserker literally twisted the user into a human pretzel. And, as for Storm Fury, absolute dead weight. Together, they were notoriously dubbed the three useless brothers of the system. Herim panics. Is this a suicide mission? Yoo-hyun just smirks, asking if she dares to doubt his big brain, and being the ultimate fangirl, she instantly buys them. After securing the goods, she carelessly mashes them all into her body at once. Suddenly, massive lightning bolts erupt from her like a broken power grid. Suryun jumps, but the main character smoothly steps in, jamming a sword straight into the electric chaos. Instead of melting, the blade starts evolving on the spot. Suryun watches in absolute terror as it morphs into a legendary tier weapon, catching even Yoo-hyun off guard. Totally clueless. Herim asks if it was always this flashy. He hands it over, warning her not to fry herself with the residual sparks. He silently geeks out over the blade's stunning design, completely blowing away his expectations. Now, looking like a true martial artist, Herim had fully digested her shiny new skills. He checks for side effects, but she feels fine. It was the moment of truth. Time to pop open that status window and check the loot. Those three garbage skills were totally wiped from her tree, replaced by the overpowered Celestial Lightning Sword. This insanely rare hidden piece let her literally smite enemies with Sky Lightning. It was a top-tier cheat code. Her obsession hits max level, and she dives in for a hug. But our guy has survival instincts. He cleanly dodges her. He flat-out refuses to touch her until she controls that static. Otherwise, he is going to end up as barbecue. She cries, totally rejected, then asks how he even knew this existed. If the spirits saw this trick, they would have gone crazy. But hiding it was the galaxy brain play, avoiding a mountain of annoying questions and unnecessary drama. Brushing off her curiosity, he tosses the sword back so she can drain its excess energy. Acting like a giant lightning rod, it magically stabilizes her aura. Suryun notices this neat trick, immediately grabbing Yoo-hyun's arm for a private chat. Shockingly, he does not run away this time. Glaring at him, she demands to know if he just used Herim as a human battery. He just shrugs it off. Hey, it worked perfectly right. He teases her for acting like a worried mom. But Suryun is practically shaking, terrified that a backfire would blast her precious office into literal ashes. Classic capitalist, only sweating over the property damage. Fuming, she orders him to give a heads up before playing mad scientist again. Yoo-hyun just sweats, remembering she is equally unhinged. Suddenly, a system ping interrupts his thoughts. It was the association elder. He finally found Cho Do-yun. Yoo-hyun instantly switches gears, shouting that he has to bounce, warning Herim to stay glued to that sword. Sprinting toward the association, his mind races. Why was he even doing this? He had zero logical reason to chase after this guy. Was he craving revenge? Would he just stand there feeling totally empty? Whatever the outcome, he needed to look him in the eye just once. Bursting through the doors, he demands to see Jung-mo. But the old man was already waiting like a ghost, gesturing for him to follow. Inside a silent meeting room, Jung-mo cuts to the chase. What exactly is the deal between Yoo-hyun and this Cho Do-yun? Playing it cool, Yoo-hyun lies that it is just curiosity about some wild rumors. The old man buys it. Reaching into his robes, he brags that tracking the guy down with Yoo-hyun's clues was basically a total cakewalk. He slides a mysterious photograph across the table, asking if this was the face he was hunting. Eyes wide, Yoo-hyun practically slams the table, yelling yes, Where is he hiding? Jungmo leans back, dropping a massive lore bomb. 10 years ago, during the world merge, something glitched on Unification Day. Every trace of that boy vanished from existence. He had literally evaporated into thin air. Yu Hyun freezes in shock. The man he was hunting was basically a ghost. He explained it all. The guy literally vanished during the 99 days of revolution. When Earth crashed into the mixed world boom, a cosmic car crash, reality's barriers shattered, and fiction became our wild new reality. That day became known as Unification Day. Did Earth just get kidnapped by a cosmic syndicate? Millions of people randomly vanished from the face of the planet, and honestly, nobody has a single clue why. It was the ultimate locked room mystery. Rumor had it they got isekai'd to another dimension. A few actually made it back, but strictly as corpses. The ones who came back breathing, total terrifying monsters. Sure, in the future some missing folks would eventually return in one piece as legendary returnees, but we definitely weren't there yet. Staring at the photo, our main character thinks Chu Yun vanishing was a massive plot twist. Maybe it happened in his past life. The insane power and judgment he flexed during the apocalypse were totally shaped by otherworldly rules. Suddenly interrupting his dramatic inner monologue, the old man drops a bomb. Duan has a mom. Wait, what? He explains she has been hunting for him since day one, and now, she wants a meet and greet with our boy. Yu Hyun is completely baffled, and the old guy asks if he is down for a quick chat with her. Makes sense, she would want to interrogate the main character. He is basically the only walking clue about her son. Standing up, he smoothly says he will meet her later, shamelessly promising to beg for the old man's help again. The grandpa just laughs. Anytime, kid. Gripping the photo, a heavy thought hits him. Are his own parents alive in this timeline? Honestly, he was terrified to find out. If he exists here, what happened to the past version of himself? Is there a duplicate Kang Yu-hyun running around? If so, could he even call his parents? Mom and Dad. Imagine them meeting a cosmic teller wearing their son's face. What if they scream imposter? Suddenly, a loud shout snaps him back to reality. Herim is standing there, awkwardly hugging her sword. He asks why she is here, and she turns tomato red. She says she stalked him, because he looked super depressed leaving. She was worried sick. He nervously apologizes for ditching her like a total jerk, swearing he is perfectly fine. It wasn't that deep. Squinting, she admits he really does look okay now. She cheerfully invites him back to the office, but he hesitates. Pouting, she asks if he still had heroic errands to run. He stays silent. He already decided to be the absolute main character of his own story, and his parents were his ultimate motivation. So what if they reject him? He isn't going to chicken out now. Time to face the music. Yu Hyun nods, then casually asks if she wants to tag along. Her eyes literally sparkle like stars. She bounces with excitement, asking where to. Smirking, the main character declares they are off to meet his absolute saviors. Because plot twist, they are his parents. Later on the bus, Herim teases him. You are so weird. A mystical teller who hates socializing and acts all edgy. Yu Hyun sighs, saying she is totally wrong. She just smirks, betting she will crack his tragic backstory eventually. Then she asks who these amazing savior people actually are. He smiles softly. They really are incredible. Hearing that, Herim's jaw drops. She starts to wonder what kind of absolute legends could make this arrogant guy sound so respectful. She is dying to uncover Yu Hyun's hidden lore since she is totally clueless about it. Glancing at the bubbly girl, he wonders about her family. Sure, he could just cheat and read that information in her destiny book, but talking is cheaper. He bluntly asks about her family. Her face lights up. She excitedly asks if he is finally crushing on her. He instantly shoots her down with a cold no, saying she doesn't have to answer. She laughs, saying she was just thrilled he actually started a conversation, then drops a casual bomb. I don't have a family, which completely blindsides him. Smiling like it is a joke, she explains she had one, but her deadbeat dad did a runner right after she was born. Oh, and her mom. Super abusive. Constantly treated her like garbage and screamed she wasn't her real daughter. Fun times right. Until one day, tragedy struck. She came home, opened the door, and was faced with absolute nightmare fuel. Her mom had taken her own life. After that, not much. Got tossed into an orphanage. The other kids bullied the heck out of her for being painfully shy. Hearing this, the main character is mentally screaming. She cheerfully adds that everything is awesome now thanks to him. But he suddenly snaps and shouts her name. Startled but smiling, she asks what is wrong. He quickly backpedals. Nothing, just, your life was incredibly brutal too. The girl literally waves it off. Who cares? You gave me a purpose. Now I know exactly what to do with my life, and I am no longer a pathetic failure. but looking into her eyes, she looked like shattered glass held together by tape. The legendary sword empress he once knew was never this fragile. But the harsh reality hit him. He never actually knew the broken girl she used to be. No need to overthink it. Even if her mind was snapping like a twig, this girl had the potential to flip her life upside down. He drops the ultimate line. Relax, I will never abandon you. Cue the massive blush. She smiles, promising the exact same thing. Okay, they are adorable, I admit. Finally, our duo arrives at their designated bus stop. But suddenly, our main character turns ghost pale. He starts recognizing his childhood stomping grounds. Every street, every corner, it was perfectly identical, well, except for one tiny detail. There was the playground where he used to skip class and where his mom always dragged him back. Then a voice shatters the nostalgia. Someone screams at a girl named Kang Herim for skipping class. The rebellious girl yells back that she will go tomorrow. She stomps past him, and our guy nearly has a heart attack. Ladies and gentlemen, proof that the multiverse is absolutely real. This girl is his exact gender-bent clone. He stands there completely mind-blown, as the two lock eyes in sheer awkward confusion. Suddenly, the boss-level voice drops Yura's name again. The angry lady yells that running from your responsibilities means failing at life. Classic mom speech. Yura whines like a typical teenager, telling her to stop nagging, while our guy stands there utterly paralyzed. That angry lady. His mother. The woman finally notices the gawking stranger. She apologizes for airing their family drama in public, while he fights the urge to scream, "Mom!" He barely whispers it as he steps closer. But then reality punches him in the face. What the heck was he expecting anyway? Kang Herim does not exist in this universe. His female clone literally took the spot where he was supposed to be. Interrupting his existential crisis, the mother clears her throat. She squints at him and asks if they know each other because his face is super familiar. Yura points a finger, asking if she is the only one who thinks he looks exactly like her dad. But then she spots Herim standing right there. Instant fangirl mode activated. She blushes and gets crazy excited, screaming that it is the legendary Sword Empress. Starstruck, the girl practically floats over to Herim, begging for an autograph, while her mom scolds her for scaring the poor VIP. Herim laughs, saying it is pure fate that this chaotic group met up and invites them for a quick chat. Cut to a cozy cafe scene where they all sit together. Yura's mom asks for our guy's name, and he smoothly apologizes for his lack of manners. I am Kang Herim, a teller from Celestial Body Incorporated. Yura absolutely loses her mind meeting a real teller. Her mom notes the insane resemblance to her husband again, wondering if they are secretly related. Herim sweats a little, realizing his mom is too sharp for her own good. He desperately wants to spill the multiverse beans, but his lips are sealed. Literally jumping out of her chair, Yura demands to know if he is legit. He nods. With stars in her eyes, she asks if he could awaken her as a collector. Smack Mom instantly scolds her for being shamelessly rude. Our guy chuckles, saying there is no harm in dreaming big. The girl sticks out her tongue, giggling that he said it is fine. Mom is not amused. Dropping the truth bomb, he explains the painful reality. Tellers cannot magically turn ordinary people into collectors. They only sign contracts with people who already have powers. The mom lets out a massive sigh of relief. She was terrified he might actually agree, which absolutely boils the girl's blood. Matching her anger, the mom yells back, "Know your place in the food chain and accept when things are out of your league." Ouch. Biting her lip, the girl's eyes well up with tears. She completely bolts, ignoring her mom's shouting, and runs off into the distance. The mom just sighs and lets her throw her dramatic tantrum. Sitting down heavily, she apologizes for the embarrassing family meltdown, but our guy just smiles. Teenage angst. Totally normal. Every kid thinks being a monster hunting collector is the coolest thing ever. But mom knows it is a death trap and she is sick with worry. The brutal truth, her daughter has zero talent for it. That sentence hits our main character right in the feels. He instantly flashes back to his own childhood, hearing his own mother tell him he was basically a talentless potato. Ouch. Keeping his cool, he sends Herim to fetch the runaway teen, needing some adult talk time. Once she leaves, Herim drops some wisdom. A lack of talent should never kill a dream. Mom nods, agreeing that kids should shoot for the stars. But reality check, wishes do not pay bills or fight monsters. Herim smiles softly, arguing that even so, she is still her precious kid. The mom sighs deeply. She just wants Yura to be safe. The collector business is a meat grinder. She just wants her to grow up in one piece. Our guy completely gets it, but warns her that crushing her kid's dreams will only backfire spectacularly. Irritated, the mom asks if she should just let her march to her doom. Our guy smirks with a brilliant plan. No, throw her into the deep end. Show her the terrifying reality. If she faces the true danger and still does not quit, then congratulations, there is no stopping her anyway. The mom blinks, totally bamboozled by this reverse psychology. Our guy leans in to explain the master plan. She knew this path was a massive death trap. Did she really think her kid would just give up? Sometimes a single tiny word of hype can literally rewrite your destiny. Yuan knew a serious heart-to-heart chat could totally clear this mess up. He just wanted mom to bet on her kid's wild dreams just one more time. Go big or go home right. If Yura chases that crazy goal, she is absolutely main character material. The mother blinked, totally recognizing that cheesy protagonist speech. Danger be damned. When a person's ultimate prize is waiting at the finish line, nothing can stop them. He practically begs the mom to just trust her daughter's crazy ambition. Finally, mom waves the white flag. Maybe her helicopter parenting was actually a huge nerf. Flipping the script, she gasps at how he is the spitting image of her own adult son. Wild, considering it was their very first meet and greet. The main character sweats and forces a laugh as the cafe bell chimes. Turning to peek, they spot the dynamic duo. Yura and Herim walked in, but the kid still had a massive pout on her face. Yuan smoothly excuses himself, asking mom for a VIP private chat with the kid and gets the green light. He then asks the sulking mini-boss for a quick word, to which she grumpily nods. So why exactly does she want to be a legendary collector? She glares, betting he is just going to mock her cringe answer. He swears he will not. Yura admits they just look incredibly cool, flexing those flawless heroic lives. She totally braces for the classic eye roll. But Yuan smiles. He had the exact same cheesy dream once. The kid is absolutely mind-blown. Our guy drops some wisdom. Dreams are cheap. Grit is what pays the bills. Then he asks, is she ready to actually die for this? Cue the confused blinking. Yuan points out that Herim practically high-fives the Grim Reaper daily for her goals. Could Yura handle that crazy aggro? Her brain short-circuits in frustration, but our hero saves the day. Keep the answer on standby for now, but one day she will have to lock it in. Squinting, the kid demands to know if he actually buys her hype. If she really went all in on this collector gig and grinded her stats to the max, did he seriously think she could clear the game? Flashing a megawatt smile, he says, "You absolutely got this." Internally, he sighs. If only someone dropped that buff on him back in the tutorial days, things would have been way easier. As a pro teller, he stamped her future with a massive guarantee. Plus, he totally wanted her to level up. Cue the sparkling anime smile, as her destiny book literally glowed with shiny new potential. Mission accomplished. Wrapping things up, Yura showers them with thanks for the crazy day, wishing she could hang out more, but it is time to log off. Yuan hits her with the classic, "May all your wishes come true" line, and says it was awesome crossing paths. Yura just smirks, already acting like she owns the server. They finally wave goodbye, but his mom gives him the silent treatment. Fast forward to the bus stop, our duo is chilling, and Herim completely busts him for smiling like a total goofball. He quickly dodges the question. Suddenly, a voice shouts his name. Whipping around, he spots Yura's mom speed-walking toward him. Panicking slightly, he asks what broke. Leaping to his feet, he tells Herim to hold down the fort. Approaching the breathless woman, he asks for a status report, and she insists she had one last quest dialogue. Out of nowhere, bam, surprise hug attack. She tells him he has done a great job surviving all this time. Critical hit to the feelings. His face goes totally tomato red, and his tear ducts betray him. He really should push her away, declare he is not her kid, and keep his cool, edgy persona. But the hug trap is inescapable. Ultimately, his defenses crumble, and he hugs her back, whispering, "Yeah, I really did." Releasing her grip, she vows to be his #1 cheerleader forever. He chokes out a thanks as she exits his stage for good. Now his only mission is to keep her safe in a cozy retirement, because in version 1.0, his folks got deleted on day 1 of the apocalypse. No way is he letting that glitch happen again. The apocalypse is getting cancelled, period. Meanwhile, cut to the villain's lair. An ink jar is dramatically bleeding across a fancy desk. Someone is absolutely losing their mind over a ruined plot. Glaring at the system screen like a salty gamer, Jinpong rages at his 3 trash-tier minions, who just got completely steamrolled by our heroes. His mastermind plan is officially cooked. He has one final absolutely cursed cheat code left, but he is terrified to hit the button. Even he might get totally wrecked by the recoil. "Nope, not doing it," he screeches, rage quitting the system window. But suddenly a creepy voice from behind asks what exactly he is too scared to do. The dude jumps out of his skin. Whipping around, he spots a tiny, terrifying fairy, Argyle. He squeaks, wondering why this mini-boss is invading his private library. She smirks, claiming she just popped in to check if her favorite pawn was actually doing his homework. Did he finish that quest yet? The corrupt teller completely freezes in sheer terror. The fairy pouts, whining that he fumbled the simplest mission ever. She drops the devastating, "I am so disappointed in you" line, calling him a totally useless scrub. Sweating bullets, Jinpong desperately tries to spin a pathetic excuse. The fairy pulls a fake pout. She acts totally heartbroken over his little assassination attempt on a coworker. Jinpong instantly panics, swearing he is completely innocent. But Argyle drops the cute act. Her face twists into a psycho glare, asking if he dares to call her a liar. Bam! An overwhelming gravity magic slams Jinpong face first into the dirt. The insane pressure crushes him. The marble floor shatters beneath his trembling knees. Coughing blood, he begs to know how she bypassed his library's absolute defense. The fairy sneers. She explains that signing his employment contract meant surrendering total domain authority. Unless he ranks up to senior, he is just a helpless corporate slave, which means he could easily get offed in his own safe zone. Releasing the suffocating pressure, Argyle smirks. As a merciful boss, she offers one last shot to crush Kang Herim. In fact, this time she is tossing in bonus points and premium backup. Trembling like a leaf, Jinpong asks if she is totally serious. Argyle nods. She demands a full-blown story battle, a high-stakes gamble where tellers bet their entire libraries. Sweating bullets, Jinpong cries that fighting the Sword Empress is literal suicide. But the fairy promises a champion strong enough to wreck her. The department was secretly nurturing an overpowered collector hidden entirely from the public eye. The divine spirits would absolutely lose their minds watching a rookie stomp the legendary Sword Empress. Snatching this lifeline, Jinpong finds hope. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the workbench is covered in crafting gear. Our main character is going full mad scientist on his blade supercharged by Herim. To unlock its legendary potential, he carefully carves intricate mana circuits right into the steel. Suddenly, the blade erupts with blinding magical energy, evolving from a rusty relic into an absolute masterpiece of magical engineering. Ding! A massive 100,000 points hit his account, plus the epic story of the master engraver. The relic of Salio has finally awakened. A ridiculous wall of overpowered stats pops up on the system window. Seriously, there are way too many to read right now. Yet, some broken abilities remain locked. A hidden mystery awaits. But wait, one specific detail makes his jaw drop. The weapon possesses a massive ego. What does that even mean? Before he can blink, the blade violently vibrates, screaming that it is finally free from captivity. Our hero and his pet practically jump out of their skin. Peeking down, a tiny head with a book pops out. Talk about a jump scare. This sword is not just chatty, it is a whole dramatic person, giving total main character vibes. The tiny spirit demands to know her master. Still recovering from the shock, he politely introduces himself as Yu Hun. The little girl gasps. A teller. She instantly panics, asking if she is heading straight to the auction block. Laughing, he promises she is his personal weapon now. Her sparkling eyes fill with intense curiosity. Deflecting the cuteness, he asks for her name. Pouting adorably, she admits that her century-long nap completely wiped her memory. So, she demands a naming ceremony. He blinks in confusion, but she insists. A genius who awakened her must surely have elite naming sense. Sweating under the pressure, he stares at her snowy white appearance, comparing her to a fluffy owl. Inspiration strikes. He dubs the little terror Baker, the elegant white lotus. Her tiny face lights up, accepting the name. A fierce pulse of mana seals their bond. She proudly declares him her master, dumping a payload of hidden skills into his system. Ding. He acquires the Forgotten Legacy story, securing the legendary title of Recorder. But a contract goes both ways. His own wild history uploads right into the sword. Suddenly, Baker shrieks. Our hero jumps. What did he break now? Pointing an accusing finger, she demands to know about his past life. Busted. The soul contract literally leaked his biggest secret. Caught completely off guard, he starts aggressively stammering, scrambling for a believable excuse. But beneath her intense glare, he sighs. Lying to his own weapon is pretty useless. He spills the entire reincarnation truth. Processing the bombshell, she asks if he tracked her down using future knowledge. He nods, admitting nobody in his past life knew she was actually sentient. Smug. Baker explains that his exclusive recorder ability was the only key to waking her up. The previous owner totally failed. Pumping her little fists, she is ridiculously hyped to partner with a teller. She wants front row seats to all the epic drama. Smiling warmly, he promises she will witness legendary tales firsthand. He gently extends a single finger, officially sealing their chaotic partnership. Flash forward. The wind howls across an endless emerald plain. Our hero and Herim stand ready. He asks if she is prepped for the broadcast. With a confident nod, He boots up his library stream. Ding. Exactly 2,630 viewers instantly flood the chat, smirking at the camera. Yuhun casually welcomes the Divine Spirits to their brand new content schedule. Live streams. The Divine chat is blowing up with curiosity, but our main character plays it cool, teasing them bit by bit, asking for their patience. First up on the agenda, explaining today's epic lore drop. But right before he could spill the tea, a loud voice shatters the vibe. He turns around, utterly annoyed, wondering who dared to interrupt his precious broadcast. Enter Jinpong, looking smug and demanding a huge favor. The guy actually wanted a full-blown storytelling deathmatch. The Divine Chat absolutely loses its mind, grabbing their cosmic popcorn for this massive plot twist. The White Lotus pops out, totally confused. Our guy casually explains it is a brutal clash between celestial body storytellers. Spotting her floating there, he raises an eyebrow. Is it really safe for her to just chill in front of the camera? Relax, she says, only he has the VIP pass to see her. Anyway, he details how these duels are pure skill checks. The grand prize, stealing the loser's entire library. That little detail instantly makes his sword sweat bullets. Way too risky, Jinpong smirks, mocking the main character for stalling. What is he, chicken? Our guy playfully pretends to accept, before dropping a flat NO and laughing right in the dude's face. The chat is super bummed, and Jinpong is basically foaming at the mouth, but our hero stands his ground. Hey, a streamer has the right to say no. The sword nervously asks if dodging is a good look, but he literally could not care less. Sure, fragile egos accept, but not this guy. Jinpong throws a tantrum, screaming about lost honor, but Yuhun savagely claps back. Jinpong has zero room to talk. It was painfully obvious this clown timed his ambush the exact second the stream went live. A cheap intimidation tactic. He honestly thought Yuhun would be too embarrassed to back down in front of his viewers. This shameless arrogance totally pisses off the Divine Spirits. Even Jinpong's own toxic chat was cringing at his pathetic behavior. They were practically writing up HR complaints. Playing the Saint Yuhun smoothly steps in, saying there is no need for drama. He brutally patronizes the guy like a clueless noob. He knows playing it too harshly might tank his own channel's algorithm. Meanwhile, the chat is screaming for blood. A massive wave of super chats rains down on both streams. The hype for this showdown is astronomical. Catching the scent of easy money, the main character pivots. He steps right up to Jinpong and drops a spicy condition. The fool actually asks what it is. Yuhun casually declares a winner-takes-all deathmatch. Everything goes even their very lives. Jinpong briefly panics, but his massive ego convinces him the noob just walked into his trap. He greedily claims it is the ultimate bargain and bursts into arrogant laughter, sealing the deal. He smugly reminds our guy that no takebacks are allowed. And just like that, Mortal Kombat was locked in. Watching this chaos, the little fairy is absolutely living for the drama. She was already obsessed with his viral rise to fame, but this guy is turning out to be infinitely more entertaining than expected. Seeing him ruthlessly break all the rules and mock the system, ignoring this would be a crime against her department, but whatever. Now that he is the tastiest target on the server, the fairy is ready to swallow him whole. Cut back to our hero where his sword is stressing out, begging to know if he will survive. He smirks. He only took the bait because victory is totally guaranteed, plus it is prime time to flex his weapon's broken stats. Yuhun playfully asks if she is scared for him. Tsundere panics, but he pats her head. Even the gods in chat are sweating over this insanely toxic wager. The White Lotus complains that going in blind is basically suicide. He must be fully unhinged to wage war on an entire department solo, but our genius just chuckles. The easiest mobs to exploit, the arrogant ones who think they own the server. She asks what that cryptic nonsense means. Simple. Those stuck-up fools share one brain cell of pure arrogance. Karum realizes the bet was a massive bait. Our guy nods, revealing his master plan to wipe them out in one swipe. The sword calls him a total psycho. He gracefully accepts the praise, though she screams that it was definitely not a compliment. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window jump-scares them. Just 5 minutes remain until the deathmatch. Our hero casually grabs his cute little owl, thanks it for the carry, and literally yeets it out the window. The poor bird flaps away. Hyped-up Herim demands they rush to the arena because she needs to scope out the battlefield. But hold up, he stops her for a pre-game strategy talk. He needs to ask one crucial question, leaving her totally puzzled. Meanwhile, Jinpong is practically bathing in his own ego. Even knowing the legendary Sword Empress is waiting, his confidence is sky-high. Not even a top-tier waifu could beat the secret weapon he unlocked for this event. To think the higher-ups gifted him something so utterly, he was hyped. Obviously, the higher-ups finally recognized his absolute genius. Why else? Would they hand him such an overpowered minion? With 60 seconds on the clock, the teller barks at his collector to move. The guy looks bored out of his skull, but drags his feet anyway. Showtime. The teams step up and the crowd goes absolutely wild. The hype is unreal. But wait, look closer. They are literally crash test dummies. Wow, the artist definitely skipped drawing background characters today. Jinpong yells at his guy to attack, but the edgelord whines about being bossed around. Like I was gonna do it anyway, gosh. This triggers the teller's temper, but he takes a deep breath. Gotta stay cool to completely crush the main character. Meanwhile, the collector starts yapping about fighting the legendary Sword Empress. He is totally geeking out, wondering how fun she will be to slice up, screaming. Jinpong warns that the enemy is here. A shadowy figure drops in. But wait, the teller's face drops completely. He looks like he just saw a ghost, which totally ruins his villainous vibe. Even the Fergated System Fairy is dumbfounded, face-palming at her screen with a heavy sigh. The collector blinks at his enemy and asks, "Wait, who are you?" "Yep, standing right there is our main character." Sword sheathed, flashing a super smug grin. The dudes were chilling in a literal Dragon Ball Z knockoff arena, with Jinpong sweating outside like a stressed boxing coach, staring each other down. Nobody dared to breathe. The faceless test dummies stared in silence. Some actually looked super annoyed at this plot twist. Wait, are these lazy blobs actually divine spirits? Bingo. The next panel confirms it. They are literal god avatars, and the one complaining is Satan himself. Hilarious. Intrigued, the collector asks if the teller can actually fight instead of his minion. No rules say. He cannot comes. The reply. Whatever, fresh meat is fresh meat to this crazy guy. Even if the main character crashed the party, it is just a free ticket to beat him up. Jinpong dramatically points and orders his guy to destroy him. The collector rolls his eyes. Dude, I heard you the first time, stop nagging. Meanwhile, White Lotus panics, asking if this is really legal. But our boy is completely unbothered. Pulsing with a spooky red aura, his sword whispers that the enemy is bad news. Pulling out his handy system book, the main character yawns, saying there is nothing to sweat about. The book is only silver grade, so the guy must be a nobody, right? Wrong. Reading the stats, Yu Hyun gets a nasty shock. Those skills were downright broken. Plot twist. This edgy teen is literally Jack the Ripper, the infamous psycho who is supposed to wreck real-world collectors a whole year from now. Back in his past life, absolutely nobody knew this stalker's real identity until Doomsday. When he practically bragged about it, he only got clapped by Dune after, making things totally personal. Unsheathing his blade, the main character decides this walking red flag needs to be cancelled right now, or the entire server is doomed. That sketchy pentagram guild was definitely pulling strings, just like in his past. They scream Doomsday Cult louder than anyone. Meanwhile, Herim is watching the stream from the waiting room. She was biting her nails, stressed that she should be the one throwing punches. If her boss gets wrecked, she will literally die of guilt. Flashback time. He banned her from the match, and she went full tsundere volcano, yelling that he had zero business stealing her spotlight. Our boy calmly replies that this is his personal boss fight. She can sit this one out, but she stubbornly argues that minions are meant to fight. Yu Hyun hits her with facts. If I was a boring basic teller, sure you would be the one grinding. That totally failed to fix her pout. Reading the room, our hero points out that he appreciates the worry, but she clearly thinks he is a total noob. Thanks for the pity, but she is only freaking out because she thinks he is going to get clapped. Sweating bullets, she internally screams that he read her mind. He trusts her, but she thinks his defense is made of paper. Boom. Surprise head pat. He drops his hand on her head, freezing her completely as he whispers, "Chill out." He promises he is way stronger than he looks, but her brain is already short-circuiting from the blush. Smirking, he vows to show her she is stressing over absolutely nothing and to completely embarrass the haters who doubted his stats. Back in real time, she is still sweating but decides to trust her crazy boss. Ding ding ding, the match is finally starting. The arena abruptly shifts. Creepy Victorian buildings pop up out of nowhere, literally ripping off the record of Ragnarok Arena. Yep, they are suddenly in the foggy streets of 1800s London. White Lotus loudly pings the main character, yelling at him to watch his front. But Jack had already pulled a Houdini and vanished. He was right there a second ago, and now poof, dude is definitely abusing stealth mechanics. Cutting to a roof cam, we spot the edgy assassin chilling on a chimney, cooking up a fancy way to one-shot our hero. He thinks he is so sneaky, until the main character casually turns and stares straight into his soul. Cue the panic. Scrambling to hit his invisibility button again, Jack starts sweating, wondering if seen. But Jack brushes it off as pure luck. Switching up his tactics, he plots another ambush, but then, our main character locks eyes with him again. The edgy assassin panics. Is Yu Hyun actually bypassing his ultimate stealth? His tiny fairy companion starts roasting him. Weren't you supposed to be the master of shadows? Sweating bullets, Jack snaps at her to zip it. He will handle this his own way. Even if this guy has a radar, he cannot survive a literal blind spot attack. Nobody blocks a dagger from behind right. Wrong. Yu Hyun turns around again. Clang. A lazy parry absolutely destroys Jack's fragile ego. How on earth? Completely spooked, he scampers back into the dark, while our hero just watches. Now let us check Yu Hyun's point of view. Oh, that explains it. Jack literally has a giant glowing book floating over his head. White Lotus is baffled, but Yu Hyun just smirks like a mysterious anime protagonist. Since the kid's stealth is totally busted, she asks for the game plan. Simple. He is going on the offensive. With a burst of speed, he rushes the so-called Ripper. Jack looks absolutely petrified. The assassin barely blocks the heavy strike. Being visible is totally ruining his edgy vibe. His grand illusions are crumbling. Jack squeaks in terror, begging to know how he was spotted. Yu Hyun just chuckles. Is hiding your only trick? Emotional damage. The collector screams that he has got more than just stealth. Poof. He vanishes from sight, only to spawn right behind our hero for a cheap shot. Herim shrieks in pure panic as the blade plunges down. Go to hell, Jack roars. But Yu Hyun just sidesteps. They make awkward eye contact while our hero flashes a cheeky grin. Whoosh. Jack frantically backpedals away. Yu Hyun flexes his blade, dripping with confidence. Are you done? Because it is my turn now. Meanwhile, up in the VIP peanut gallery, Yu Hyun's pet owl glides right up to the divine spirits. It perches nearby, playing the ultimate eavesdropper. Sure, they think he is neat, but they still treat him like a massive underdog. A sneaky magic circle pops up near the bird. Thanks to this nifty trick, our guy hears every single word of their trash talk. Wow. Bayo's gift is basically a high-tier wiretap. It works flawlessly, just as expected from a legendary pet. Either way, these stuck-up spirits really think he is going to lose to this dollar store ninja. And honestly, that just hypes him up. Time to serve these snobs a gigantic slice of humble pie. Boom. He blasts forward, sweating heavily. Jack plays the guessing game. Will the sword swing left or right? He braces for impact. But wait. Something is horribly wrong with this picture. He desperately dodges the thrust, only to realize that is not a sword. Literally 2 seconds ago, it was a blade. Now, it is a giant spear. When did he open his inventory? A flurry of thrusts forces Jack into an embarrassing dance. He takes a few scrapes, but his ego convinces him he can still win this. His gamer brain quickly calculates the spear's maximum range. Ha! I got your pattern now. Time to get serious. Yu Hyun leaps back, winding up for a massive downward stab. But Jack just smirks. Math says that will not reach. You absolute idiot. He prepares to counter-stab the main character. Well, surprise, surprise. The spear magically extends and pierces right through Jack's shoulder. He drops his dagger like a hot potato. Sprawled in the dirt, he stares at the blood. How? Yu Hyun just sighs. You missed the patch notes, buddy. Your depth perception is terrible. The spear had literally grown twice as long as its wielder. Hacker. The boy screeches in tears. But our guy literally hits him with the ultimate disrespect. Skill issue, bro. Absolutely tilted, Jack screams for him to shut up and dives in for a reckless suicide charge. If he can just close the gap, he can shred this cocky hero into ribbons. He is inches away. Suddenly, a blinding blue flash erupts right in the assassin's face. Clang. Jack kisses a massive metal shield that appeared out of nowhere. His jaw drops. The hero was not swapping items. The weapon itself is a shapeshifter, and right on cue, it morphs back into a lethal blade. Yu Hyun drops a nasty vertical cleave. Jack barely crosses his daggers in time. Whoosh. A second strike comes crashing down. Jack braces for another sword parry, but nope, the sword turns into a spiky flail. Smash. It craters the ground an inch away from Jack's family jewels. Yikes, that was close. The hero sweeps it sideways instantly, shifting it into a gigantic axe. Jack frantically ducks. Boom. A literal explosion erupts on impact. Jack's soul leaves his body. What kind of cheat code is this? Gear like that even exist. How is he swinging it like a pro? Is he seriously just a teller? The divine spirits are scratching their celestial heads, wondering where he looted that insanely overpowered weapon. Did heaven drop off a care package, or is Pandemonium playing favorites? They are just rumors, but word on the street is that both Deep Darkness and Michael slid into his DMs. Satan is eavesdropping on this gossip. He is actually impressed by the main character's massive clout. But honestly, he is super annoyed that he is called Deep Darkness instead of him. Meanwhile, Jack totally caught a massive fade. He is wrecked on the ground, bleeding next to a very Jack-sized crater in the wall. Yoo-hyun is not about to let him breathe instantly, rushing in to deliver the absolute final smackdown. This absolutely terrifies Jack. Panic mode activated. He barely flinches to the side just in time, luckily avoiding being turned into human sashimi. Jinpong and the tiny fairy start backseat gaming, yelling at Jack. This completely triggers his anger. He screams at them to shut their mouths. Dusting himself off, Jack tries to play it cool. He praises Yoo-hyun for the neat trick, claiming he totally let his guard down on purpose. Yeah, right. Suddenly, freaky glowing text crawls across his skin. He is transforming into some kind of supercharged monster. His muscles bulge while lightning violently crackles around him. The fairy grabs her imaginary popcorn, totally hyped that he is about to drop his ultimate move on a newbie teller like Yoo-hyun. Completely losing his mind, Jack screeches that playtime is officially over. Moving like a caffeinated ninja, Jack launches himself into the sky. He bounces around his domain like a chaotic pinball. Absolutely not. Even our overpowered hero can track this sweaty tryhard. The divine spirits drop their jaws. They cannot even process his blinding speed. Who knew he had such absurd hacks enabled? Teleporting right to the main character's nose, Jack yells that it is way too late to beg for mercy, but instantly Yoo-hyun casually asks if Jack is talking to a mirror. He effortlessly grabs the sweaty collector's arm and yeets him straight into the wall at Mach 10. The entire structure explodes into dust. Jack's brain blue screens as he seems to instantly catch some heavy sleep. The fairy munching on her imaginary popcorn is completely flabbergasted. Yoo-hyun yawns, complaining he would have ended this clown show way faster if he knew it would be a snooze fest. Paralyzed on the cold floor, looking like a stepped-on bug, Jack is having a massive existential crisis. He hysterically cries, demanding to know what kind of cheat code our hero is. This was supposed to be his glorious epic. He was meant to be the absolute center of the universe. Our guy was just supposed to be a pathetic little stepping stone for his massive ego trip. How did he get absolutely dunked on? Casually resting his terrifying blade against the loser's throat, the hero roasts him, saying he got drunk on fake hype and tripped over his own massive ego. Yoo-hyun tells him to clearly stare at the actual legend who just clowned him. He is the absolute boss here. Dropping the hardest line, he declares, "I am the true main character here." The defeated boy whimpers for mercy, but zero refunds. Raising his lethal blade, the main character smirks. This is his real power, the god-tier stats that Jack blindly ignored this whole time. Splash. A dramatic red fountain explodes as Yoo-hyun effortlessly secures his flawless victory. Jinpong is absolutely traumatized by the savage beatdown. The divine spirits are collectively dropping their jaws at this unholy carry job. He smoothly sheathes his totally bloody sword, while the magical system aggressively pings his flawless victory. This sweaty battleground is finally collapsing. A lone god starts a super awkward slow clap, which instantly snowballs into a roaring stadium of absolutely hyped spirits. Getting slightly embarrassed, our hero chuckles, realizing his entire fanbase is totally eating up his dramatic show. Hyor is practically in tears from the hype. Her favorite rookie just mopped the floor with a monstrously busted collector. Still, she is kicking herself for doubting his massive plot armor until the very final epic swing. But she flips the script, swearing total loyalty. She will never ever trade this walking cheat code for anyone else in the universe. Wait, was that a hardcore love confession? Pretty sure, since she literally called him her guiding light. Archangel Miguel is flabbergasted, noting that Yoo-hyun is an absolute madman. After that nasty flex, literally every single god is going to throw their sponsorship money at him. Smiling like a proud dad, Miguel fully expects even crazier stunts next time. Honestly, he has totally given up on ever trying to leash a wildcard like our main character. Meanwhile, back at Jinpong's loser lounge, Argyle is raging like a toxic gamer, utterly furious over this massive fail. She screams, demanding an explanation, but poor Jinpong is currently getting aggressively force-choked by his terrifying boss. He is brutally gagging for sweet oxygen. Her premium-sponsored fighter just got absolutely clapped by a total noob, like it was a tutorial stage. Jinpong wildly protests, choking out, "Bro must be using hacks. Somebody is definitely boosting his account." Argyle viciously snubs him, barking, "Save your salty tears. No excuses will fix this epic disaster. We are completely past the point of no return." She urgently needed to find a convenient scapegoat to toss under the bus. Someone to take the massive fall for ruining her pentagram's vibe. Jinpong practically wets his pants, screaming for a sliver of mercy. But her face screams pure demonic murder. He totally botched the quest and the banhammer is merciless. No amount of apologizing fixes this. The catastrophic debt he racked up means he couldn't pay it off even with 10 lifetimes of minimum wage. The pathetic teller is sobbing, which just makes Argyle want to punch him harder. He officially lost his admin privileges over the library. Hitting the delete button on his existence is the only logical fix. She is already honestly doing him a favor. Surviving would have been pure torture. Jinpong drowned in absolute despair. How did he fail so miserably? That crazy bastard Kang Herim. He rigged this game from the very beginning. He orchestrated every single move. Jinpong was never the predator here. Hot tears of pathetic regret streamed down his face, staring straight into his absolute doom. The storyteller dissolved into nothingness, completely erased by Argyle. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The fairy snapped her neck back, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated disgust. Yu Hyun stepped in. Instantly, her mask flipped. She slapped on a sickly sweet smile and chirped a cheerful greeting. Our main character played along, bowing with fake politeness. She gushed about his spectacular performance, and he slapped on a bashful act, claiming he didn't deserve such high praise. But when he asked about Jinpong's whereabouts, she pulled a dramatic pout and sighed that he was erased. By losing the grand storytelling duel, his pathetic life was forfeit. Total annihilation was his destined reward. Our guy tilted his head. Sure, they wagered their lives, but he never commanded the loser's execution. Argyle scoffed, calling him a naive rookie. Instantly, the fake smiles vanished. His eyes turned ice cold. He told her to cut the absolute garbage. Her sweet act glitched as she glared back. Did she mishear this arrogant human? Yu Hyun doubled down. She destroyed his hard-earned loot, and he wanted compensation immediately. Argyle hissed that as a higher existence, she demanded ultimate respect. But our guy wasn't having it. Power abuse was still a crime. Flipping back to her creepy, cheerful persona, she giggled and offered a shiny bribe. Ping 800 points hit his account. She practically purred, asking if they were best buddies again. He just stared right through her soul. He remembered her true, twisted nature, a total psychopath who laughed at slaughter. She treated human lives like cheap reality television. He clearly recalled her tossing innocence into a bloodbath just for kicks. It was a nightmare forever burned into his memory. She stared at corpses like squashed bugs. You do not just forgive and forget pure evil. Smirking at his new point balance, he casually accepted her blood money, praising her brutal efficiency. She puffed up her chest with arrogant pride, bragging about her supreme benevolence. Then he casually dropped a massive bomb. He mentioned a spicy little rumor. Was a certain shady department making dirty deals with the Exodus? Arga froze instantly. The Exodus wasn't just a basic guild, they were the nightmare rulers of the mixed dimensions. Cosmic parasites feeding on pure human despair. Pentagram was definitely in bed with them. He remembered the massive cover-ups from his past life, where corrupt admins buried all the evidence. Argyle sweated, demanding why he brought this up. Eavesdroppers might get the wrong fatal idea. Throwing his hands up innocently, Yu Hyun played dumb. Just a friendly little warning between pals. My bad if I hit a nerve. Anyway, time to go loot Jinpong's shiny new library. The fairy waved like a sweet little angel, but the moment he turned his back, her demonic aura flared with murderous rage. Yu Hyun grinned in the hallway. He felt her killing intent. She was a totally different beast than Jinpong, a master of shady cover-ups and deep-dimensional conspiracies. Her dark connection to the Exodus proved she was a top-tier villain breeding monsters like Jack in the Shadows. Taking her down head-on would be a suicidal nightmare. But our guy always has a cheat code. He pulled out a mysterious book. This timeline was going to be wildly different. Meanwhile, back at the guild base, Soo-hyun was practically pulling her hair out. She nagged him for disappearing without a single text message. They were just supposed to grab some quick cash, not trigger a life-or-death magical duel. The duo bowed in hilarious apology. Soo-hyun sighed, letting them off the hook, since they actually brought home a legendary win. Herim gushed like a total fangirl. Yu Hyun humbly flexed his massively upgraded library stats. But wait, why was the boss lady vibrating with joy? He called out her weirdly bright aura. Busted. She tried to play it cool, but her excitement exploded. She insisted he practically begged to know. He definitely did not ask. Soo-hyun threw her hands up and screamed. It was the holy payday, cue the glorious heavenly choir. Honestly, totally relatable boss energy. Herim tilted her head, but the assignment was crystal clear. Soo-hyun demanded she check her banking app immediately. The girl unlocked her phone, and her jaw slammed straight into the floor. Tears streaming, she wailed at our hero, panicking over her newfound wealth. She thought she was swimming in cash, but Yu Hyun brought her back down. Suryeon added that thanks to Hiram's skyrocketing fame, crazy advertising deals were pouring in, hitting a massive 200 million. The two of them were vibrating with absolute joy, already scheming up modest little renovations for their humble headquarters. Meanwhile, Yu Hyun and his two tiny sidekicks judged them hard. They stared at the girl's cheap thrills with pure disgust. Lotus whispered, asking why those two were acting so hopelessly pathetic. Yoo-hyun just sighed, telling the spirits to let it go, since both grew up broke. Anyway, the Bihei agency was practically bursting with chaotic energy. Those two were ridiculously thrilled. Yoo-hyun dryly asked if they couldn't just buy fancy groceries at a high-end market, but the girls gasped. That was strict billionaire territory. The scene transitioned, though we stayed inside the bustling agency. Suryun was drowning in an absolute mountain of paperwork. The main character watched her, knowing this crazy rush was fueled by the endless interviews and wild offers. Herim was pulling in. He had his own grind to handle, but suddenly ping. The system announced the celestial body sent a message he somehow missed earlier. The glowing blue window flashed with glorious news. He just scored a massive promotion. He was officially a senior rank, now complete with some juicy system rewards. A massive grin spread across his face. His endless grinding was finally paying off big time. But scanning the fine print, his smile twitched. Wait, he wasn't officially ranked up just yet. He still had to suffer through an incredibly annoying promotion ceremony. Absolute torture. Still, he shrugged it off. He had to visit them soon, regardless, even if this stupid ritual dragged things out. Catching his weird zoned-out expression, Herim peeked over, asking what was up. He casually flexed his brand-new promotion, and her eyes sparkled with praise. Suryun joined the hype train, cheering him on. He thanked them both, then glanced at Suryun's terrifying workload. She proudly claimed the worst was over, but honestly, there was still a ridiculous mountain of tasks pending. Just hearing her schedule made him dizzy. Yoo-hyun pointed out she was practically burning out, but she brushed it off. Herim needed solid business connections right now. Spotting a perfect opening, he leaned in, asking if she had a quick second to chat about that exact problem. She nodded, totally clueless. Out of nowhere, Yoo-hyun smoothly asked her out on a date. The poor girl was utterly stunned into silence. Her jaw dropped, and her pen clattered loudly onto the desk. Later, walking outside, Suryun teased his sneaky tactics. Was he really bold enough to drop a bomb like that right in front of Herim? He chuckled. She was acting way too composed, so he just had to shake her up a bit. Honestly, her panicked reaction was pure gold. Flipping the switch to serious business, he asked if she was struggling to secure decent corporate negotiation partners. She grimly nodded. The main character was totally pumped to crush this hurdle for them. He perfectly understood that a totally unknown agency couldn't easily build trust or secure deals. That was exactly why he dragged her out today. He was stepping up. If a powerhouse collector showed up in the flesh, those stuck-up corporate giants wouldn't dare look down on their agency ever again. Suryun smiled gratefully, mentioning a target company she had her eye on, but there was a massive catch. She asked him to listen closely for a moment. He locked eyes with her, giving his undivided focus. Stepping into a quiet cafe, the girl finally started unpacking her heavy past. Her family used to be pretty wealthy and lived in total peace. Even without a mother's warm presence, their lives were perfectly fine. Her older brother was a rising star collector, rapidly building a brilliant reputation alongside his loyal guild. But then tragedy struck. Her brother perished in a horrific dungeon accident, and their whole world immediately collapsed. Several elite collectors, including heavyweights from massive clans, were caught in that deadly disaster. Blaming him, they ruthlessly sued her brother, but he was already gone. He couldn't defend his honor from the grave. Thus, her family lost absolutely everything. The main character's mind started racing, boiling over the sheer sickening injustice of it all. Suryun fiercely defended her brother's gentle soul. He was a hero with a heart of gold who cherished his family above all, but he dared to challenge society's rotten core. Yoo-hyun narrowed his eyes, asking if her brother believed mental domains shouldn't be preserved. The girl nodded solemnly. The pieces clicked. The main character realized this was the exact same dark ideology he encountered with that mysterious old man from the Central Association. That forbidden belief triggered the massive lawsuit. A cold realization hit him. What if her brother's tragic death wasn't some random dungeon accident after all? He silently vowed to dig into this dangerous mystery. Suddenly, a harsh voice barked Suryun's name. She flinched violently, instantly recognizing that arrogant tone. A wealthy-looking old man smirked at her, mocking how nice it was to find a familiar loser on the streets. He threw a fake polite greeting and she forced a stiff bow. The geezer then sighed, pretending to be heartbroken over her quitting their prestigious clan. He heard she started some pathetic little agency. Was she even scraping together enough pennies to eat? Yoo-hyun coldly whispered, asking who this disrespectful fossil was. She nervously muttered, it was a senior executive from her old job, Jeon Kwangak. The geezer instantly looked down on our hero, sneering that he looked like total trash. He asked Suryun if this weakling was actually a contracted collector. Feigning shock, the old snake sarcastically clapped, mocking how tiny indie agencies usually go bankrupt in a week. He laughed, asking what kind of scam she pulled to hook a collector. Still, ruthlessly stepping on her pride, he scoffed, asking if she could truly manage a real collector. But the main character instantly shut him up. He loudly barked the old man's name right back. The geezer marched up to him, puffing out his chest, asking if he already familiar with her agency. Our main character drops a polite intro, but this boomer claims he is a nobody and demands his rank. The main character instantly cuts him off. Get lost, old man. Kanguk furiously asks how this brat dares to disrespect his elders. No manners at all. Yu-hyun casually replies that what he really wanted was to rearrange his wrinkly face. But hey, he is holding back out of respect for Soo-yoon. The girl panics and begs him to stop poking the bear, but Kanguk is already raging and starts spewing trash insults. Yu-hyun looks at Soo-yoon. Insulting her means insulting him. Did she want him to take out the trash? The creepy old man smirks, asking if they were secretly a couple heavily, implying if she had talents, she should have come to his office. Chuckling, he adds that he could have had some fun too. Bam. Faster than light, the boomer's head is spinning from a legendary slap from our protagonist. He is launched backward while his goons absolutely lose their minds. The sidekicks scream. Has this kid lost his mind? The old geezer eats dirt then scrambles up, crying that assaulting a civilian as a collector is a crime he will pay. He orders a goon to call the special unit. But our boy just laughs. Call them, it is totally useless. Yu-hyun is not even a collector, no laws broken here. The boomer is stunned, so Yu-hyun asks how he plans to punish a teller with collector laws. The old man trembles, realizing he just messed with a teller. Yu-hyun smirks. Go on, keep barking. The goons try to act tough and surround him, saying he crossed the line. If he tries anything, they will attack. Flashing a villainous smile, the main character dares them. Is that your final answer? Pull your weapons, but the second you do, you are all dead meat. Yu-hyun looks like a literal demon as he threatens these fools. He tells the three clowns to scramble before he deletes them from existence. Sweating bullets and terrified, the trio runs away like headless chickens. Yu-hyun chuckles at the pathetic sight. Soo-yoon is stunned. He asks for a rating. Pretty reliable, right? Sighing in massive relief, she admits she cannot stop him. Changing topics, she asks why he picked her, while a poor janitor mops up the drama. After the incident, she was blacklisted by every clan. Total career ruin, Yu-hyun stares and asks if she secretly hates her brother. She sighs. At first, maybe. But honestly, her brother is not a bad guy. He just poked the wrong bears. Yu-hyun smirks. Will you just swallow that injustice like a good little victim? She snaps back. What can a nobody like me do? He nods but declares that is exactly why he is here, shocking her completely. Standing up with a crazy grin, he vows to flip the entire world upside down. Let us prove those idiots wrong. It sounds absolutely delusional now, but he will make her a believer. He immediately invites her to team up. Extending his hand like a true protagonist, he promises to lift her up. She is left entirely speechless before a massive, hopeful smile breaks out. She grabs his hand, warning him he might regret this, but our boy acts first and thinks never. Cut to an old man bowing over a sealed deal. Walking out, Soo-yoon is totally mind-blown that they actually pulled it off. She praises him, but he plays the humble card. Pouting, she demands to know why he even needs a manager if he is basically a one-man army. He laughs. We need each other to level up. Yu-hyun says they share the same boat. She might be weak here, but her hidden stats are maxed out elsewhere. Time for smiles. If they stall, Herim might throw a fit. Soo-yoon suggests bribing her with snacks. Back at the office, our main character is waiting outside a war zone. Screams echo from the dressing room. Keep your head up or the makeup gets ruined. The doors swing open and boom, Herim steps out looking like a literal goddess. She spins in her dress asking for his rating. He smoothly replies he knew she was cute, but today she is off the charts. Critical hit. She is blushing like crazy. Time to roll out. Entering the massive lobby, Herim is starstruck. Yu-hyun casually mentions it is the top magazine in the nation. Reaching the front desk, they announce their interview. The receptionist points them to the 7th floor. Yu-hyun nods, while Herim slips into her super serious boss mode, trying way too hard to look cool. The poor receptionist was a blushing mess. Soo-yoon had errands to run, so our trio split up. We headed out, leaving the receptionist completely flustered. Honestly, relatable. Terrifyingly beautiful women scare me too. Inside the VIP room, a woman was eagerly waiting. She blinked at me, trying to figure out who I was. I flashed my best professional smile. I am Hiram's manager. Thrilled she had backup, the woman introduced herself as Shin Gary Suryun's friend. Kicking off the interview, she noted we were breaking years of records. What was our grand goal in clearing mental domains? Hiram calmly replied she did not need a profound reason. Just doing her job as a collector. The journalist asked how she felt about her epic title, the Empress of the Sword. Hiram dropped an answer off screen that absolutely blew the interviewer's mind. Gary looked thrilled, assuring us all was well. Pivoting hard, she locked eyes with me. She had heard some wild rumors lately, specifically about a teller hanging out with humans. Highly suspicious. With a sly grin, she brought up a tale of someone ditching their divine blessing to become a collector. Gulp. She totally knew it was me. Busted, I confessed to being the rumored teller. Her eyes sparkled with jackpot-winning joy. She knew it. Apologizing for prying, she leaned in close. Dropping the reporter act, she just had to know purely out of personal curiosity. I told her to shoot, as long as it would not get me cancelled. Why were we really raiding mental domains? I played it off as a desperate grab for fame, but she was not buying it. Seeing right through my bluff, I sighed. Fine, I had a grander vision because I could see things others could not. I stood up swiftly. Interview over, folks. After all, the real VIP is the Empress of the Sword. Gary caught my drift and wrapped things up. Then to push Hiram's buttons, Gary joked about sliding into my personal messages anytime. Cue instant jealousy from Hiram. Down in the lobby, we bumped back into Suryan, who cheerfully asked how it went. I nodded, surviving the playful interrogation, but Hiram was still pouting. Suddenly I noticed the lobby was absolutely swarming with a chaotic crowd. A superstar must be visiting. A flashy collector was strutting through with 2 female bodyguards. Fans were screaming. White Lotus wondered who this clown was, but I honestly could not care less. I tried pulling Suryan away, but she was completely hypnotized by the guy's aura. Hello, Earth, to Suryan. I snapped her out of her trance, leaving her totally bewildered. Suspicious, I whipped out the collector book. What kind of dark magic was he using on women? His active trait, Casanova. Seriously, did this dude just have a supernatural charisma buff? What a joke skill. Suddenly, Mr. Casanova himself started marching straight toward our group. Suryan panicked while I was reading his ridiculous stats. He smoothly approached Hiram, purring, a pleasure to meet you, introducing himself as Junggu. Hiram looked at him like trash. He launched into a cheesy pickup routine. Hiram's face scrunched up in sheer disgust. I laughed internally. His magic charm could not dent her mental fortress. White Lotus fumed, ready to throw hands. Before this sleazeball got any closer, I smoothly stepped right into his path. Manager speaking. You are making my client uncomfortable, the arrogant pretty boy scoffed. A mere manager blocking his glorious path. He bragged about being an absolute celebrity. I told him I did not care. My collector hates your guts, so back off. Hiram blushed furiously at my protective stance. The idiot laughed, claiming every woman alive adored him. The sheer audacity. Lotus and I were practically vibrating with the urge to punch him. But Hiram beat us to it bluntly, calling him an annoying pest. Unfazed, he still asked her out. She coldly rejected him, citing zero free time for his nonsense. But he just would not quit. He reached for her chin. Smack. She slapped his hand away. Step back, she glared. His fake smile vanished. He sneered, saying nice guy mode was officially turned off. Dramatically whipping off his glove, he tossed it right at her. A classic duel challenge. He actually demanded a duel with our Empress of the Sword. The background NPCs practically grabbed their popcorn, totally hyped to see their idol flex and win. Lotus blinked, asking if collectors could just brawl like street thugs. The main character shrugged. The government didn't care. Better an open beatdown than shady backstabbery. But Lotus caught something else. Hiram wasn't exactly running away from this fight. This made our main character grin like a proud dad. He gave her the green light. She could totally accept if she wanted to crush him. Hiram flashed a scary smile. Oh, it was on. She'd happily wipe the floor with this pretty boy, Casanova. The arrogant collector beamed, already calculating his 100% win rate, just because her rank was lower. To him, a rookie was basically a walking punching bag. As a snobby elite from the great Hayod clan, he grinned like a cartoon villain. He couldn't wait to ruthlessly put her in her place. The guy was practically drooling over his imaginary victory. Then Yu-hyun leaned in and whispered a cheeky secret into the Empress's ear. She nodded, telling Pretty Boy the beatdown was rescheduled. 3 days from now, the guy blinked, totally confused. Assuming she couldn't magically level up in 72 hours, he arrogantly agreed. Strutting away, he flexed his wealth, offering an official association venue for their epic showdown in 3 days. Still holding his trusty book, our main character chuckled internally. He knew exactly which fancy clan this clown belonged to, and exactly how to shatter his massive ego. Suddenly, Soo-yoon, the interviewer, popped up from behind, asking why everyone was screaming. When told that Kyunggu was here, she instantly made a face like she smelled hot garbage. The main character raised an eyebrow. Did she know him? She shivered, complaining about his super creepy stare. Clearly, his trashy charm skills didn't work on her either. She then dropped some juicy gossip. Rumor had it he abused his clan's authority like a total villain. What did he do to them? Yu-hyun casually mentioned the official duel against Hiram. They had happily accepted the bait. The journalist gasped, panicking because the creep was genuinely overpowered. But our main character just smirked. Relax. He had a master plan to completely humble him. He then pitched a brilliant, sneaky idea. If the Empress of the Sword utterly demolished him right after her interview, wouldn't that be the ultimate viral scoop? She stared at him. Was he seriously turning this life-or-death fight into a PR stunt? The boy just shamelessly smiled, begging for some flashy front-page media coverage. Soo-yoon let out a heavy sigh. She already knew he wasn't exactly normal, but this guy was proving to be a certified absolute madman. Whatever, she'd play his game. She promised to write the hottest article ever and waved goodbye until next time. Hiram sincerely thanked him for the upcoming brawl. He just laughed, swearing he only agreed because he was completely betting on her to wreck the guy. When she asked about the 3-day delay, his eyes gleamed. They had to milk this drama for all the free publicity they could get. Soon, rabid journalists were swarming Soyun's office, like zombies begging for dual details. The poor girl was totally drained. Our genius mastermind had successfully manipulated the algorithm. The main character knew that despite Hiram's epic spirit street cred, regular folks had zero clue who she was. They needed this massive hype train. Meanwhile, she was zen as a monk, just sitting there grinding her cultivation. While the internet was losing its mind over the fight, she was unlocking the ridiculous potential to absolutely eclipse her past life's power level. There was no way he'd let anything nerf her maximum stats. In his brilliant mind, she had to break her limits and reach godly status. This whole Colosseum circus was literally just an excuse to farm both experience points and massive fame. Finally, the day of the epic smackdown arrived. The massive Colosseum looked strangely familiar. Wait, was this the old battleground? Whatever. Hot dog vendors were already making a killing, and the stands were packed with fans screaming for blood. It was ridiculously obvious that this showdown was the biggest trending event of the year. The ocean of people was so massive it gave Soo-yoon a mini panic attack. Yoo-hyun asked if she was sweating bullets. She completely snapped at him, totally overwhelmed by the millions of eyeballs watching them. Literally everything was on the line here. He was honestly impressed by his own insane marketing skills, though the arrogant opponent's fame definitely helped sell the tickets too. Live player versus player events were super rare, so the crowd was basically foaming at the mouth. Poor Soo-yoon looked like she was going to hurl. The boy innocently asked if she needed the toilet. She screamed like a banshee, claiming it was just spicy food. Anyway, the VIP section was totally stacked. Snobby clan leaders and legendary collectors were all lurking there. Panicking was perfectly normal. Lotus playfully teased the boss for looking so chill. He awkwardly denied it. He was totally sweating on the inside. But this wasn't his stage. It was the Empress's glorious debut. And though she was meditating like a statue, a tiny sweat drop betrayed her nerves. Just 3 minutes left until the absolute chaos began. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with sharp focus. Yoo-hyun grinned, asking if she was ready to rumble. Hiram stood tall. Yes, even with a tiny gulp of hesitation, shaking in her boots. He flashes a sweet smile, then completely bonks her on the head out of nowhere. Teary-eyed, she demands answers for the smack, but our hero shrugs, claiming it was just a tactical bonk. He asks if her pre-battle jitters are cured. And poof. Like absolute magic, she suddenly realizes the awful anxiety has completely left her body. She still pouts, whining about the lack of warning. But our smug guy points out that a scheduled smack simply would not pack the same healing punch. Screaming, she vows hilarious revenge the second he gets nervous. Yet, half a heartbeat later, she softly thanks him for having her back. It was go time. The system aggressively summons the fighters into the arena, hyping up the totally pumped divine spirits. A massive 4,500 eager viewers were already watching, screaming their lungs out for the Sword Empress. Both challengers step onto the stage and boom, a digital battleground field suddenly spawns around them. Trees pop up like weeds, instantly transforming the arena into a wild forest biome. The rules were dead simple. Tap out or get totally knocked out to lose. Random mob enemies would also be roaming around, serving as juicy point piñatas when smashed with totally different bounties on their heads. These two fierce competitors had a strict limit of 3 hours to settle the score. No brutal knockout by the buzzer. The sweaty fighter with the absolute highest score takes the crown. No fatal blows allowed. Anyone stupid enough to catch a body faces the association's absolute wrath. Rules dumped. The crowd goes totally bananas in the stands as the almighty system roared out the signal. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the zone on second one, bagging a quick 150 points for the pretty boy. He is looking totally fired up. A random fanboy loses his absolute mind cheering while someone else wonders why the Sword Empress is basically away from keyboard, eyes completely shut, looking so ridiculously peaceful that the confused folks assume she was rage quitting before throwing a single punch. But nope, crackle snap. A deadly violent electric aura suddenly wraps around her like a glowing snake. Zen mode fully activated, her eyes snap open, and oh boy, the slaughter is ready to commence. The artist boy glances over his pretty shoulder, totally confused by the ominous, terrifying crackling noise creeping up right behind him. A crazy blur blitzes forward. Before his pretty brain processes it, she is already right in front of his face, sword raised to turn him into finely chopped sashimi. Miraculously, he is not complete garbage and blocks the heavy strike. Although his shaking noodle arms tell a tragic story, looking furious, he internally curses this crazy, unhinged brat for completely ignoring the free monster points just to jump him immediately. The hype man commentator loses his absolute mind over this delightfully toxic player versus player bloodbath, ignoring the boring point hunt entirely. Then Spark. The badass Empress casually spawns a literal dragon made of raw, angry lightning. She is absolutely not playing nice. Her target is locked. Maulding super hard, the artist boy furiously screams, deeply offended she treat him like a scrub. In pure rage, his aura explodes into a spicy red. The clash instantly becomes ridiculously sweaty. Neon energy everywhere. It looked like an anime finale. But despite his flashy moves, our tragic artist feels his arms turning to jelly against her insane might. Her damage is busted. Keeping a poker face, she drops a massive vertical cleave. The heavy impact literally craters the solid ground beneath his shiny boots. The audience loses their minds. They knew she was a boss, but these stats are basically cheating. The smug Empress smirks internally. This was the exact flavor of delicious vengeance she craved. Stomping cocky dudes is her favorite hobby. Our pretty boy looks visibly traumatized. Getting to finally spam her ultimate attacks without holding back a single drop of power was giving her the best adrenaline rush ever. Whoosh! A massive horizontal sweep violently deletes the surrounding environment. The digital trees are instantly uninstalled. Amazingly, Art Boy desperately dodges the fatal slice. But wait, a pathetic paper cut of blood slowly trickles down his precious cheek. The dude miraculously survived. Shaking like a leaf, he pats his flawless skin. Utterly flabbergasted, she had ruined his pretty face. His fragile ego utterly snaps. Roaring about his newly damaged aesthetics, he aggressively charges like a raging maniac. Yoink. In one humiliatingly smooth parry, his beloved weapon is sent launching straight into the sky, doing rapid mid-air flips. The Empress casually swiped his main weapon. Our tragic pretty boy is awkwardly left gripping his pathetic spare dagger. Closing the gap instantly, she brutally introduces her flying kneecap to his precious nose. Crunch goodbye modeling career. The completely wrecked guy ragdolls backward, bleeding like a ketchup bottle, completely knocked out cold. His screaming fangirls in the crowd are utterly devastated, seeing their idol get folded like laundry. Plot armor suddenly activates. He wakes up mid-fall. Desperately snapping back to reality, his inner monologue cries about losing to a low-tier nobody. Sweating buckets, his frantic brain tries to stop the panic. If he stays tilted, she will turn him into absolute mincemeat. He absolutely needs to launch a perfect counterattack. The Empress swoops for dessert, but aha, he spots a microscopic opening. Panicking, he quickly slides to. He tries to counterattack, but Herim gracefully dodges, slipping right behind him. Furious, he realizes he is just her plaything. Pivoting to track her, he leaps forward, screaming that he will not let this slide. Bam. One punch from Herim knocks his lights out again. Suryun and Yoo-hyun watch the absolute massacre in horror. The Empress of the Sword is mercilessly crushing the poor guy. Trembling with his face completely wrecked, he stammers out a surrender. But whack, she lands another punch. Herim is deliberately blocking his surrender, beating him to a pulp with absolute dedication. The fangirls instantly lose their crush on the artist, seeing him get completely bulldozed. Someone from the stands screams, begging the ref to stop the match. But since Herim will not let him yield, they simply cannot. Finishing her brutal combo, she charges a final blow so devastating it blows up the entire arena. As the smoke clears, she looks down at the crater. The poor artist is completely out cold. Mind blown, the announcer officially ends the massacre, crowning Herim, the Empress of the Sword, as the ultimate champion. The virtual battlefield drops, returning them to the Colosseum. Argyle watches in sheer disgust and disbelief. She knows deep down this entire disaster is her fault. Seeing Herim flex her true monstrous power makes her blood boil, and she realizes the main character ordered this beatdown. She wants to rip Yoo-hyun to shreds, but acting recklessly is a rookie mistake. Her chance will come. Back with the crew, Suryun welcomes Herim, asking if she is hurt. Jumping with joy over her friend's win, she showers her with praise. Deeply touched, and Herim awkwardly thanks her. Then the main character chimes in. "You were impressive," he says, which instantly sends her floating to Cloud 9. Her face turns tomato red, hitting maximum simp mode. Beaming with joy, she thanks him for the buff. Bam, a furious fist slams a desk. Things cannot stay like this. The scene cuts to a chaotic boardroom. Angry suits are screaming about losing mental domains to the Empress of the Sword. Someone panics, asking for a plan, but a third guy sighs. "You guys are too emotional." His name is Lim Gunwoo. The boss barks at him to take this seriously, even if he was dragged here, but Gunwoo could not care less. Honestly, he secretly agrees with our heroes that these mental domains need to be shut down. Back at the office, Suryun is hyped. Herim is officially the most famous person on the server. Everyone is talking about her. While the girls excitedly plan what luxury food they will buy with their prize money, the main character is brooding. Suryun notices the intense aura and asks what is up. He drops the bomb. I have made a decision. He wants to recruit a new collector, completely shattering their peaceful vibe. The girls scream in pure shock. Herim instantly bursts into dramatic tears. I am being replaced. The main character sighs, approaching the sobbing mess on the couch. When did I ever abandon you? You lied, she wails. You said you only needed me, he calmly explains the harsh truth. A duo cannot carry this entire game forever. The difficulty spike is coming. They are fine for now, but the power creep is real, and they desperately need to prep. Besides, he smirks. Your rank is rising. Do you not want a cute little junior to boss around? That flips the switch. The tears stop instantly. Her eyes sparkle with sunbae energy, and she coughs, trying to look cool. I suppose I must show the grand generosity of a senior. Suryun laughs, asking if the main character has a target in mind. He shrugs, playing dumb. Not exactly. Lie. Using his regressor hacks, he remembers the legendary players known as the Miraculous Generation. Lotus pops up, urging him to exploit his future knowledge immediately. He admits he has a VIP list, but the timing is totally off. Half of them have not even awakened their powers yet. Finding a nobody is like finding a needle in a haystack. Lotus whines about the delay. But then, a light bulb goes off. Tomorrow is the rookie competition, the perfect farming ground to snatch up a hidden gem. Surely there is some overpowered newbie hiding there who never got famous in his previous timeline. Suddenly, ding. A red system alert shatters his thoughts. An unknown caller is forcing a video chat. He accepts the prompt. Boom. A terrifying woman with a totally demonic vibe flashes on screen. Can you hear me? She purrs. He nods casually. She chuckles, mentioning his recent promotion to senior rank. Seeing his absolute poker face, she frowns. Wow, tough crowd. I expected a bit more panic from you. A random voice congratulates him. Suryun squints, totally clueless. Annoyed, he shoos the crowd away, begging for a tiny sliver of personal space. Wait a second. He spots the horns on the caller's head. Bingo. It is that horned dude from the newbie teller initiation. Hearing this, the girl absolutely explodes. She shrieks that she is 100% female. Her name is Alicia. Internally, he admits she has had a massive glow-up, but plays it cool. Instead, he casually asks about her whole teller career. Suddenly hyped, she brags about getting carried by the senior staff. Right now she is managing a world called Altalon. This rookie is already acting like she won the grand prize, purely because she hit 500 viewers. She endlessly hypes up her collector. Our main character deadpans. Is he a bad boy noble? Shocked, she gasps. How? Did you know? Yuan flawlessly predicts the entire cliché plot, leaving her totally speechless. Smirking at his own massive brain, he notes her basic but popular taste. Flustered, she quickly changes the subject. She desperately wants to spill some tea. Have you checked the teller forum lately? She asks. He shrugs, saying he has been busy. She aggressively orders him to go look, promising some seriously juicy drama. Then, dropping zero context, she claims she is busy and slams the phone down. Now he is itching with curiosity. What kind of madness hit the forums? He pulls up the message boards and instantly spots pure comedy gold, the top trending post. Some clueless teller tried to copy his legendary moves. They tossed their divine blessing, jumped into the brawl, and got absolutely wiped out. Trying not to laugh, he clicks the viral video link and watches the glorious disaster unfold. The copycat even tried to ditch his collector but still got wrecked. Watching this epic fail, alongside him, Lotus is baffled. She cannot believe someone was actually that dumb. Down in the comment section, everyone is roasting the guy for dropping his invincibility. But our main character? He loves it. Free clout, baby. This trend just feeds his ego. Apparently a whole squad of wannabes are dropping their shields to be edgy. Lotus asks if this copycat crisis stresses him out. Not even a little. To him it is prime entertainment. A squishy teller losing their armor and suffering the consequences. Hilarious. Cut to the next morning. His collector looks super bummed, begging him not to go solo. But it is a solo mission today. Thanks to her flashy duel, a swarm of thirsty reporters has camped out front. He needs to dodge that circus immediately. Giving her a quick pat, he hits the stealth button, going fully invisible. I will be back before you know it. He literally phases right past the screaming paparazzi, who are left standing around like total idiots. Escaping the mob, he rolls up to the massive collector graduation ceremony. It is an absolute zoo. People are swarming everywhere. Lotus is totally overwhelmed by the sea of faces. He casually mentions that the big shot clans are definitely prowling around to snatch up the shiny new rookies. The grumpy sword doubts they will find anyone decent here. After all, the top guilds already have the VIP cheat sheets. But our guy just taps his head. He is not hunting for the pre-packaged superstars. Remember his own collector. She started off as a total underdog. Sure, the high rankers look pretty on paper, but he is sniffing out the hidden gems, the rough diamonds only his crazy eyes can appraise. Lotus still thinks he is full of hot air, but rolls with it anyway. And so the ultimate talent hunt officially begins. Hours pass. Lotus is absolutely exhausted, mentally crying for a break. But our boss, he is pacing around, frowning, rejecting everyone. Trash, mediocre, boring. The entire crowd is painfully average. He was crossing his fingers for at least a golden tier lottery ticket. Suddenly, his radar pings, he blasts off like a launched rocket, leaving poor Lotus eating his dust. Hey, wait up. The sword screeches, trying to chase his crazy sprint. But he ignores her, drifting around the corner like a madman. He skids to a halt, gasping. Are his eyes playing tricks on him? He locks onto his target and yells, "Hey, hold up a sec." But as he gets a clear look, his jaw drops. The girl turns around, glaring at him with supreme annoyance. But he does not even notice her resting angry face, because what is floating above her head is an absolute cheat code. 3 rainbow-colored books. Yuan's brain short-circuits. Most people only get 1 measly book, but she is walking around with 3. What kind of broken RNG is this? Seeing him gawk like an idiot, she rolls her eyes and walks away. Desperate, he scrambles after her. He aggressively pitches his resume, begging for her name, but her response, "Get lost or I will literally end you." Classic tsundere threat. But the dude is completely immune to fear right now. He is way too hyped about securing this walking jackpot. Flashing his best salesman smile, he loudly declares himself as a professional teller from the famous Biqua agency. Annoyed, she demands to know his endgame. Slipping into full business mode, he smirks and says, "I am here to make you a legendary deal. 0%. Interested." She spins on her heel. "I am busy, stop stalking me." But this guy lacks basic survival instincts. He slaps a hand right on her shoulder, snapping her head back. Her eyes promise absolute murder. Surrender his life today. Yu Hyun throws his hands up and releases the feral girl. Clearly, he wasn't going to squeeze a single drop of info out of her. Lotus pops up, side-eyeing the mess. Was he chasing that absolute menace for her talent, or some future connection? Spill the tea, the main character shrugs. He had zero clue who she was, but her future self had to be an absolute legend. Her being a literal nobody right now was highly suspicious. Calling it quits for today, he tells Lotus to pack it up, promising to track the crazy girl down later. Lotus scoffs. How? He didn't even catch her name. Smirking, he flexes one of her books. No stress here. Their paths would definitely cross again. Fast forward to the office, our main character orders Soo-Yun to dig up dirt on a fresh graduate named Kwon-ja. Soo-Yun blinks. Was this the mysterious VIP he wanted to scout? He nods. Spot on. He originally thought that stolen book would be a magic compass, but sadly one book was just a paperweight. Suddenly, Herim spawns behind him like a ninja. Was that a female name? He casually replies that, yep, definitely a woman. Cue the absolute meltdown. Herim instantly nosedives onto the floor, bawling in pure jealousy as our main character sighs, explaining gender had literally zero to do with his scouting. Herim completely tunes him out. Later, Soo-Yun gets the file, absolutely horrified by the background check. The main character raises an eyebrow. Any issues? She stammers that this so-called talent graduated dead last. Sure, her combat stats were off the charts, but her teamwork score was tragically non-existent. Oh, and she nearly got kicked out for brawling on campus, barely scraping by to get her diploma. She was an absolute monster in a fight, casually wiping the floor with top-tier elites, but thanks to her garbage personality, absolutely nobody wanted her on their payroll. Soo-Yun double-checks. Is he seriously recruiting this walking disaster? Without a single blink, he says, yep, total, zero hesitation. Those books proved one hilarious reality. She was going to absolutely dwarf Kang Herim in power. Rest in peace, Hiram's screen time. You are officially replaced. Yoo-Hyun starts walking out, and Soo-Yun asks if he is hiring the feral girl right now. No need to speedrun this, he replies. He actually had a completely different side quest to handle. Pulling up to the location, he stares at a sign reading, "Waiting at the door, street food." What a wildly dramatic name for snacks, he thinks, but steps inside anyway. Though the weird name makes perfect sense once you meet the boss. The bell chimes, and a woman peeks out from the kitchen. She warmly asks if it is a table for one, but he skips the pleasantries. Are you Cho Do-Yoon's mom? Flustered, she asks how on earth he knows her son. He casually drops that he was the mystery caller from earlier. Sliding into a booth, she anxiously asks if he knows her boy's location. Nope, not a clue, he admits. But wait, if he knows the name without the location, that heavily implies the kid is breathing right. Our main character drops the bomb. Yep, Do-yoon is totally alive. That single sentence hits her like a truck made of pure relief. It instantly wiped out years of agonizing stress. Tears flowing, she basically crowns him her savior. He quickly waves his hands. Whoa, let us not use such dramatic titles. Yoo-hyun claims he is just a wandering teller doing some family research. Confused, the mom asks how he even met her kid. He spins a smooth lie about tellers hopping through worlds, gathering gossip from alternate dimensions and distant planets. Honestly, our main character had zero idea what kind of mess Do-yoon was causing in the other realm. He only knew the guy was surviving and would eventually respawn back home, which triggered a depressing flashback. The future Do-yoon was an absolute edgelord when he returned. His personality got twisted into a villainous pretzel, probably because his mom kicked the bucket in the original timeline. That tragedy made him despise literal everything, including Earth's upcoming doom. Snapping him out of his morbid thoughts, the mom starts venting. Her boy was always way too mature. Growing up fatherless was tough, but he never threw a single tantrum about it, which honestly just made her feel even guiltier. Deep down, he was just a kid, desperate to act his age, and she was stuck being broke. When he suddenly vanished, it felt like her entire universe hit a game-over screen. Being this helpless was absolute torture. Sniffling, she admits that maybe he was better off grinding levels in another dimension than starving with her. But our main character instantly cuts off her self-pity party. He firmly states she can guilt-trip herself all day, but her son was grinding like crazy just to come back to her. Sure, the kid was alive, but he never said the guy was actually enjoying his little isekai vacation. He hopes she catches his drift. Our main character knew that despite hoarding god-tier power and endless gold in that other world, Do-yoon still mashed the return button to Earth, not to play hero. His endgame was hilariously basic. He literally just wanted a home-cooked meal with his mom. Holding back a waterfall of tears, Cho Do-yoon's mother totally agrees. Blood is thicker than portal magic, and her boy definitely missed her just as much as she was missing him. She gives our main character the most grateful thank you ever. Wiping her face, she chuckles that he acts like her son's lifelong bestie. He just laughs it off, claiming he only heard rumors on the server. Fully understanding, she smiled, thinking her son had simply found a good friend. Mothers really do have legendary instincts. The main character thought she was about to offer him free dinner. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Someone stormed in, shouting, shattering the cozy atmosphere. 3 absolute meatheads barged inside. They barked that they had warned her to shut the restaurant down days ago. Standing her ground, Do-yoon's mother fiercely asked who the hell they thought they were. But the goons just smirked, throwing out cheap threats. She demanded they leave her customer alone, but they just scoffed, sneering that no one would eat in this dump anyway. The tension skyrocketed. Yet our main character just sat there chilling in his seat. He watched the drama unfold in total silence. Muttering out loud, he admitted he didn't really want to do any favors for her annoying son. But helping his mom? That was acceptable. This totally ticked off one of the muscleheads. Furious, he swung a massive punch at the main character, roaring at him to get lost. Cut to the outside of the humble restaurant. And in the blink of an eye, the 3 meatheads were sent flying. They shrieked in agony, limbs bent in unnatural ways. The main character calmly strolled out the front door. Panicking, one goon desperately screamed the golden rule. A collector cannot lay a finger on civilians. But our guy just smirked. That threat was totally useless. He wasn't a collector anyway. Yoo-hyun casually dragged the 3 bodies away from the scene. He sighed, complaining that low-level mobs always repeat the exact same NPC dialogue. The 4 of them arrived at a creepy, deserted alleyway. Glaring down at the pathetic trash, he casually asked for their boss's address. But they firmly shut their mouths. These idiots actually thought he wanted to go apologize. Nope, he just wanted to completely uproot the problem at its source. He swiped one of their pocketbooks, skimmed the pages, and instantly found their secret hideout. This left the goons sweating bullets. One screamed, begging to know who hired him. But our hero just smiled and said he wouldn't do anything else to them. He had a much more evil plan. He was going to raid their base, wreck the place, and then swear these 3 snitched on the location. The thugs tried one last pathetic threat, but he totally ignored them, walking away like an absolute boss. The goons immediately started cursing him out. The main character slowly turned back and confessed he absolutely loved being called a bastard. What an incredibly weird fetish. Yoo-hyun. Leaving the alley, he carved a magic silence seal on the walls. Now no one would ever hear their endless crying. Back at the restaurant, Do-yoon's worried mother asked if he was hurt, but he just smiled, saying the trash was taken out. It was a total piece of cake for a teller. He then slapped down a protection seal to block any future intruders. He promised those punks would never return. She could finally sleep in peace. Bowing respectfully, he said his goodbyes. The grateful woman thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, the main character marched straight toward the bandit hideout. He had some serious house cleaning to do. Echoing footsteps. Frantic screaming about an intruder. The thugs yelled, demanding to know which crazy bastard attacked them. Yoo-hyun just stood there totally bored. Everyone who rushed him was now piled up on the floor like oversized garbage bags. Several other goons were trembling on their feet. One bravely demanded to know how he found their secret base. He casually replied that their loyal subordinates happily snitched. Roaring in anger, the thug charged with a deadly baseball bat. He screamed at the kid's absolute audacity. But Yoo-hyun didn't even blink. In a flash, he flawlessly dodged the heavy swing. The bat smashed into the concrete so hard that it literally exploded. The main character smirked. This guy was actually a collector. That meant a massive boss was hiding in the shadows. Someone insanely rich enough to hire a collector as a mere guard dog. Grinning like a maniac, Yoo-hyun cheered. He just hooked an incredibly fat fish. "Kill the brat!" someone roared. The entire gang of thugs rushed him all at once. But our overpowered hero instantly countered. He folded one guy like a lawn chair with a single kick. The others froze in absolute terror. Desperate, another yanked out a hunting knife, spitting curses at our hero. He lunged forward for a lethal slash. Without breaking a sweat, Yoo-hyun caught the raw blade barehanded. To him, it felt more like holding a flimsy broomstick than cold steel. The thug's eyes bugged out. "How are your fingers not sliced off?" he shrieked. Snatching the weapon away, the secret was revealed. Yoo-hyun had activated his night combat skill. His physical stats and ironclad defense were completely maxed out. Bam! He punched the thug squarely in the jaw, instantly knocking his lights out. The guy was launched backward like a rocket from the brutal impact. The remaining goons could only watch in absolute horror. Yoo-hyun lazily turned his gaze to the survivors. He lifted one hand and provoked them, gesturing for them all to attack at once. Bring it on. A scarred middle-aged boss was now shaking like a leaf, desperately clutching a silver briefcase. Every single one of his men had been wiped out. One poor soul was beaten into a literal human fruit smoothie right there. Stuttering, the boss begged to know who this monster was. He cried that collectors couldn't harm innocent civilians. But Yoo-hyun just sighed, muttering that he wasn't the first idiot to use that excuse today. Completely terrified, the boss assumed our hero was an infamous assassin collector. He thought a rival had paid for his head. Falling to his knees, he hysterically screamed that he would surrender all his wealth. "Please spare me," the thug begs. The protagonist is completely clueless but plays along. Striking a badass pose, he demands the hidden loot. Trembling, the thug opens a briefcase. Sure, there is cash, but a creepy little notebook instantly steals the spotlight. Yoink. Skimming the pages, he uncovers a juicy scandal. 2 giant guilds were holding hands with these thugs. First, the Han Wool Guild, those jerks who kicked out Suryeon. And even worse, the mighty Twilight Curtain Guild. Wait, their elite collectors run the pentagram department. Are those snobs playing in the mud too? Why would a god-tier guild care about shady real estate? Whenever elite collectors play landlord, it screams absolute garbage. Ding, a light bulb goes off in his brain. What if they are hiding a secret mental domain in that zone? An uncharted dungeon the government missed, and this greedy guild is desperately trying to hog all the sweet loot. He snaps out of it and orders the thug to open the safe. Shockingly, the guy actually grows a spine and refuses. Big mistake. By acting terrified, he basically painted a giant neon sign screaming that super rare items were hiding inside. So our hero uses his system space. Poof, the giant safe vanishes into thin air, leaving the guy falling backward in sheer shock. "Where did it go?" the guy stammers. Our protagonist ignores the panic, noting he really should not leave him awake while his buddies are taking a nap. The thug blinks, totally bewildered. "Wait, what did you just say?" Bam, one punch and it is lights out. Later in his private system room, Yoo-hyun glares at the stolen safe. Smashing it open with pure muscle would probably destroy all the epic loot hiding inside. That is a massive no-go. Time to work smarter. Firing up his overpowered engraving skill, he literally rewrites the metal vault's entire internal code, dropping its heavy security straight to 0. Click, the massive door swings open like magic. Inside, just a single notebook boldly stamped top secret. Skimming the pages, his jaw hits the floor. This conspiracy is way above his pay grade. Now how can he milk this for profit? Meanwhile, those 3 absolute morons who got totally destroyed earlier are groveling on the floor, crying for mercy, while their furious boss screams his lungs out. He angrily roars that if they just kept quiet, that overpowered lunatic would not have crashed their party and completely wrecked everything. Suddenly, 3 imposing figures stroll right into the hideout, making the boss sweat bullets. Crap, it is the terrifying superintendent. He steps up, mentioning the rumors. Is it true, he asks, that our most guarded secrets were leaked by absolute clowns? The gang leader mutters a pathetic excuse. He frantically swears that even though the crazy thief stole the vault, it is fine. The security is unbreakable. Nobody could open it. The superintendent sighs, slowly approaching the 3 quivering lackeys. So these are the blabbermouths, he asks coldly. The boss nods, desperately trying to save his skin. Understood, he whispers. With a casual flick of his wrist/blood, paints the room like a gruesome art piece. 3 heads pop off their bodies. Yep, they are cancelled. The boss watches in pure, absolute terror. Turning away, the boss acts generous. First strike. You live today. The gang leader practically kisses his feet. Before walking out, he drops one last question. Do you remember the thief's face? The boss eagerly nods, ready to describe him. He opens his mouth but blank. His brain literally crashes. Try as he might, the intruder's face is scrambled. Seeing him struggle, the superintendent gets it. The thief was not just strong. He was a true master who wiped their memories. Opening that vault? Absolute child's play. Shut down every base in the sector, he violently barks. If word gets out, that freak will return. The superintendent was foaming at the mouth over the sheer audacity to slap the Twilight Curtain Guild in the face. He would make this mystery man suffer. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Cut to Lotus, staring with giant anime eyes. Standing before the majestic celestial bodybuilding, she happily squeals. First time here. Spotting 2 armored dudes, she asks if they are tellers. Nope, just security guards, he deadpans. They are totally different. That flashy armor is a power suit letting normal guys punch way above their pay grade. Higher rank equals cooler armor. He is midway through his epic lore drop when a sudden chill hits the air. A pair of glowing yellow eyes locks dead onto him. The pressure of that stare is crushing. Jerking his head up, he frantically scans the area. Nothing. Who was giving him the ultimate death glare? Before he can overthink it, Lotus shakes his sleeve. Earth to protagonist. The promotion ceremony is starting. Right. No time for stalkers. As they rush inside the building, the camera pans to a creepy, grinning old man. This dude radiates absolute final boss energy, and he recognizes our hero. With a wicked smirk, he is completely obsessed. A wild card this entertaining has not appeared in ages. Those upward-looking eyes? That was this geezer buzzing with hype. Now he is just crossing his fingers that the boy could drop a plot twist spicy enough to burn the mixed world to ashes. Suddenly, massive goosebumps explode down his spine. He mentally pings Lotus. She asks if he is sweating bullets, and he mentions that creepy laser beam stare from earlier. Turns out he was not crazy. She totally felt that heavy stalkerish aura too when he glanced up, but just kept quiet. Our hero is stunned. Who the heck was peeping at him? His brain does the math and lands on the ultimate final boss. The big-shot chief executive officer of Celestial Body Incorporated, Juni Wang Liot. Well, that is what his cheat sheet suggested. Panic sets in. What if he has to fight this corporate god later? Nope, he aggressively deletes that terrifying thought. Ignorance is bliss, baby. Because if that guy is a current enemy, our protagonist is absolute toast. The best move is avoiding him. Suddenly, a loud voice snaps him out of his inner crisis, yelling for him to shake a leg. Lotus was basically screaming, saying the shiny promotion gig was starting. Cut to the stage, our guy is standing with 2 other tellers in the spotlight. The hype man begs the crowd for claps. But the gossip mill is already spinning. The audience totally recognizes the madman. The absolute legend who tossed away his blessing and speed ran a promotion anyway. Every single teller is glaring at Yu Hyun. Oh great, is he already suffering from success? The jealousy level is off the charts. The whole room is hyper-fixated on him. Even the terrifying chief executive officer is watching. His pathetic past self would have absolutely crumbled under this insane pressure. But current him, he is loving this overpowered new life and is completely ready to grind even harder. The boring ceremony wraps up. It ends in a flash, which annoys Lotus, since it felt super anticlimactic. But our boy is already plotting his great escape. Lotus throws a tantrum, whining about why he is running away so fast. The answer is incredibly simple and strategic. If he stays another second, those annoying corporate departments will definitely swarm him like zombies with sweaty job offers. The sassy sword demands to know his secret destination. Boom, he is heading straight back to that crusty old man's dusty library. Disgusted Lotus groans, asking what kind of stuffy nerd dungeon this is. He spots the grandpa who squints like he needs glasses. After a solid loading screen moment, the geezer finally recognizes our hero. He chuckles, noting it has been a whole month. Yu Hyun politely asks about his health. The old-timer laughs, saying he already heard about the boy's epic speedrun promotion. It makes the geezer feel super old. Shifting gears, the grandpa winks. You are here to collect on that sweet promise, right? Yu Hyun nods, stating he refuses to keep calling him old man like a generic non-playable character. The grandpa totally agrees. The name is Galaz. Wait. Hold up. Galaz. The protagonist's jaw literally hits the floor. This dusty geezer is the legendary guardian. The guardian of the Dragon King Lotus is completely lost. Who the heck is that? Yu Hyun puts on his lore-explaining glasses. He drops some massive mixed world history, asking if she knows about the absurdly overpowered Great Divine Dragonic Force. It is the ultimate squad of diverse dragon spirits, and leading them are the 7 absolute units, the top-tier raid bosses, the Dragon Kings. These giant winged lizards were born with literal cheat codes, only getting more utterly broken as they leveled up. True royalty of the highest order, but plot twist among these overpowered monsters, one was born as a complete and total weakling. Enter the White Dragon King Shiruriel. While the other dragons popped out of the egg as ready-made gods, this poor guy struggled. He rolled critical failures on his physical and mental stats. In dragon society, being a pathetic weakling is basically a massive crime, so he got instantly banned from his own faction, but through insane grinding and a teller's help, he clawed his way up. He reached the king tier. The other dragons were incredibly salty. They hated tellers for being annoying backseat gamers who just watched. But this specific teller did the impossible. He basically hard-carried a complete scrub and turned him into an absolute legend. He raised his dragon main character all the way to the royal throne. That legendary coach was none other than Galaz, earning the ultimate title of Dragon King's Guardian. Hearing this lore drop, the old man blushes like a shy schoolgirl. He waves it off as ancient history. Yu-hyun is totally baffled. Why is a top-tier, very important person chilling in this dusty closet? Smiling, the grandpa drops some profound wisdom. Bro, if you grind 24/7 without touching grass, you literally go crazy. Yu-hyun jokingly asks if he should apply for a librarian job here when he retires. The geezer does a massive double take. Busting out laughing, Galaz says that is a hilarious question for a kid who just started the tutorial, but Yu-hyun smirks. He hits him with the Uno reverse card. You could totally come out of retirement and keep running too. The old man freezes. He is completely caught off guard. Yu-hyun drops a massive motivational quote. Age is literally just a useless number in this world. The exact second you find a passion that sets your soul on fire, you are back in your absolute prime. Galaz is stunned. The kid's profound words just scored a critical hit on his old heart. Ding. Suddenly a wild blue system window appears. Only 10 minutes left until the promotion event ends. Snapping out of it, Galaz tells the kid to scram before he is late. Old timer. Our main character nods, promising to visit again soon. This absolutely makes the grandpa's day. He definitely craved more epic chats, just like this, with our hero down the road. Yu-hyun is low-key starstruck, standing before such a massive legend. It honestly looks like the start of a beautiful bromance. Playing at Stealthy Lotus and our boy scan the perimeter, desperately searching for the transit station to sneak back to Earth. Honestly, it is pretty hilarious watching an absolute clout chaser try so hard to act invisible, but his spider sense tingles the very next second. A towering crimson-haired beauty blocks his path, giving him a massive jump scare. Rocking a badass eye patch, she coldly demands to know if he just sneaked out of the recording booth. She looks super fierce, clearly annoyed to catch a teller still lingering in the area. He confesses his crime, but then he glances up and freezes. A glowing golden book hovers right above her head, making him sweat, wondering if she is some terrifying department boss. Squinting, she asks if he is buddy-buddy with the geezer from the booth. He nods confidently, casually dropping his name, which totally blows her mind. Her gears turn and she gasps, realizing he is the legendary Kang Yu-hyun. She demands confirmation, and our boy smirks and says yes. Instantly, her icy glare shatters into hardcore fangirl energy, buzzing like a kid meeting her ultimate idol. She finally drops her name, Celestina. Our hero is basically a shiny, ultra-rare drop to her. She eagerly asks if the crazy rumors are true. Did he actually ditch his blessing to throw hands alongside his collector? He proudly confirms it, so she aggressively pats his head. She is absolutely hyped to meet a teller with an actual spine, a super rare breed nowadays. After formally shaking hands, she grins brightly, and straight up invites him to join her exclusive division. He awkwardly scratches his cheek, mentioning he belongs to storytelling. She bursts out laughing, revealing she is actually from the storytelling branch too, specifically running the Celestial Beings department. His jaw drops. He knows those guys, a mythical squad filled strictly with elite tellers. It is a legendary VIP club, where only the absolute highest-ranking monsters ever get an invite. It is super weird for storytelling to have such a tiny squad, especially since huge numbers usually mean absolute dominance. Yu-hyun asks why she is handing him a golden ticket. Her smirk widens. Because I am the boss, and frankly, you are built totally different. The VIP pass is super tempting, offering maximum freedom and god-tier perks. But after a dramatically long pause, Yu-hyun just says nope. He vows to dodge all guild drama and go pure solo player mode. Surprisingly, Celestina does not rage quit. Instead, she smoothly turns around and chuckles, test passed. She totally gets why the Grandmaster is absolutely obsessed with this kid. He has that main character energy the others completely lack. He bows and thanks. She playfully asks if begging would change his mind. Not a chance, he winks. But that does not mean we cannot do business together. Celestina raises an eyebrow. Yu Hyun officially pitches a mercenary contract with her squad. She laughs, noting any other scrub, saying that would get smacked into orbit. But coming from him, it sounds chaotic and brilliant. But there are no free lunches in this system. Every tiny favor requires equal payback, she declares with a sharp glare. He shakes on it immediately. Before strolling off to meet the old legend, she drops a heavy warning. If you know the Pentagram Division, watch your back. Those lunatics will definitely hunt down a wild card like you. Yu Hyun gratefully accepts the heads up. His danger radar is already maxed out. Honestly, let them come because his ultimate master plan is to obliterate their entire faction into absolute dust. And hey, if you loved this crazy recap, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel so you never miss our next epic uploads. See you next time.